find out like all the names of like the teams for? Is that on the?
Oh, it's on. It should be on Root Bro. Share for me. Yeah, that one. Here's all the matches. Here's the per match. Just like say this is the legends.
Okay.
Wait, let me just check. This cam. No, check the like I like the other cam honestly. Yeah, this cam is in my opinion better. Oh, actually, the latticing. Oh my god, what horrible latticing.
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty bad. That's why I switched to
Okay,
it.
never mind. I guess you use the other one. Um, we can lower that a little bit.
Okay. Shall we lower it? I got it.
Is that too much?
Um.
Show me. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Do we have that thing out yet? Yeah. I think it's set up.
This would be quick. No, that's not perfect.
What is this music?
I don't know.
Are you listening to this? It sounds like music from like that one SpongeBob episode where they go to the future, bro.
It's loading. My Google Chrome's too.
first Design, Print, Destroy Alliances tournament. This is the first team-based DPD competition.
Competitors in
Getting
the
our
corner.
robots in the corners. The way that this is structured is essentially that each team will be racking up points for their individual robots and then getting a new teammate every round. And then towards the end, they're going to be able to pick their teammates. It's going to be sick. It's going to be a fun time. Well, in the red corner, we have a white lifter with a gray shell, Slosher, and we also have a new robot. It's an angle grinder. It's Spike Rock. Yeah. And then in the blue corner, we have a fan favorite, the other lifter. It's See You Later, alongside. Is that a melty brain? Do you have a melty brain? It's just a ring. Okay. That's Pablo. Big black. I need you to do the countdown.
Blue team, are you ready?
We're about to get ready.
Red team, are you ready?
It's going to be an interesting matchup with either
All right,
team.
let's start the match in.
Match starts in.
You have to switch. You have to switch out of stadium mode. Switch out of stadium mode. And then nighttime. Three, two, one.
Let's rumble, robots. Okay, immediately Pablo running into the wall, and immediately Spike Rock getting underneath See You Later, but it can't do any damage. Slosher up against Pablo, but it can't really do anything right now. See You Later pinned against the wall and knocked up, but it manages to upright itself. There's kind of a jumble against the boards. Right now, Spike Rock's trying to get itself to do some damage on See You Later, while Slosher and Pablo free themselves from each other. A small flip from See You Later. Right now, each robot is paired off, one-on-one. Big mess in the middle. See You Later is on its side.
1, 2, 3, 4.
See You Later is trapped underneath
2,
the
3, 4, 5.
polycarb in the
Release
corner.
hand, Slosher.
All pins have been released. Slosher is trying to get a lift on See You Later, which is currently stuck upside down on Pablo. But See You Later gets up and manages to get a good flip onto Slosher. Spike Rock, it appears, doesn't have a functional weapon. So all it can really do is get underneath Pablo. But Pablo is pinned. Meanwhile, it's a battle for lifter supremacy as See You Later and Slosher are going head to head in the middle. But it looks like Slosher manages to get knocked onto its side. In a great display of sportsmanship, See You Later unflips its competitor, Slosher.
30 seconds remaining.
Now, it's just a fight to see who can get a good lift to get some aggression points here, some control points. Pablo's weapon appears to be not spinning. And same with Spike Rock. It seems like the only functional robots are the two lifters, which can't really do any damage. They're completely reliant on getting their teammates to get any help, but we only have 5 seconds left. So pin on See You Later. Pablo's not really doing anything, and that's going to be the match. We're going to have to go to judge's decision after an uneventful first fight. Okay, after a very quick judge's decision, we came to the conclusion that Slosher and Spike Rock are going to be your winners for the first match of DPD Alliances as a result of their control and aggression, plus Pablo losing his drive.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, welcome back to us, your announcer.
Us now. There's two.
Yeah, we're joined.
Hello. My name's Uday. You may remember, you probably don't. I commented one match in the December DPD competition. Yeah.
It was such a fun time.
It was a very fun time.
We decided to have him back.
I'm excited for today. I'm also competing, you guys, back with Samurai, and hopefully a better design.
A bit of a conflict of interest, wouldn't you say?
Nah. Damn.
It's because I know that you're going to hype yourself up too much.
That's actually so fair.
Okay, we're getting set up right now with our next fight.
You have to share a mic with mine.
Oh, other mic isn't working. Okay, so
Our mouths can be really close together now. This is great.
Hella conflict of interest.
here, okay, give us a second because we're gonna have to move this mic around. Huh? Well, that's because we're too close right now.
Yeah, honestly, we made this explicitly.
This is fine.
Okay, this is fine. Here, we can just move back a little.
Yeah, you know the. Oh, it's Banana Split again. Banana Split, if you guys don't remember, got third place at December's comp. And we have Pen and Paper, I believe, or Slosher?
That's pen and paper.
Pen and Paper.
Same driver though.
Same driver. Jacob Painter, for you guys who don't know, he's the lead driver for the 30-pound robot.
White Holly.
Yeah.
Of the
Round
software
one,
team.
match 3 is postponed 20 minutes. Load in match 4.
Okay, so it looks
Mark
like
down Pablo for using their
this.
20-minute extension.
It looks like this fight that we were about to run
Electroluminescent.
has been
Surface
paused.
charge. Pablo
So we will
Escobar.
be we're gonna be like
I don't
changing
know what's
everything.
happening, dude.
It looks like Banana Split
Four.
is not functional
Electroluminescent.
currently.
Surface charge. Pablo
So we're
Escobar.
bringing in some robots for I believe round
I
one,
believe,
match 4.
we are postponing match 3 because of a delay from Pablo Escobar. So we are heading straight to match 4.
He's too busy smuggling
That's true.
substances. That's tragic. But instead,
Under the table secret battery deals.
secret battery deals. Okay. Well, coming up in this next match. Wait. Pablo Escobar is competing.
Oh.
What was the stall? Was it Banana Split? I don't know.
Banana Split looked like it was functioning. I don't know.
Listen, for all you folks following along at home, we're announcers, not producers. So we're just doing whatever our producers
We're
say.
figuring this out as you guys figure this out. Hopefully, by the end of the day, we'll have a pretty streamlined process. But it's our first Alliances event. We're kind of getting used to the setup and the system.
So true. So true.
It's only our second match, so bear with us while we get everything, get our bearings. I believe we're running match 4 right now.
So this is going to be an interesting match. We've got Electroluminescence returning, right?
I believe so.
From December. I remember it being at Robot Day. Went
Yeah,
very successful
yeah.
there. Surface Charge, I don't recognize.
Surface Charge, a robot from Purdue. Competed at Robobrawl, yeah, but in the not in the plant and not in the plant competition. They actually competed in the OpenNet competition.
Interesting.
They have redesigned it so that their robot is completely plastic now.
Traveling all the way over from West Lafayette. A
West
whole-
Lafayette, Indiana.
Whole 2-hour drive.
Without traffic, it's only an hour and a half.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. We're also seeing the introduction on the red team of
Ooh-ah.
yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a better. Yeah, Ben did it better.
It's named after
Yeah.
the fact that there's supposed to be a groan tube.
Wait, do we have one? We might have one.
We have one over there.
Oh my goodness.
It hasn't been inserted yet.
Ethan. Ethan.
So you aren't going to hear any from this fight, but hopefully you will be hearing it in the future.
Ethan.
This is a new bot. It looks like
Damn it. That's fine.
a vertical spinner,
I want the two.
and the drive is linked to the spinning of the weapon. This is going to be interesting. Lastly, Pablo Escobar.
Get in your corners.
Oh my goodness. We have acquired a tube. For those who don't know, it's the tube that makes this sound.
I can do that for hours.
I mean, you know what? Sometimes I think I feel like an inner 5-year-old
Going
because I feel like I can do that.
Going
for 5
in,
hours.
Bio's weapon is down to start with, so it's
Oh, Bio's weapon down to start with. New information.
Interesting. He's going to come out on top of this. I know that surface charge is a very strong.
I believe it. I believe it has a. Oh my goodness. A 1.5.
Yeah.
A 1.5 total weight because it's a bristle bot.
There we go.
So it gets extra weight because it doesn't have any wheels. The way it actually moves.
Red team, are you ready?
I think that's a strong ally to have.
Red
but
team.
I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
know
yeah.
if
Yes.
it'll be able to
You know?
compensate for electroluminescent. Yeah, start. We're gonna start the countdown in
Alright.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots!
Oh, rumble robots. Okay,
That's alright.
Ignore Uday, he's new to this. Immediately we have Ruaru slamming into the wall.
Lots of damage here.
Surface charge is fighting for its life.
Oh my goodness, it looks like Pablo Escobar's upside down. Oh, that's a big hit on the ear. Pablo Escobar's ear. I mean, not too much damage so far, lots of little parts. Oh my god, it looks like a part of a...
It was. Oh shoot.
It looks like the weapon of electroluminescent might have tripped off.
It looks like Service Charge's weapon might be tripped.
That's right. Is trapped in the corner. It is stopped moving. Right now it's just Pablo Escobar fighting for its life in the middle.
2, 3.
Getting pinned by electroluminescent as surface charge tries to get in position.
Service Charge getting some big hits on Pablo Escobar. Pablo Escobar's left drive looks to be down. Bioluminescent being hit around by Pablo Escobar's weapon. As you can remember, Electroluminescent's weapon is also down, but that was from before the match. So they're doing Ryan, the driver of Electroluminescence, doing as much as he can to pin with his forks and try and get as much control as he can without using his weapon. There's 25 seconds left in the match. Service Charge, 40 seconds left in the match.
Here, wait. Team up time.
Team up time. Oh, it looks like
I'm down. I'm gonna go around the
Looks like electroluminescent and surface charge are trying to
it looks like they're trying to formulate a plan in the middle.
but instead it looks like they're just pinning themselves. I'm not
It might be, you know what? You never know. It might be part of the strategy. Pablo Escobar looks to be doing some decent damage on Electroluminescent, but it looks like its right side drives down.
I'm guessing by the fact that surface charge is now stuck.
It's having some issues. It can only turn to the right.
7, 6.
It's going in circles. Oh no!
My center, just hit me once.
Who
2.
has a
Oh.
fucking robot here?
That's the match.
And it looks like we end with Pablo Escobar and electroluminescent being the only semi-functional
You guys stop hitting each
robots.
other. I'm gonna need to see drive weapon out of electroluminescent first.
Now what we're doing now is a judge's decision. What we do in a judge's decision is we look at your weapon motor and we look at your drive motor and see if they're functional, and that gives you different points at the end of the match. And whoever has the most points wins by judge's decision.
And whoever weapon drive.
So at the moment,
Okay.
we're just having our referees inspecting each robot just to see what's working and what's not. Looks like now electroluminescent's weapon is spinning up.
I wonder why they weren't spinning up during the match.
Yeah, I mean, that's one really successful robot when it has its weapon.
You know, Electroluminescent, it reminds me of the Batmobile, honestly. It has the same shape, right?
Yep. The designer and driver definitely does have like a flair for the dramatic.
Ryan Tao, sorry. Excuse me. He is the, for those who don't know, he's the head of the Design Print Destroy competition here, one of the co-leads. He does a lot of this arena setup and organization behind the scenes, but he's also a very, very good, very harsh competitor here.
Talented designer. He is the designer between Crack and Whack.
Our 30-pound robots here at UAUC,
Of
yeah.
the quote-unquote freshman combats team.
Even though they're all juniors now.
They're all
but-
juniors. But something to be said about their maturity level, I'd say.
I'm good to go, but I need a fix slasher.
Looks like a lot of robots here. Pablo Escobar, Surface Charge,
So, what do you think about that? Who do you think that the judges are?
Because Uau game kind of got disabled by the end of or earlier in the match compared to halfway through compared to Surface Charge. It was the first one that was kind of out for the count. I think the judges are going to favor Electroluminescent and Surface Charge here, but after the match,
I feel like there's something to be said about the fact that Electroluminescent did no damage, and Surface Charge weapon also didn't seem to be doing that much.
you can see actually Surface Charge's weapon is completely broken right now.
So it's just going to be a close call.
Lots of damage control to be done after the fact.
Close call, and honestly not in a good way. But I'm gonna just check if our producers have a decision. Yo. We just got back with a decision from our producers. Ignore the fact that we just managed to...
Ben just broke the table, oh my goodness.
I didn't break the table, I just damaged a structural support of the table. But that doesn't change the fact that we're going to announce our winners here. The winners of your...
Match 4, round 1, are Surface Charge and Electroluminescent by judge's decision.
I'm guessing that came down to just control, right?
Probably control. A lot of the things with control is actually, you don't even have to do damage on the other opponent as long as you're hitting them with your weapon, even if your weapon's not functional. That still counts for a decent amount of points with the judges. They can see that you're being aggressive. They can see that you're having control over the match, even if you're not doing any physical damage.
Alright, robots, loaded.
Fascinating. We're already loading up for our next match. We're moving at a way faster pace than usual.
This is quite nice. I think.
Great day.
After this match, I might be loading up for Samurai and Mamba versus Acro and Tipsy.
That's gonna be a good one.
That's gonna be a good match. We'll see. Hopefully a lot of damage on not the Samurai team.
Okay, so let's see what our teams are. Well, on the orange team, looks like we have a returning classic of Ankle Grinder, the vertical drum spinner, I'd say. And we also have a new robot, Twister of Fate, which looks like a very low horizontal spinner.
Similar, I believe they've had some inspirations from one of the 30-pound robots here at UIUC called Budget Extension.
Oh, that's true.
Their weapon is very similar.
And then,
Thank you.
on the blue team, we have a new robot. I believe I can't really see that from here. Can we see anything about?
We have we have a Super Scuffed and Pistol Shrimp on the blue side.
Super Scuff, I believe, is a returning revamp.
I believe it's a redesign, yes, of the robot Scuffed. Yeah.
What can we?
Let's see if Scuffed is truly super.
No. I legitimately. Okay. So it looks like for this other side, we have another horizontal spinner that's very low to the ground in Super Scuff. And then Pistol Shrimp is a vertical spinner, although unlike its competitor Ankle Grinder, it looks like it's going to be a lot smaller with a bigger bite.
That'll be interesting to see. Would you rather have a smaller weapon that can spin up a lot faster, but it has less bite? Or would you have more bite, but you can't spin as fast? Which do you guys think would do the most damage? Personally, I think more bite, less speed. You'd get bigger hits, but I can also see the argument for the more speed, less bite.
I mean, not to disagree with you, but I do think that it would probably come down to tip speed, actually. Just, when the two weapons are spinning into each other, it's just whoever can get more hits in a finite amount of time.
In that fight.
Yeah.
Well, I think you only really need one big hit, honestly. If you can land one huge hit, then as long as the other robot can't take that damage, then you've done a lot of damage. And that's quite nice.
That's true, that's true. I think it's only reliant on if you can get that. Oh, Okay, that's
Yeah.
interesting. Twister of
Yeah,
Fate
but
appears to have
It
some
looks like-
interesting flipping ability.
Twister of Fate and Super
Red
Scuff
team, are
both
you
have
ready?
negative clearance
Blue
on
team,
their
are you
weapons,
ready?
which will be interesting.
we're starting countdown.
So we are gonna start the countdown.
Three,
Fight. Three,
two,
two,
one.
one. Let's
Let's
rumble,
rumble, robots.
Hey, you got it right that time. Okay, let's see. Immediately, looks like the blue team is teaming.
Oh no, it looks like Twister of Fate's blade has fallen off.
So that's gonna kind of be Twister of Fate out for the rest of this fight, except for Drive. It doesn't look like he can get much control here.
I mean, the drive looks pretty good though. As long as it's driving by the end of the match and none of the other robots are driving, then that'll be a win for Twister of Fate, actually. Alright, looks like big damage on
Twister of Fate into the corner, but damage done to ankle grinder.
Ankle Grinder. I believe that's one of its forks.
That's one of these. Oh,
Big hit by Super Scuff on Twister of Fate. Look, Pistol Shrimp and Ankle Grinder going on a little 1v1 right now.
Pistol Shrimp's weapon grinding into
Pistol
the
Shrimp
corner.
upside down.
And now that's both wheel guards. No, never mind. It's only the one wheel guard on ankle grinder. Loose. Pistol
Like,
Shrimp.
Pistol Shrimp's weapon, its drive is it's working, but it's not able to right itself. It might need an assist from its alliance partner.
Seems more like a hermit crab hiding in its shell right now.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Super Scuff just got unflipped as it's trying to get control in this corner.
Super Scuff with a big hit on Ankle Grinder there. That was another hit on its fork. Ankle Grinder seems to be doing more damage to itself here.
30 seconds.
Right now, we're seeing a lot of damage from Super Scuff onto these other robots, but at the same time, with Pistol Shrimp stuck in the corner, if this does come down to a judge's decision, it's going to be really confusing who's going to be winning off the damage and control here. But
A wheel off Ankle Grinder. You could see here what was happening before was Ankle Grinder's kind of jumping around, and that's because of just how much speed it has on its weapon.
There's like
3 seconds left in the
weapon
match.
down too.
One. That's the match.
That's the match.
Now,
Back up.
Lots of damage in that match. We'll
looks
see.
like by the end of that, Pistol Shrimp was non-functional, but at the same time,
All right, let's
Twister
start it.
Fate lost his weapon, and Ankle Grinder was
Ankle
missing a
grinder.
wheel,
Drive weapon.
and some solid damage to the side. I'm not even sure if it can. Its weapon
Okay.
is still spinning.
Weapon spin up. Cannot
Twister
drive
of
though.
Fate, drive weapon.
I mean, I can move with my weapon if you really want me to.
That's cheating.
That's not cheating.
That doesn't count as a
That
drive
is not
point.
cheating, but
Drive.
We're just teasing him. For those who don't know,
Okay.
the
Weapon?
driver of Ankle Grinder is Kogan Benarian, the
Okay.
president of
Pistol
iRobotics.
Shrimp. Drive.
meanwhile, Pistol Shrimp, which I'm now realizing is a revamp of Crab and
Super Scuff.
Crayfish.
Drive weapon.
Yeah, from the December comp, I remember.
And
Okay.
Robot Day, but
Turn
it's
off your
yeah.
turn off your controllers.
no
Slow down.
longer functional, looking more like a seafood boil.
Ryan,
It doesn't matter. Just turn
Real
off
turn off your controllers. Load them out.
lobster just getting ready to be cooked.
Mine's off.
There we go, I got it.
That was really bad.
I'm trying my best here. I'm not very good at jokes, guys.
Listen, neither of us are. We're just here for the vibes today.
Dude, actually, yeah.
The other microphone.
Other microphone unfortunately does not work, guys.
Our
So
producer,
we are.
our producer thinks he knows more than us.
Oh yeah. Oh, Jason. Oh my goodness.
He does not know
Guys,
more than us.
don't get me started on Jason. He's a fantastic producer, but sometimes.
I don't know about that.
Nah, I believe in him. He's a great producer. He's also the president of Robo Brawl. If you guys are looking to come down to UAC in April 4th and 5th for Engineering Open House, we're going to be running Robo Brawl. We're going to have a world record of 40, 30-pound robots so far competing.
Plus, if you're only here for DPD, we will have DPD there. It
We
won't be
will-
Alliance.
We will have on the 4th. We will have a 16 plant competition where it'll be 6.
Okay, well, we just got word back from our judges slash producer. Uday, do you want to say who won?
Your winner of round 1, match 1 is Super Scuff and Pistol Shrimp. It looks like Ankle Grinder and Twister of Fate weren't able to pull it off in the end. Yeah. Oh,
Banana
guys, it's a
Monster.
gummy break.
Ted Cruz, banana shake.
I'm a big fan of gummy bears, and I just received one, so
That's a great. That's not a bear.
that's all right.
Okay, well, it looks like
Wow.
interesting design from Uau, actually. Having its
You can see the inside, the guts of it.
its whole guts just like completely separate from the rest of
Just
the
a
robot.
rod of wires.
I've never seen that.
No, it kind of reminds me of a lightsaber.
Imagine if you're swinging around a lightsaber and the whole time instead of wong, wong, it's just.
Wait, we have the thing.
Wait, do we have a second one? Can we get a second
The
one?
whole time is just.
You want to grab a second one?
Give us a second. We're gonna have a little duel.
Imagine that's how lightsaber sounds. We're in Star Wars. Just. Oh my goodness, Ben got a second one, guys. We're gonna have a fight right now.
You need to turn to the light side.
Luke, I am your father.
No!
Take it, unplug this mic went out too.
Guys, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think Star Wars would be a multi-million-dollar franchise if that was how lightsabers sounded like.
Okay.
All right, I think. What match are we running next?
We're figuring out.
Which corner does this need to start in? What's Jason? Starting corner for this one. Is it here?
Talk. Five. It's like 5/7. I had to play a song that was like 5/7 when I played violin. It was really bad.
Can I get a 10-second delay? I put my
5, 6,
receiver
7.
in
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
That's odd signatures are kind of interesting.
It's like that one jazz, I guess. Is our mic functional now?
I believe Banana Shake has a problem with the receiver. It's a quick fix, but they are
Is that another
servicing
bristle
that
bot?
right now. It is. It's very similar to Surface Charge. Yeah. We'll see if this one fares a little bit better.
And who's it teamed up with?
It is teamed up with Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz. We've been informed by our producer that,
Ted Cruz, a bot from Purdue.
and that's all we're gonna say about it. But it is very reminiscent of, what was it, electroluminescent?
Electroluminescent? Yeah, I would say so.
This is a very similar team in general, I'd say, with a single dual horizontal spinner.
I like the wheels. They remind me of the Lego wheels that you used to get on like the dump truck sets.
Do you think that's custom, or do you think they bought it somewhere?
Are your guys' wheels custom? They are Lego. Okay, I was right. No way.
I know, that's what I was thinking, but I've never seen it.
My Lego knowledge knows no bounds.
It's immense.
Hey, if anyone ever wants to talk Lego with me, anytime, any place, I am down.
Elite block knowledge.
Dude, I am a big Lego nerd.
Well, we've been informed by our producer. We've been confirmed that our mic is working. So,
Woohoo!
we're gonna stop talking about Lego and stop talking about this upcoming fight. Like we said before, very similar dynamic to this last fight with this new blue team. Meanwhile, on the orange team, we have a classic returning bot from the freshman combats captain, Judge Khalil, with the robot Josh.
It's such an interesting naming convention. His other robot is named Leo.
I kind of like it, just naming them like they're people.
Yeah.
They
They
should
are
have last
people.
names though.
It's
Josh,
like a little. It's like his own gang.
his family.
His robot family. His family away from his family.
That's so sad.
Like, no, it's not sad. It's pretty cool.
I think they need last names though.
Oh, it looks like. Oh my goodness, is Ted Cruz's top plate warped?
Yeah,
That's a little
It
silly.
looks like its back wheel on the one side isn't even making contact with the ground.
That's alright. I mean,
So,
if you have three
once
wheels, you
again,
can
on the
drive.
blue team, it's Ted Cruz and Banana Shake up against the orange team, Josh and Banana Miser. We're going to be starting this in just a moment after we work out some brief AV difficulties, but
Oh, it's not even. I believe Banana Miser is not in this match. It is a 1v2, Josh versus Banana Shake and Ted Cruz.
okay, I believe in Josh actually. So we're going to start this fight.
You know what?
Three,
I also believe in
2, 1.
Let's rumble, robots.
Immediately, Ted Cruz spinning up. It
Oh.
like it's already gyroing. It took off. It lost a chunk of it.
It's forks.
But also, batteries out.
Oh, batteries exposed for Josh.
That's tragic for Josh, considering that it had already managed to take off 2 forks on Ted Cruz and some of the bristles off of Banana
Surface
Shake.
chart. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Banana Shake. I'm gonna mess up these names a lot today.
But unfortunately, with Josh's battery out, that has to.
It is a safety hazard and it is an immediate forfeit. Unfortunate to what could have been a very interesting match here.
Hey, though, just for the viewers at home, if the battery ever came out and the match didn't stop before it got punctured, the good news is we have our new
Air ventilation system.
air ventilation
Yeah.
system, which is currently running into the pits, actually.
Is it actually?
Yeah.
We should probably get
We're
someone
gonna
to
have to
fix
alert our
that.
producers to the fact, to the fact that the ventilation system is currently not going outside.
I actually don't believe it's on.
So it should be on.
Let's
so-
see.
So we're figuring that out. In the meanwhile, worst case scenario, our box is solid enough to hold the smoke in there up until we have the ventilation turned on. But we're currently working on getting the ventilation turned on full time.
Our arena is in fact almost airtight, and with our air ventilation, I believe we get a full air cycle every 3 minutes.
Every 3 minutes, negative pressure. Testing it earlier, fully functional. We're just working on getting the what do you call
Vents,
that?
the vents actually
running through the front doors of the Siebel Design Center.
to the outside, so that if there is in fact a lipo fire, the competitors aren't breathing that air, because that is very dangerous.
Only a sea fire, you never know.
Hey, you never know.
We have fun
maybe,
here.
Maybe some people do want cancer.
We get a little quirky with which fires we will have here. But yeah, for the meanwhile, with Josh immediately having to
Forfeit the match.
forfeit the match, or not
Not forfeit,
lose the
but
match
yes.
due to having an exposed battery. We're already moving on to our next fight.
It is a loss condition. Battery outside of your robot is a immediate loss condition. And there are still some forks in the. I believe those are actually Ted Cruz's forks.
Yeah, they are. Maybe somebody will grab them.
Yeah.
It looks like they're about to be grabbed. In the meanwhile, sorry.
Ben's a little sleepy, guys. Maybe.
I did not get much sleep last night.
Fun fact, I didn't get any sleep last night because I was working on my robot.
I told you to go sleep.
Ben did tell me to go sleep. I did not listen. That's all right.
It's an all-nighter?
We're here, yeah.
Oh, damn. I was supposed to get like a solid 3 hours of sleep, but then my alarm didn't go off, so I got like an extra hour 30.
Hey.
Which is kind of sweet until this guy woke me up.
I did call Ben at 8:30 this morning, asking him where he was.
In his defense, I did ask my producer to call me even earlier, and he just didn't. So, bad producer, better co-host.
I was your first.
Yeah, that's true. That's why our AV is the GOAT. But in the meanwhile, we're getting set up for our next fight. We have
Banana Split and Pen and Paper.
Those are two classics, actually. Pen and Paper has been competing all year. Banana Split even longer, right?
Banana Split is a newer bot, actually,
Really?
I believe. But Banana Split has won. Banana Split won third, I believe, at the December comp. Pen and Paper.
I thought Banana Split was also at Robot Day.
Hey Ryan, was Banana Split at Robot Day?
Okay, yeah.
Pen and Paper. When was Pen and Paper's origin?
Interesting. Interesting. These two robots went up against each other in the December competition.
For the third place match, and it looks like they're now alliance partners here.
They're teamed up. Hopefully there's no bad blood.
I don't think so. I don't think alliance members are generally gonna try and fight each other.
Maybe there's only a rivalry on paper. Oh, come on. Yo, is this thing on?
It is. What?
I know, it was a joke.
Sorry, I got distracted,
It was a
guys.
joke.
I got distracted.
I'm not gonna... Anyway.
I got too absorbed by the robots.
Fun fact about Banana Split, it's actually competed in a 3-pound form at
NHRL, yeah, you're
National
right.
Havoc Robotics League in
Connecticut.
February competition, which is pretty interesting. And then on the orange team, it looks like it's just going to be Captain Hook fighting with one hand and one robot, as forklift certified appears to not be certified to fight in this one by the looks of it. So it will be a 2-on-1. The good news is for Captain Hook is that one of its competitors is a lifter robot, so you're only really expecting damage from Banana Split, right?
Yeah, I think so. The thing about Banana Split though is that it packs quite a punch. It looks pretty small compared to other robots, like especially if you look at Pen and Paper. It looks very small, but Banana Split, it can really hit for a lot of damage.
Hey, now listen, in defense of Captain Hook, it looks like it's heavily armored.
That's
with
true. That's
air
true.
gaps on
That's
its
true.
side armor. So we're gonna start this match in 3, 2, 1.
Let's rumble, robots.
Wait, immediately Captain Hook spinning up.
Oh yeah, you
Having
can
a hard
see
time
that
getting out
armor
of the
doing
corner.
a decent amount of protection there
And immediately we got a lift.
from Pen and Paper.
It looks like the arm of Pen and Paper managed to get hooked underneath the air gap on Captain Hook.
And pinned it for 5 seconds. Again.
And again, it looks like it might actually be caught this time. I don't know if they can release the pin. The pin appears to be unreleasable.
Oh my goodness, the pen is
But we're gonna stop the match.
stop
because
the match
robots
for
are
an
entangled.
unstick. Yeah. That armor gap is Pen and Paper's weapon is in fact stuck in between Captain Hook's air gap.
That's
and you can
actually
see.
gonna an interesting dynamic for the rest of this fight.
All right.
Yeah, so we're gonna restart this match here in 3, 2, 1.
Let's rumble again, robots.
Okay. So yeah, like I was saying, they're trying to get it up over the edge, but Pen and Paper's got to be careful here because if it tries to go for a lift again and gets caught in the air gap, we're gonna have to do another unstick, and Pen and Paper might be punished.
Yeah, I don't think you get another unstick. Actually, it's just Pen and Paper has a disqualification. I don't know the rules actually, but yeah, you can see Banana Split really getting good hits on Captain Hook, eating away at that side armor. That armor is holding up though. Oh, the weapon flying off of Captain Hook there.
However, Pen and Paper is now missing its entire front wedge, so it has no functionality because it has no lift. We have only 30 seconds left. Captain Hook is just trying to get any control points it can at this point. Meanwhile, Banana Split is just driving over its teammate at this point.
Pen and Paper, one of its biggest things is that you can actually, because of its such a shallow angle on its wedge, you can just drive over it. That's its biggest.
But interestingly enough, without that front wedge, it resorted to using the missing front wedge as a fork with the other two wedges to pin Captain Hook in place. We only have 2 seconds left, and it looks like we're going to judge this decision.
My other person was a forfeit.
Yeah, I know, but that's how it is. That simply is.
I thought it was counted as if the other person was a ghost robot.
It's a 2-1.
That's so sad.
And unfortunately, in a very short decision,
by judge's decision,
You didn't run your other robot, so that's a 2-1.
it looks.
That's just how it works.
I thought it didn't count against the other person.
They just don't get any points.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
4-2.
I wonder what the dynamics of that are. Would you rather do 4-2 or a 2-1?
What does that mean?
Would you rather have your opponents get more points and you get more points, or would you rather both get less points but the point differential is smaller?
I think in this scenario where you're so early on in the tournament, you want as many points as possible no matter what, even if it means bringing up your opponent, because you're going to have to compete with somebody.
Guys, it's my fight!
Okay. And now it's just going to be me for this match, as our lovely Uday is getting ready to compete with his own personal robot, Samurai. But yeah, like I was saying, I believe that in such an early stage, you just want as many points as possible. If this was later on, I'd say maybe you'd try to tactically take down your opponent's points. But we aren't in that phase, you know? We're at a point in time where you just want as many points as possible. And right now, that is, unfortunately, as it may seem, that is what Captain Hook got for its solo fight. So we're getting ready for this next fight. Right now on the orange team, you know, they say that you're not supposed to drink and drive, but apparently it's okay if you're doing a murder robot, because we got tipsy. Additionally, we have the return of another NHRL competitor, one of two former 3-pound NHRL competitors, Acro, the giant vertical spinner. On the other team, we have two horizontal spinners. One looks like a drum spinner. The other looks like a vertical spinners. One looks like a drum spinner. The other looks like two linked vertical spinners is what I'm guessing the attack angle is from Samurai. We're probably going to do an interview with the driver of Samurai after this, Uday, of course, because he's going to be coming back to talk with us as usual. So we're gonna see what happens. Interestingly enough, it looks like Acro has some additional aesthetic prints on its robot. We're going to see if that contributes to damage done to the robot. But we're getting both teams ready. Red team just confirmed that they're ready.
Blue team, are you guys ready?
And our lovely blue team has also confirmed that they're ready. So we're going to get ready to start this fight. In 3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, robots. And immediately, all robots spinning up, and the two teammates on the blue team slamming into each other together. That appears to be a massive miscommunication. Tipsy struggling to get any lifts here as Acro's spinning up in the middle, just trying to do any damage. Acro's going to be the main damage dealer here for the orange team. Meanwhile, Tipsy's pinned in the corner by Mamba, just struggling to get anything up.
5,
You know,
2, 3.
that's an unpin from Mamba. Normally the fastest snake in the world, but this time kind of sinking its damage, its venom in. It looks like Acro's missing one of its side forks and now slamming accidentally into Tipsy. Our poor Uday with his samurai stuck in the corner. It looks like he's going to be down for the count. Meanwhile, Acro is trying to find out how it can do any damage against Mamba. Mamba's weapon is not spinning up, but at the same time, I haven't seen a functional lift from Tipsy this whole time. Meanwhile, Acro, it appears that its chassis got bent, so it can't drive forward. It can only drive circularly, or maybe it's that. Oh, I see. It looks like its right wheel has come loose, so it cannot spin alongside its full drive. Meanwhile, Samurai comes back online. Mamba with a big hit of Acro into the wall, and that's another, no, that's the original fork getting knocked around. Tipsy originally stuck in the corner, struggling to find his bearings here. And meanwhile, it looks like Samurai is getting potentially high centered as it's clashing with Acro off to the side, taking some big hits to the center, but Samurai's back armor is holding steady. Tipsy trying to get a lift onto Samurai, but ends up just falling itself, and that's going to be the match. We're going to have to go to judge's decision again. We're going to have the robots get into their corners, and then we're going to see some tests of the drive and weapon capabilities, and then some assessments of the damage to decide who wins this.
Drive weapon.
Right there, Tipsy can somehow drive. I'm shocked, but its lift is functional despite not useful. Acro's weapon appears to be off-center, but it is spinning and its drive is functional. However, it did lose 2 forks in the exchange. Samurai's drive isn't fully functional, but its weapon is fully functional. And meanwhile, Mamba, weapon also off-center. I'm not sure, because its weapon was not functional for the majority of the fight. So right now we're going to judge's decision. One of the hosts of one of the people in charge of this competition, Ryan Tao, coming over to give some assistance in helping our producers make a decision, accidentally admits what he's thinking out loud and immediately gets some extreme anger from Uday. The two looking like they're about to go. Things might get physical. We might need our producer to step in to stop things from getting physical over here, as Uday is just incredibly angry. Oh, punch is thrown. Oh, no. This might be a disqualification of Uday and a disqualification of him as an announcer. His behavior right now is unbecoming of a competitor. And despite Samurai's best efforts trying to punch Ryan Tao into submission, it looks like the decision is going to go to Tipsy and Acro. Although Samurai and Mamba may have been getting damage there, it looks like Acro and Tipsy just have more functional robots at the end of the day, despite that. So, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, that's going to be a win for Tipsy and Acro. Don't worry, fellow folks, that's not going to be Samurai and Mamba out for the count, but they will be losing some points here, knocking them down potentially later on in the tournament. Hopefully we'll be joined. Sorry, Ethan Cow is taking pictures of me, and I feel uncomfortable. But hopefully, hopefully Uday will be able to return to join me in a little bit once he repairs some functionality on his robot, as minimal damage was done externally. It should be a fairly fast repair, and he will be joining us fairly quickly. But in the meanwhile, we're getting ready for our next fight. I'm not even sure what this next fight is, but we're going to be looking into that in a second. We were going to have a different fight starting, but instead it looks like they got canceled, as one robot would have had to be competing 2 fights in a row. I believe Mamba would have had to be fighting 2 fights in a row. So to give Mamba some extra time, we're going to be postponing that match and setting up a new match instead. But right now it looks like we're kind of at a loss for finding robots who are ready to compete in this next one. Yeah, we're seeing what's happening right now. In the meanwhile, it looks like we're going to be having a little vacuum sesh. Vacuum brought to us by one of our lovely sponsors, Milwaukee Tool. I'm not sure if we bought that ourselves or if we got that for free from them, but either way, we're going to shout them out because they're lovely folks, lovely sponsors. We're going to move away from this camera, as that is not school appropriate. But we're going to swap off that camera. Opposite camera's frozen. But we're not sure if Ryan Tao's girlfriend would be comfortable with us showing that camera angle. Ignore all the technical difficulties. Ryan, just like bring your rear a little lower. Okay, we're just gonna hold this for now. Hopefully he's not showing off as much this time. And he's knocking into something. Yeah. I'm watching you, Ethan. I'm watching you, Ethan. No pictures will be taken of me. Ah, he's taking pictures.
Wow, this could be your LinkedIn profile picture.
My hair's way too long.
It's okay. We can buzz it all right now. Right here, right now. We can buzz your hair.
I might buzz it all right here, right
During
now.
lunch break, we can buzz your hair.
Okay. We'll do it. So yeah, I'm getting some offers to shave off all my hair. Honestly, I wouldn't mind. My hair's getting a little long, but we're not here to hear about me getting a haircut. We're here to see some robots get haircuts, and by haircuts, I mean fight to the death. That's currently not happening, unfortunately, as we're currently trying to find people who have robots that can compete. But in the meanwhile, nap time? Nap time? No. We're gonna return something even better. That's right, guys. It's the return of DPD Poetry Hour. That's right, hour 1 of DPD.
No. We're doing an interview right now.
Are we doing an interview?
With me!
Okay, but can we do DPD Poetry Hour after?
We can, because I gotta go back and fix my robot, because apparently I'm fighting in 2 matches.
Okay, but yeah, we just saw a non-decisive performance from Samurai. Uday, what do you think about that?
I think it went really well. There was minimal damage to my robot. The only thing that happened was the treads came off of my wheels. So all I need to do is I just gotta take my side armor off, super glue the treads to my wheels, and then hopefully they stay there. And if they do stay there, I think I could do some good damage to other robots. My weapon was doing some good hits. I just need to figure out my drive. If my drive is fine, I think I can do well in this competition.
Now, Uday, not to try to
kick me off my high horse.
Yeah, not to kick you off your horse, but I definitely feel like I need to bring you down a level here. What's your defense of getting stuck in the corner for a solid 15 seconds of that fight.
You want to know what happened?
What happened?
My tread came off, so I couldn't touch the ground. That's what happened. My tread is like not half an inch.
Material.
It's just rubber.
Interesting.
But the tread came off, so I couldn't touch the ground, and I was lodged there until luckily my alliance partner Mamba came over and then hit me a couple of times, which is actually in this case a good thing.
Yeah.
I was able to tank those hits and get back right up and do a little bit more damage on acro.
A little bit more damage. You took off another fork, right?
I did take off another fork.
But our friend Ude is getting called, so he's gonna have to go.
Bye guys. I'll see you guys soon.
He's already up next, I believe so. He's gonna have to go do some really fast repairs to his robot. In the meanwhile, we finally have some free time. It's DPD Poetry Hour. That's right. This is the return of our favorite thing that we like to do from, I believe the inaugural one was DPD December. We had a lot of fun stuff happen at DPD. I was a big fan. Hopefully we'll see some return of all the other inaugural classics. But in the meanwhile, I'm just working on totally writing this poem on the spot. Definitely not using any unnamed generative AI to do it for me. I just need to turn my creativity slider up to 11. No, that's too much. Like 7 from 3. Okay, and let's see what the poem is. Okay, it's called Design, Print, Destroy. In the lab, the printers hum. Layer by layer, the bots become. Sculpted in code, forged in heat. A plastic warrior, small but fleet. No steel, no bolts, no heavy might. Just brittle shells prepped for the fight. But watch them whirl, watch them clash. Storm of circuits, a neon flash. Gears will snap and wheels will fly. A single strike, one bot must die. Yet from the wreck a lesson's learned. Rebuilt stronger, battle earned. 1 pound of chaos, light yet bold. Printed parts, but hearts of gold. In tiny wars these titans play. Plastic dreams? Jason, plastic dreams? Jason. Plastic dreams won't melt away. That is hour 1 of DPD Poetry Hour. We will be returning when we have more downtime. But in the meanwhile, I'm just going to keep talking. Lately, I've been trying to find a good way to call out the name of David Parker's newest robot, Ua Au. I know that it's supposed to be onomatopoeia of the sound that this makes. Ua Au. But at the same time, I feel like in the middle of a fight, if you're going, oh, and that's a big hit from Ua Au, it's not very engaging, you know, a little bit hard to call. So we're trying to think of a better, like a nickname, I guess, of sorts for Ua Au, just so that we can have, like, good announcing. I know that we're not known for that over here, but we're trying our best. In the meanwhile, we're just trying to get our act together, as we currently, I believe, Ankle Grinder in, and oh, Ankle Grinder's just testing. Never mind. I know for a fact we're working on getting Samurai. We're working on getting, I believe the producers were asking for Josh. I'm not sure exactly who else is up in this next fight. If my producer could enlighten me about what our next fight. Nope, we have no input on what this next fight's going to be. Looks like this is some patented design, print, destroy downtime, but that doesn't mean that it has to be boring. It can be a lot of fun. We're going to have an interview with, I want both Ethans over here right now. Come over here. Ethan. Ethan. Okay, both Ethans, I want you introducing yourself. Ethan?
I'm eating. He can go first.
All right, Ethan.
I'm Ethan, and I am a freshman at UIUC.
And no last names, just Ethan.
I'm also Ethan. I'm a junior at UIUC.
Wow, I thought that you guys were from a school that wasn't UIUC. Okay.
Other people here.
Well, Ethan, which robot do you drive?
I drive Spike Rock.
And Ethan, which robot do you drive?
I drive Super Scuff.
Ethan, which robot do you think is better, Super Scuff or Spike Rock? I'm gonna go with Ethan first.
Honestly, I think Super Scuff is better considering I have a more violent weapon than he does.
Okay, Ethan, what do you say to that?
Well, you don't need a weapon if you have like control, you know. So like, I think I win in that part at least.
And back to Ethan.
Okay, fight me.
Ethan, thoughts on that?
Can be arranged.
Interesting. We might, instead of a fight to see who has the better robot, we might have a fight to see who has the better Ethan, I think. Thoughts on that? Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Hey, guys, if we bring back DPD arm wrestling, you guys can be the first fight.
Oh.
You guys can be the first fight. We'll do it. Next
I'm left-handed, so I always lose.
Are you left-handed, Ethan? Okay,
Yeah.
Ethan's right-handed, Ethan's left-handed. Maybe we can have a best of two. Best of two. We can have one right-handed one and one left-handed one. See who comes out on top. And whoever loses is going to be the better at robotics. You're good to go, though, Ethan. We still have our other Ethan. You're my favorite Ethan. Don't
Thank
tell
you.
Ethan.
I'm gonna tell him.
Darn it.
What are you telling Ethan?
What? I'm his favorite Ethan.
You're not allowed. Your name's not Ethan. We're having an Ethan-only interview.
Oh, bro, left.
I know, so now it's just only Ethan.
Mhm.
Ethan only.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the meanwhile, what do you think of these past few fights? What's been your favorite fight so far, besides your own?
Low-key, I've just been like eating food, so I kind of don't know. They've all been pretty fire though.
Your fight?
No, all of them. Pretty, yeah. I've been going pretty well.
I think my least favorite fight was your fight.
That's okay.
I was expecting weapon spin up a lot of damage from Spike Rock.
Yeah, I don't do much damage.
Still yet to see. Was it spinning up?
Oh no, I actually turned it off in the middle and I thought it was broken.
So hopefully,
But this time,
going into your next fight, you're planning on not doing that, right?
yeah, but I did use a lifter part of the weapon to get David a few times.
No, I did see that. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Although, just unfortunately, I do think that in that scenario, Slosher and See You Later were just generally more well equipped for lifting, you know. But
Yeah, no, that's true.
I saw the vision, but I'm very excited. Not many people have very well protected underbellies, right?
Yeah, that's why I made it.
So what exactly is the game plan with your? It is angle grinder essentially attached to the weapon, right? How would you describe it?
It's like a plastic disc.
Plastic, yes.
Yeah, like a little Dremel.
Little Dremel. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm not used to working with the little baby tools. I'm only used to working with the big boy
The
tools.
big
like
boy
the,
tools.
Like the
Yeah.
angle grinder and the.
Right.
I don't know how to weld. I don't know how to solder. I know how to weld.
Yeah, you can just weld the wires together on the little
Yeah,
robots.
weld the
Actually.
wires together,
Yeah. It goes really well.
I heard that aluminum has really good electrical conductivity, actually.
Yeah, you can weld it all together.
But it looks like we're gearing up for our next fight, I believe.
Bro, where's Uday? Where'd he go? Your favorite commentator.
We might have to sub in. Would you be down to sub in for this fight?
What?
Commentating?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm commentating?
Would you be down to sub in for him? Unless he comes back.
Wait, am I supposed to say anything? Does he say anything? Or don't you do the talking?
You just gotta like say when exciting stuff happens. You just gotta go, oh!
Woo!
Yeah, you gotta be David Parker. I'll do the.
I can never be David Parker.
Nobody can be David Parker, but you can try.
Yeah. Wait, just have him commentate his own fight.
Have him commentate his own fight?
Yeah.
That would actually go so hard.
Yeah.
That would actually be like double
Wait,
the
just
O's.
like put a microphone like right there.
Double the O's. If my cable, how long is this cable?
Give me some space here, bud.
Damn. Okay. I don't think we can.
You can drive from here.
Unless he wants to drive from here.
Why don't you ask him?
Yo, David.
I don't know how to drive
Parker.
What can I do you for?
Do you want to try just talking while you're fighting?
I could try talking while I'm fighting, sure.
I think it would be interesting to see. Okay.
Okay.
In return of David Parker, who will be announcing as he drives.
Ah, jeez. Okay, so I don't know what broke last time. I don't know if I fixed it, but we're gonna find out.
Okay.
Ryan, I think my bot's loaded. Your
This
weapon
is the entire drivetrain is the weapon on this robot. You may have seen similar
but I think my
things
bot's
with
loaded behind of your
Noob Tube in NHRL, like Pipe Bomb at Motorama, where it's just the wheels spinning and the reaction forces.
Okay. So
Spin
we're
this
gonna
bad
be a little
boy.
bit faster with the intros this time, but would you like to do an intro for your own robot? You think of anything or no?
Whoa!
Okay. Oh, I have one actually next time, but we're gonna get ready.
Yeah.
All you.
Okay. Strategy: try to hit Ryan. Try not to hit Ethan.
Let's rumble, robots.
Try to face it in the proper direction too. This is a little bit hard to control. We're making it there. We are not making it there, chat. Spin it the other way? Okay, hang on. Hi, Ethan. Come on. I cannot drive this. I'm gonna get you now, Ryan. Oh, got him! That'll leave a pink mark. So I've also painted this entire robot a fluorescent pink with some spray paint the other night. So, come on. No, it keeps turning around. Come on. Turn it. That wasn't me.
I got this. Flip myself. Hey.
Okay, I'm just gonna let loose here.
40 seconds left on the clock.
Letting loose is not helping. Ethan, push him into me. Yeah, I think I need to way turn down the steering because these are the steering is not doing me any favors. I can do this though.
Okay, that's it.
But I can't translate in a chosen linear direction. Come on. Final hit. Push me into him, Ethan. Bruh, I got in a good hit. That's a W in my book.
My controller's double bound.
That was
Good fight.
David Parker, driver of. Now we're gonna be testing some stuff to go to judge's decision, so we can see who had a functional robot. Let's get some love in the chat for David Parker, our former commentator who got kind of put on the spot there for some more experimental commentating. Normally he's not the one driving while he's talking, but
I need lots of it.
that time
I am
we
missing
just wanted to see what was going to happen. So personally, from what I heard, that sounded fun. That went pretty well. So we'll see. Maybe, that's kind of the cool thing about DPD. It's smaller, it's lower stakes, more experimentation, and the end result of that is that we get to not just experiment with the robot design, we also get to experiment with the production of the event. So
Clearly I did not put enough love.
Round 2, match 1.
right now,
See you later.
we're moved on to round 2, match 1.
Onto luminescence. Please load in.
After that last fight, it looked like Banana Shake's entire drive system was heating up by the sound of it. So, alright, we're joined now by Kogan, president of iRobotics. How have you been thinking about this event so far?
I think it's going pretty well. It's a little tricky to organize, but we're not super far behind schedule, and it's a lot of fun so far. I don't really know. My robot took a rough first match. Could be better. I'm almost out of spares already, but I think we'll be chilling.
And what do you think about the Alliance format compared to the regular one-on-one format? Which do you like better so far? He's chewing.
Lemon Oreo.
Give him a second.
I mean, I think they're their own sort of separate thing. I think this is inherently less like competitive. You know, it's not as much of a test of who has the best robot, but I think it's leading to a lot of interesting fights, and it changes a lot of things around. You know, control bots get a lot more value in this sort of meta, and so I think it's going to be really interesting to see how the picks come out once we get into the round of 8. After round 4.
After round 4, interesting. So after that, everybody's competing to try to get the best teammates, and you're saying that lifters like See You Later are going to be in high demand, right?
I believe so. I think this particular match might be a little rough for See You Later. Now that Ryan has his weapon properly working. Because he wasn't going easy. He messed up. He made a mistake.
Yeah.
But he still got the win, and so we'll see how he ends up doing against 2 control bots here. So both of these, this will be a real test to see the meta. Ryan's trying out some new tech on his fork tips. That, see how, like, they're super ground scraping.
Yeah.
And that's going to make it really hard for those control bots to get under him. I mean, in the past, we've seen pen and paper be very difficult to get to hit just because of those slow sloped edges.
I do see a little gap though. You're saying that he's gonna get under.
But yeah, I think Ryan's fork tech. I mean, this will put it to the test. We'll find out.
I think if anybody has a shot at doing it, it's gonna be Ryan. It looks like he's Mama's in there too. We just can't see him because of the table. But no, this is gonna be interesting. We got two vertical spinners up against 2 lifter bots.
Ryan said he's looking to disassemble somebody today, so we'll see how that goes.
I think if I had to guess, I'd say See You Later, just because there's more to bite into.
Well, I don't know. See You Later's a lot of air. Both these control robots are a lot of air. You know. Piece of Paper's main chassis is going to be really hard to hit unless he can get around the back. But I guess we'll see how it goes.
I mean, Ryan's an experienced driver. I think if anybody could get behind Pen and Paper, it's going to be Ryan.
That's true.
He's up against another new driver. So we're going to start this match in 3, 2, 1. Let's roll. Box spinning up. It's lifted in the air, and the chunk has come out already of its weapon.
Oh, it looks like Ryan's having a hard time getting underneath piece of paper there.
He's done it. The front forks have gotten chunks under, and now he's ripping away at the side ledge. Meanwhile, forks come off. I'll see you later after a fight between See You Later and Mamba. Everybody's meeting up in the center.
Oh, piece of paper gets a nice lift in on electroluminescence.
It looks like the 2 lifter robots are trying to alley-oop the lifts to each other right now, but there's not a ton of damage that they can really do.
Oh, good flip getting on electroluminescence there. And another lift from See You Later. Wow, this is a very, very back and forth match right now.
Really competitive, actually. I was not expecting
Oh, big hit from electroluminescence.
Big hit, electroluminescence just forcing See You Later to that corner. You can really hear Mamba's weapon spinning up right now. You can barely hear anything over here from the announcer's table. Meanwhile, See You Later is
release the pin.
Electroluminescent, and a pin is released. The entire front wedge of Pen and Paper has been chewed up. Meanwhile, electroluminescent and See You Later are stuck on each other. Mamba manages to free his teammate from See You Later's teeth.
Oh, big hit.
Almost into the danger zone.
Oh.
Has the front wedge off again, off of
Oh, big hit on a See You Later.
Normally these lifters are trying to get the robots in the danger zone, and that is a ton of plastic coming loose on See You Later. That's almost its whole top facing just getting ripped apart by electroluminescence. We have only 19 seconds left. Neither lifter really in a good position. That's the back of Pen and Paper exposed to electroluminescent, but his weapon is really spinning up. Oh! A big chunk off of See You Later. 4, 3,
was a pretty dominant performance from Mamba and Electroluminescence here. They look both mostly unscathed, and I do think both See You Later and Pen and Paper are fully functional. So I think there's a good chance. I mean, I don't think they won it, but I do think
He's high-centered.
I think it's very impressive performance from them, really showing the durability of both of their robots.
I guess the question is now, are they going to be able to repair it for the next stage?
What?
Knowing Jacob, I know he's got a lot of spares and he's ready. So I don't know about David, but David always manages to throw something together. So they were mostly aesthetic. He is fully functional still. So
It looks like See You Later has an entire second chassis at the ready for exactly this scenario. The question is, when you've got these big tanky lifter bots, how many rounds can you prepare for before you end up running out of spares, you know?
yeah. I mean, that's the thing with this alliance, with the 2v2s, is there's just a lot more destruction. So I think a lot of teams, as the day goes on, it's going to be more war of attrition over necessarily who's the best robot. I know there are a lot of people who are prepared, and there's a lot of people who are like me are not prepared. So we'll really start to see the competition sort of weed out towards the end of the day.
It's going to be an interesting dynamic. So do you think that there's like any robots right now that appear to be very dominant, but you don't think came fully prepared?
I think we could see that with Banana Split coming up. Banana Split is one of Ryan's not Ryan Middendorf.
Ryan Middendorf.
One of his 4 robots. I know he's just doing a lot. Not necessarily that he doesn't have enough spares for that robot particularly, but I just know that generally he's kind of running low on things. But I will say that I think that so far has shown to be his most competitive robot. So if times gets tough, that might be the robot that he prioritizes going forward in the bracket, and he might sort of start cannibalizing his other robots in order to make that robot succeed. So it's gonna be interesting to see. Might have to have some sacrificing going on.
We'll see how he manages. Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen. When was the last time we had a single person run that many bots? Was that?
No one ever.
Wasn't that Alan at a?
He didn't run 4. He ran 3.
He ran 3. So is this could potentially be a record? What do we have again? We have Banana Split, Banana Shake,
Banana Miser.
Banana Miser.
What's the last one? Oh, and the lifter one.
What's that? It's also a banana, right?
No, it's not. It's forklift certified.
Forklift certified. That's right. Didn't he have a couple matches where one of his robots was matched up against another one of his robots?
Yeah, and I think that's just an unfortunate, thing. Part of this bracket is that there's running multiple robots. It's a lot more risk than in a normal bracket, and so you got to try to figure out, how am I going to optimize these points for the robots that I think are going to succeed. And it's all about trying to score as many points as you can.
So do you think that would be another position where you essentially cannibalize one of your robots to try to get more points for the other one?
I think that's what he's already started to do, and I think we'll see that a lot going forward, where times are going to get rough, things are going to start getting super glued, and we'll see.
Interesting dynamic actually with some of your teammates in the event that you say like get matched with, for example, like forklift certified in a situation where you're up against Banana Split. Right?
Yeah.
I wonder what the competitors must be feeling about all this right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could lead to unfair scenarios, and so that might be something that we look at changing in the future for the rules. But it's a discussion that needs to be had. But this is a first time, as far as I know, in the world that has ever done this style of tournament. So there's going to be a lot of learning stuff, just trying to figure things out, and I think that's just a consequence. But so far, I think most competitors are having a good time.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see if any strategies start developing, though. Do you think there's any sort of or have you? I haven't been seeing all the matchups. Have you seen any strategies between alliances occur so far?
Well, we've definitely seen some of the classic, like the lifter vertical spinner combo, where you can really get underneath. But so far, with these teams kind of being at random, they've been having a pretty hard time, I'd say, coordinating.
Mm-hmm.
There's not, when you're getting random teammates, it's hard to find synergy between drivers. But I think once we get to the stage where you're actually picking and choosing who you want to be matched up with, I think that we could definitely see some people with good coordination skills actually
agree. I think there's going to be. That's another part where then we'll start to see lifter bots really come into play. Because if you take a robot like Ryan, for example, electroluminescence, that robot has the damage potential, right? And so he wouldn't really benefit from like a horizontal spinner that's going to be really chaotic and uncontrolled.
Yeah.
So I think that at the end of the day, like, it could be really advantageous for Ryan if he makes it into the top 8, pick or be paired with a lifter and then be able to dish that damage and have control over the match, too. It's going to be kind of hit or miss too, because a lot of it is sort of rock paper scissors.
Yeah.
Where if your opponent if the enemy team has a horizontal and a vertical, are you going to run forks or a wedge? And like, how do you make that decision? Yeah. And then how you play around making that decision. And so it's going to be an interesting day.
Yeah, I see. Well, I mean, yeah, there's definitely going to be the rock paper scissors dynamic, but I wonder if because we've talked a little bit about like the lifter or vertical spinner, but can you think of like, obviously we haven't seen it yet, any other synergies potentially that could come out?
I mean, I think generally, like a good example is I think a vert and like a drum. I guess it is 2 vertical spinners, but we just saw that electroluminescence and Mamba really took it to a town on the 2 control bots just because they had so much raw weapon power, and they also kind of help. They sort of help counter each other. Like, drums are really good at eating control bots' forks. We just saw that, and so I think that if you pair a vert with a drum spinner, you could have answers for a lot of your matchups, right? Like if you're fighting a horizontal and a vertical spinner, you can sort of have the 2 verts go at each other. You can like pick and choose who you want to fight and make it so you set up your configuration so there's always an advantageous configuration for your own team.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I think horizontals, though, are generally going to be hard to pair with, just because they're so chaotic.
Pablo's in the bathroom right now.
I think one fight that I actually would be looking forward to seeing is a team up between, assuming that they both make it that long, I would want to see Banana Shake and Surface Charge.
I mean,
I think they're both so similar that it'd be really interesting to just see how they work.
I mean,
together.
those robots are so hard to approach.
I know.
I know Surface Charge is having a little bit of unfortunate issues with their durability, but we will. I hope they can make it work. And I think that pair. I don't think. No matter how the match ends, I don't think there'll ever be a winner of that fight. Someone's gonna end up broken, someone's gonna end up hurt, and tears may be shed after that match.
Hey, at the very least, their tears will be fun to watch.
That's true.
And meanwhile, we just have Fude's robot Samurai just kind of in the center.
Testing.
Oh yeah, the rubber on his rims, as he was complaining about on air earlier, came loose. So he's trying to make sure that everything's back to being functional, so he can totally win this time.
I'm sorry.
He's totally gonna win this time. In the meanwhile,
Do you need a 20-minute extension or is it just cooked? Just skip me for this round, I guess. Slaughter.
in the meanwhile, it looks like Pablo will be backing out of this next match. So it looks like Slosher once again is going to be coming into this as a solo lifter. This is going to be an interesting matchup for Slosher, I guess. It's kind of unfortunate, actually. It seems like it's always the ones that do the damage that have to back out.
Yeah.
And then the lifter just kind of gets left on its own to.
We'll see. I think this could be a really good fight, though, because Slosher is very tanky. It's probably the most durable robot in this competition.
I'd agree with that. I'd say for Samurai and Pistol Shrimp, which definitely can pack damage, but typically kind of see some dysfunction before they can actually have a good showing. I think that this is, at the very least, going to be a good demonstration of their power. Maybe build up some hype for them going into round 5.
Yeah, I agree. I think if Slosher can get a good lift on one of them and turn it into a one-on-one scenario, I don't know how well they can maneuver upside down. I think it'd be really. I think it could be a fight that Slosher can win. But I'm gonna get a call.
All right, that's cool. like out of position. The driver of Slosher, Jacob Painter, also the driver of Pen and Paper, also the driver of Bunny Holly for interestingly engineered device, the sophomore combat robotics team, is going to be driving here. He's got some excellent piloting skills. He's really shown his ability in some of his testing that he is able to place robots exactly where he wants them. And considering the arena hazard in the far corner from me, there's a good chance that he could pilot somebody into the danger zone. But we're going to start this round. It's going to be Slosher going solo as a lifter against Samurai and Pistol Shrimp. Both vertical spinners. We're going to start this off. 3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, robots. Immediately, Slosher's coming out trying to look for just a good fork or anything. Samurai is struggling to really do any damage, but manages to flip Slosher. Uprights itself. Seems like both vertical spinners are kind of just competing to see who can get the good position to do the damage here. But right now, as Slosher is lifting Samurai, Pistol Shrimp is trying to get underneath. Oh, and that's a little flip from Samurai. That's something here. One of the interesting dynamics at play between Slosher and Pistol Shrimp is that the modular wedges on Pistol Shrimp make it kind of hard to lift. Meanwhile, Slosher's just so tanky that anytime these vertical spinners knock into it, they end up just getting knocked around.
Slosher is doing an amazing job controlling the fight here. This is very even so far. It looks like Samurai's having weapon issues too. It looks like his fork is jammed in its weapon. It's a 1v1 right now, effectively.
Meanwhile, the only visible damage on Slosher is the tip of its fork. Here's been chipped off. But right now, Slosher's just pushing around Pistol Shrimp exactly where he wants.
Doing an amazing job getting underneath Pistol Shrimp and preventing any damage.
It's got a good pin, and now it appears that Pistol Shrimp may be a little bit high-centered as Slosher's trying to get some kind of lift here so he can win off those control points. Only 30 seconds left, and somehow Slosher's managing to look a dominant display here, actually.
Oh, big hit. Friendly fire there.
Friendly fire. Let's see if Slosher actually can get that lift into the danger zone like we were talking about. If it can, that could be a dominant win from Slosher somehow, despite being solo.
3,
we only have 2 seconds left.
1.
Another pin,
knockout.
And that's going to be the match. So we're going to have to go to judge's decision on that. And somehow, it looks like there's a good chance that
I lost weapon somehow.
it looks like this solo lifter was able to hold its own against 2 vertical spinners. This could be a groundbreaking underdog performance.
Let's turn that in a second.
If
Power cycle your
it looks like something's not functional from Samurai. This is not a good look for judge's decision.
anyways, in the meantime.
The failsafe has failed.
The failsafe has failed. What does that mean?
That looks like. Oh, Samurai has stopped twitching. I think we're okay.
Okay.
Drive. Okay.
So
I'm gonna.
Well, in the meanwhile, the judges are looking at this right now. The judges are looking at this right now. Slosher took no damage.
Samurai was not working for half of that match. I might have to give this to Slosher.
I think I would give it to Slosher.
You're joking.
I give it to Slosher.
You're joking. I'm gonna strangle you.
No, I think.
Unsportsmanlike again.
Whoa.
He's once again threatening violence to the referees. Can we get that in the record books? He's threatening the referees. We might have to disqualify him actually.
No, Uday, don't, no.
He's now threatening financial damage to Robo Brawl if he doesn't get his way, but that looks like it's going to be a solo win and an impressive underdog performance from Slosher. Solo lifter beating out 2 damage-dealing bots without doing a single thing of damage on its own. Like I said, that's going to be a win for Slosher. Pistol Shrimp and Samurai surely can't be happy about this one, as I can see on Uday's face, but we're to move on to the next one. We're gonna have to see what happens, cause that's insane. Actually, I can't lie. Like, Jacob, come here. Interview time. We have to talk to this guy. I'm so curious. What were you thinking going into that fight?
I'm thinking I can probably tank their weapons enough to at least last the match. I don't know that I'm expecting to win, especially because if I could get a good lift against one of them, then the issue would be the other one can just hit me and launch them out. But I was able to maneuver well enough that they hit each other a bit.
Yeah, that
and
was
get pins in, which was good.
That was some impressive
I
maneuverability.
think my electronics were the issue for my weapon. I think because I was having trouble with that earlier.
Yeah.
I think I need to go resolder that maybe, but
Okay.
those should be right. I also
Quick question about your strategy there. I noticed you getting some pins awfully close to the out of bounds area, the danger zone area.
That was when my lifter was not functional.
Were you thinking about going for it until it stopped working?
Yeah. This the whole thing is the 4-bar is designed to tilt people up and back so I can go drive over to the thing, and then once it's fully extended, it tilts slightly forward and is just over that wall. So that's the goal.
I see.
Assuming my weapon works.
The weapon just wasn't working there.
Yeah,
but still,
that's towards the end.
Can we expect a knockout by
As long as I don't keep having electrical issues with the weapon, it should be able to. Hopefully, that was promising. I would have, I think, gotten it at least once there if it wasn't for the for the servo, whatever it's up with it.
Well, regardless, that was an exciting solo performance from a lifter. So yeah, good stuff. I expect more of it going forward. Yeah, thank you. Cool. That was Jacob Painter of Slosher, Pen and Paper, and the 30-pounder Bunny Holly, giving his input on what he thought of the driving from that fight. I mean, like I said, that nobody was expecting it, considering that he was fighting solo, but he's going to get full points. Well, his teammate who had to back out, who was that? His teammate was Pablo, the giant full-body shell horizontal spinner taking after Chonky, the 30-pound bracket. I believe it's a 45-pound shuffler with a spinning shell on top. Pablo unable to compete due to dysfunction in his first fight, unfortunately. So we're going to yeah, thank you. I just got a cookie. Chad, I'm sorry. I wish I could share this cookie with you. It's really good. Really good cookie. In the meanwhile, we're going to be seeing a return of two people who formerly joined us as temporary commentators. Earlier we had Kogan Benarian of Ankle Grinder and Ethan Cow of Spike Rock, both returning to the arena. I'm not sure if they're on the same team or on different teams yet. Looks like they're on the same team going up against... Is that two more lifters? No, Josh isn't a lifter. Okay, so we're going to have the drum spinner, the vertical drum spinner, Ankle Grinder, piloted by Kogan, and the lifter slash... I don't know how to exactly describe Spike Rock. It's a pretty unique robot if you really think about it. It's okay, that's what my producers are saying. They would describe it as a reverse hammer saw, using essentially a Dremel as its saw, tilting like forwards instead of backwards. I'm not 100% sure, but it's interesting, and it definitely has some lifting capabilities. So we're gonna see what it can do against forklift certified, one of 4 robots piloted by Ryan Middendorf. Going to be another lifter In case you couldn't tell by the fact that it was called forklift certified, I would have been pretty annoyed if it was forklift certified and it was a horizontal spinner. But Ryan Middendorf is saying 15 more minutes for forklift certified. So we'll see if he will be ready in time. Meanwhile, we're checking in on Josh to see if Josh is ready. I believe Josh had to back out of its previous match. So we're not 100% sure what's going to be going on here. Josh is ready in 5 seconds, apparently. Ankle Grinder and Spike Rock are, I'm fairly certain, completely ready. It's just going to come down to if forklift certified is going to fight or if Josh is going into it solo. In the meanwhile, we're going to have some ASMR. We're going to have sounds of the groan tube. Excuse me. I'm going to need to take a brief pause to locate my backpack. Never mind, folks. I located my backpack. I just noticed some interesting positioning. Ignore sounds going on behind me. If we could mute, actually, that would be great. Sorry. Okay, welcome back. There's still some shenanigans going on behind me, but we're just going to try to block out the sound. Focus on my voice. 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 Sorry. We're going to have, like I've said 15 times at this point, Ankle Grinder and Spike Rock going up against Just Josh. Yeah, he's not joshing about anything right now. This guy is serious. I'm getting some groans from Ryan Tao, but we're gonna ignore him because he doesn't have any valid points. We're just gonna get started on this one, I think, in a couple seconds. We just need to get confirmation that the corners are ready. Up in 3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, robots. Immediately Spike Rock coming in. This time it has a functional weapon. And that's that. That's awesome, actually. Almost an immediate knockout for Josh as Ankle Grinder just launches it into the out-of-bounds area. That's going to be the end of that fight already. Once again, just ignore all other sounds that are going on. All that matters is you and me. And the robots, of course. Can't forget about the robots. Always leave room for the robots in your hearts. It's not... I know, I'm hard to... I'm just gonna stop talking about whatever that bit was. We're gonna move on to the next robot fight. We got the return of Ted Cruz. Once again, no comments. There's no There's no what list of jokes I wrote down? I have no jokes. It's a very serious robot. In the meanwhile, also named after another famous political figure, we have Pablo Escobar, coming up from South America with his shipments of I can't think of a pun relating to like something you would smuggle and robotics. So we're just gonna cut that one short. Fun fact about Pablo Escobar, he had hippos that he kept in his lake, and he would feed them illegal substances. And I believe there's like a village that still has to like deal with them to this day because they still haven't like died. They're still just living in that lake even though Pablo Escobar is like completely gone. Meanwhile, a more fictional character dealing with a crocodile and not a bunch of hippos. We have Captain Hook, who's been teamed up with Acro. This is an exciting fight for Captain Hook as his only other fight, he's been solo. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic to see him get to finally be teamed up with somebody. As Kogan was talking about earlier, this is one of the fabled unlucky matchups where you have a vertical spinner alongside a horizontal spinner versus on the other team, it's a more ideal setup in Pablo Escobar. Pablo Escobar having the drum spinner while Ted Cruz has the thinner vertical spinner with more bite. So we're going to see exactly, it looks like, if I had to guess about which robot's going to be winning the ground game, I'd say probably Ted Cruz with its impressive forks. But then again, it's going to be a little bit hard to get anywhere near Acro with its massive weapon or under Captain Hook with its oversized shell. But if it can't get its hooks in to the air gap, that's going to be very bad for that robot. But we're just waiting to make sure that every robot is set up, and then we're going to be testing and starting in just a moment. On the blue team, we have Acro and Captain Hook. Orange team, Ted Cruz and Pablo Escobar. We're going to start it in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, robots. Immediately a massive flip on Acro. Chips of its weapon and its forks are coming flying off. Pablo Escobar exchanging blows with Captain Hook. Acro's just flipping around doing some acrobatics in the middle, and now it looks like it's going to have a hard time driving. All its forks are gone. Its center of mass is barely on top of the robot. Meanwhile, Captain Hook and Ted Cruz are just pinned up against each other. Something off of Captain Hook slamming against the wall repeatedly, and Acro just can barely stay up right now. Its entire weapon, I believe, has been bent sideways. Meanwhile, Pablo Escobar is drive broken by the out of bounds zone. Acro can't spin up its weapon. Ted Cruz can spin up its weapon. Pablo Escobar has only weapon functionality, can barely drive. And by the looks of it, something has just come loose off of Captain Hook. Right now, all robots are kind of just struggling to move around. It looks like less of a what is even going on? Right now, I'd say it looks like less of a robot fight and more of like a preschool where they're just learning how to walk. That's what I'd say. But Acro fell asleep on top of Ted Cruz. They're having a little hug. Meanwhile, Captain Hook having a nap in the corner, and it looks like Pablo Escobar is just getting the wiggles out. Maybe having a little bit of a tantrum. This is a very bad day at the preschool, but we are out of time. School is over. We're gonna be going home, and the robots are gonna get their report cards from the judges, so to speak. But now we're gonna have to assess exactly the damage of this fight. A little unclear exactly what has happened after blow, with every robot barely functional at this point. Although it does look like we have both camera angles online now, so expect more useful camera angle changes when positions move. But yeah. We're seeing no weapon spin up from Acro, but we can see weapon movement. Captain Hook can't move by the looks of it, but the weapon works. Meanwhile, interesting. Our judges are currently just like, the judges are just tallying the damage right here so that they can help determine who's going to win this one right now. But it's a little bit unclear still. We'll see what they have to say in just a moment. And it looks like it goes to Ted Cruz and Pablo Escobar. Yeah. Captain Hook is claiming that they forgot to include washers on their when they reassembled, and the end result was that it's no longer functional. But we're moving on to a fight involving Twister of Fate, Tipsy, Twister of Fate, Tipsy, something and something. I'm seeing Tipsy, seeing Twister of Fate. I'm seeing. Oh shoot, we got the return of Uday.
Oh guys.
What do you have in your mouth?
A cookie.
A cookie. Why aren't you sharing with the audience?
Audience, if you guys want cookies, we have a bunch.
Come on down.
Design.
Come on down, unless you're watching this. Unless you're watching the VOD of this and not the original stream. In that case, no cookies for you. You gotta show up on time, buddy.
You never know. You could make some cookies by yourself.
Yeah, but we aren't giving any to them.
Oh, that's true. You can get cookies.
They don't deserve it. That's my opinion. My producer is currently trying to figure out
See this
with Uday if Uday is going to be able to go back to commentating or if his robot's functional. Right now it's a little unclear, so we're going to find that out in just a minute. I'm also just excited as you at home to find out if my good buddy Uday is going to be joining me back at the desk or not. In the meanwhile, there's just some testing being done. It looks like Tipsy and Twister Fate are ready. We're still waiting on Surface Charge and the aforementioned Banana Split. One of the most dominant robots in this fight, I'd say. But with Ryan Middendorf's insistence on running several bots at once, the question is really, is he going to be able to keep up with the pace of having to manage all these bots at once? We obviously right now aren't going to know, but we'll find out in a little bit once this guy joins us with his robot. And for the meanwhile, we're not sure. I'm trying to put it back. Yeah. Ooh shoot. I'm sorry. Sorry. Here, how do you fix that? I'm sorry. I'm erasing it. I'm erasing it. I'm not leaving myself with you right now. Sorry, I I fidget whenever I see things to touch. There, it's an eraser on an eraser. There's no way this doesn't erase.
Hopefully Tipsy doesn't run out of battery, so that would be unfortunate.
I did this side already. Boom. Good as new. Sorry, note to the audience, I can't be trusted with items. I get antsy, I have fidgety little hands, and the end result is that if you leave something in my presence, I'm gonna mess with it. If you've been hearing any groan tube noises throughout the stream, that's because I'm literally holding one, just fidgeting with it this whole time. So, yeah. Try not to get too distracted like I am right now, but frankly, without my good buddy Uday, it's not a lot going on right now. So we're just gonna keep. We're just gonna be over here. We're just gonna keep the commentation going. It's more of a podcast at this point, but it's whatever. I'll stop doing that because I just realized it's picking up on the microphone. Okay, so we're seeing Surface Charge and Banana Split getting into position on the orange side. Meanwhile, we have Tipsy and Twister of Fate, a lifter and a giant horizontal spinner, getting all their stuff set up.
Alright. So let me know when the match starts.
So yeah, this, I'd say in an ideal situation, if we're trying to talk about synergies, I'd say Banana Split and Tipsy would make the best team, but instead each one is arguably handicapped by an unpredictable horizontal spinner, which is hard to coordinate with. I'd say in this case, I'd say I expect Banana Split's team to perform better, solely going off of the fact that they have the vertical spinner, which doesn't really need the synergy with his teammate, versus the lifter is going to have a lot more difficulty getting value if it doesn't have the synergy with the weapon of its teammate. And since Tipsy is matched up with Twister of Fate, we'll see if Twister of Fate can get any hits off of Tipsy's lifts.
I don't know.
But until then, the teams are just working on turning on all their robots. Chat, I'm sleepy. I'm gonna be honest. Put a Z in the chat if you're sleepy, for like zzz, you know. Put a Z in the chat. We're gonna be checking the chat right now, just to see if you guys are being like good. Right now, I'm only seeing Sarah Parker in the chat, and
Tipsy's heading to its. If Tipsy 1v2
Sarah Thompson, bro.
then it'll be interesting.
and I'm not sure if you're here, Sarah.
Okay.
But
20 minutes for
anyway, sorry to call you out like that.
We'll start match 3. Unload your robots.
So it looks like for
Tipsy,
some
stay here.
reason,
Oh yeah, we're next.
Tipsy and Twister of Fate. Wait, what the hell? What? Again?
we're moving on to the next match because it appears that Banana Split isn't ready.
We just lived. We just had a match.
Bro, how is Tipsy the only bot ready right now?
But we're
Hook, Super Scuff, Angle Grinder, Banana Split.
I'm gonna go for a moment. We're just working on figuring out who's competing in our next match.
Captain Hook, Super Scuff. Both horizontals. Get your robots ready, please. Is Captain Hook ready?
orange corner. It has one horizontal spinner and only one hand. It's Captain Hook. And additionally, in the orange corner, if you thought things weren't scuffed enough, then get ready for Super Scuff. Now, in the blue corner, wear some long socks, 'cause it's Ankle Grinder. And lastly but not leastly, in the really, in the blue corner, you're about to get turned. Okay, so ignore everything I just said. Ignore legitimately everything I just said, guys. Hurry up. No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to them. They're being dumb. Chat, ignore that I just said that. We appreciate all our competitors at Design, Print, Destroy competitions. Shorty got me high, too high. I'll be stepping at the ocean somewhere nice. In control, I think I'm too high. Tore up. Sorry. Forgot I was not muted. No, it's fine. Yeah, don't worry about that. I'll be normal on the mic. Okay. In the blue corner. Looking like it was made by somebody who's tipsy. It's Tipsy. And also in the blue corner, it might be Twisted, but I think it's fate that they're gonna win. It's Twister of Fate. And in the orange corner, and who's the other one? In the orange corner, it might say orange, but we have a banana split. And also in the orange corner, once it breaks through the surface of your robot, your battery is going to discharge. It's surface charge. Alliance isn't built for intros, buddy. Also, my voice is really tired. Okay. Blue team, get into your positions. Orange team, get into your position. You can do it. I believe in you. You'll get there.
We're trying.
You'll get there. Get a little closer to the corner.
Yeah, let him go.
Okay. Orange team, are you guys ready? Okay. We're gonna get this fight. No? Hold it, we're not getting this fight started. Okay, Tipsy needs to power cycle. Will be a moment. It's one power cycle, and then that's it. And he's gonna get disqualified. And let's see. Is he going to get it? Let's fight in 3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, robots. Okay, immediately Banana Split's going on the aggressive, trying to hunt down Tipsy, and that is Tipsy's glued on wedge. Gone to Surface Charge. Surface Charge is trying to make its way in. Both robots on the orange team trapped in the corner. Twister of Fate breaks free. Tipsy looks to be jammed underneath the corner barrier. And right now, Twister of Fate is slamming against the wall. It looks like I can see a little gap in his top plate. It looks like that might be coming loose. Right now, Tipsy just can't get a lift, and Banana Split getting repeated hits into Twister of Fate. But finally, it looks like Surface Charge weapon down. But at the same time, Tipsy's weapon is also down. Twister of Fate flipped upside down, and Banana Split trying to tear everything down. We got some friendly fire between Banana Split and Surface Charge. Surface Charge is looking for that hit. It looks like Twister of Fate is high centered on the floor. It looks like the weapon motor has come completely loose on Twister of Fate. We have Surface Charge and Tipsy going 1 for 1, but Tipsy doesn't have any of the damage that Surface Charge does. Meanwhile, Surface Charge's weapon is spinning low. Trapped in the corner. Twister of Fate literally can't do anything here, but Tipsy is currently managing to push Twister of Fate around, and that is the wedge that originally got knocked off, bouncing around. Only 30 seconds left, 25 now. Twister of Fate bouncing over the competition. A big mess in the corner of robots. Who's going to come out on top? Tipsy gets a little bit of a pin onto Banana Split. Will Banana Split be able to secure anything for judge's decision?
7, 6, 5, 4,
and there's some damage in the corner, but we only have 2 seconds left, and that's going to be it. Everybody, that is Tipsy into the out-of-bounds area with a last-second hit. I believe that counts. I believe that counts for judge's decision. Buzzer beater, come on, buzzer beater.
Buzzer beaters take into account the stoppage of all motion. The match ends when
Boo! Boo!
That is
Boo!
all NHL works. That's a knockout. That is a knockout in my opinion.
Okay.
That's a 2-1 for a Banana Split and Surface Charge.
Okay, that's a knockout actually. Never mind, I take back my boos. So that is Tipsy knocked in the out-of-bounds area, and that is a win for Surface Charge and Banana Split.
Okay, controllers off. Take him out.
An impressive showing from Surface Charge and Banana
Turn off
Split.
your freaking robot.
Oh, I thought you said weapon and fire.
Bro, you already called the match.
There's some confusion amongst the drivers and the producer about what exactly is going on for this match. But if Surface Charge...
The radio was off.
Surface Charge needs to turn off their weapon, but something's still going.
That makes sense.
That's a safety violation, I believe.
Different than it's assigning a non.
I'm unsure if anything's going to come of this.
I will.
Okay, open the thing. Take out
Okay, the
Surface Charge
judges, the referees, and Surface Charge's driver have come to a conclusion. They're going to fix that later, but for now it's fine. They get a pass for this time. So that's getting pulled out, and it's immediately going to get weapon locked. And then after that, everybody else is going to pull out their weapons. It's an impressive showing from Banana Split and Surface Charge, especially considering Surface Charge's weapon issues that have been happening previously. Overall, especially for Ryan Middendorf, who's currently on a pretty good track record for this match, or for this tournament. Right? You want to be racking up as many points as possible, so that's good for him. Surface Charge, on the other hand, has run into some weapon issues previously, so I'm not sure if they're maintaining the same record.
I'm gonna guess both of you guys are gonna be like 5 minutes. Okay, Captain Hook, Super Scuff, Ankle Grinder, Banana Split again.
And now we're gonna have a return
Pablo
to the
Escobar,
fight that we had
Paper,
just lined
Pablo
up.
and Banana Miser.
Never mind. It's gonna be a fight of the Pablos, actually. We got Pablo versus Pablo Escobar. Who is better at being a Colombian? One of you guys should know. I'm I'm gonna say Colombian. Chat, don't get mad if I'm wrong. Colombian crime lord. Who is better at that? Regular Pablo or Pablo Escobar? For the purposes of this fight, I'm probably just gonna call Pablo Escobar. Because if there's two Pablos, I don't want the viewers at home being confused. Especially because since there's 4 robots at once, it's a lot harder for you guys to follow along as like who's fighting against who. So one of my main priorities here is to make sure that the names are very clear. So I'm going to be trying to minimize that as much as possible, since it is pretty hard to keep track of the actual robots themselves. Once again, thank you to our sponsors, Milwaukee Tool. I'm still not sure if they gave this to us for free or if we bought it with our own money, but either way, we love their support a lot, and we love this vacuum. It's a nice vacuum. Cleans stuff up fast. Smoke more up break. Viewers at home, I know it's probably very sad not being here in person, being able to play with the Rat Aru, so I just like to throw it on sometimes for you guys, just to keep you busy. Oh! DPD Poetry Hour. DPD Poetry Hour, let's go.
How many viewers do we have? 7? That's kind of high.
I guess. 6. Well, I'm guessing most of them are...
Pablo Escobar, pen and paper.
Do
Pablo
another.
and banana miser.
Creativity.
What about Pablo?
Okay. DPD Poetry Hour, Hour 2. This one's titled 1 Pound to Rule the Ring. Born from resin, fused by flame, spun from code and given name. A whisper first, a printer's hum, then gears align, the war drums thrum.
Is this your ChatGPT poem?
No steel nor fire, no iron bones, yet here they stand on brittle thrones. Their armor light, their bodies lean, a plastic army fast and mean.
That's gonna bar.
The lights flick on, the countdown starts. A clash of claws, a dance of sparks. Wheels go flying, plates are cracked. The air is thick with shattered tact. A single strike, a deadly spin, a shattered frame. Does it still win? The victor rolls a wobbled cheer, a king for now. Until next year? Week? Month? Who knows? For in the forge of plastic war, no bot stays whole, no rules stay lore. They print anew, they rise once more. 1 pound of fury. Primed for war. Okay, that was DPD Poetry Hour, Hour 2. If you're here just to watch DPD Poetry Hour, please stick around. I will be trying to fit in at least one more. I know that we have some big DPD Poetry Hour fans. I know we also have some DPD Human Wrestling fans, so we're going to be trying to include that too. At some point. You were there for that. You remember that. That was a banger.
I do not remember.
It was the inaugural DPD.
I remember that happening, and I was just not mentally.
That's too bad.
It's called having work that night.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You did. That's true. That's valid. I take back what I said. That's valid. Yo, I've just got to check with my producer real quick. Jason, will we... Sick. No, arm wrestling's gonna be so fire. That was like the most hype event. I like lost my voice the next day because of arm wrestling specifically. So yeah, for you robot haters out there, we will have A, I don't know why you're watching this, but B, we will have human fights instead of just robot fights. I know you probably tuned in and you're like, wait, what the heck? They only fight robots? No, we fight people too. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be a fun time. It's always a fun time here with Robo Brawl and DPD. Promises to be even more fun April 4th and 5th because at Engineering Open House we have Robo Brawl X, the 10th year of Robo Brawl. We're gonna be having the largest 30-pound combat robotics competition ever. On the 4th, we're gonna have another single like 1v1 based tournament for plastic ants, and then the next day we're gonna be following up with a 1v1 bracket for open ants, which means that they can have metal pieces to them. So that means even more damage, even more destruction, even more fun. It's gonna be awesome. Please, if you're anywhere near Urbana-Champaign, please show up. It's gonna be such a good time. You get to see some really crazy, massive robots fighting that you would like never see anywhere else in the world. And if you can't make it in person, tune in online. I'll probably be there the whole time, just talking, just like this. It's gonna be super fun. We can have a little chat. I can do interviews with the chat maybe. Who knows? I take that back. That's probably gonna be really lame. But it will be a lot of fun. I can guarantee that. So show up. Come by. It'll be fun. Say hi. We have like fancy cameras this year. You might end up on the stream. Go down in Robo Brawl history as a spectator for Robo Brawl X. Imagine that. One day in the future, Robo Brawl is gonna be like the most prestigious combat robotics competition ever, and you're gonna be able to be like, yeah, I was there for the 10th anniversary. I was an OG. It's like showing up to like the Super Bowl, like what are they on, like Super Bowl 62 or whatever, and be like, yeah, I was there for Super Bowl 7. I was there for Super Bowl 5. That's what it's gonna be like for us. You're gonna show up, you're gonna be like, yo, I was here at like the 10th one. We're gonna be like, oh my god, you get like VIP first row access. Screw the kids in the front row that want to be able to see the robots. We don't care how tall you are. You were here since the 10th one. You get to block their view. We legitimately don't care. We'll do anything for fans and money. I'll dance. I'll actually dance. I would dance in the arena, actually. What music would you make me listen to? We got Mads, by the way. AV person. What music? Damn. That's like the one thing I don't want to dance to. Put on like Minecraft music, I'd be so mad. That would be so hard to dance to. That'd be so hard to dance to. Okay, but we're gonna get ready for this next fight. So we're all just getting into position right now. Okay. As aforementioned, we got the is it Bananamizer? Anyway, so we have I'm gonna just keep trying to do intros. Even though it's really miserable and really not a fun time. In the orange corner, you better sign your will. It's pen and paper. And also in the orange corner, here, legitimately, I can't think of something I can say about Pablo Escobar, like on air. He's gonna smuggle a victory. It's Pablo Escobar. And in the other corner, the blue corner, okay, we are missing Bananamizer. So in the other corner, here to take on the title, or fight for the title of Best Pablo, it's Pablo. Red team is ready. Blue team is ready. We are going to start in 3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, robots. Okay, immediately Pablo is starting to spin up, but it's looking a little wobbly. And it's taking a couple hits from its rival, Escobar. Pen and Paper is trying to get a good pin underneath, but Pablo's a little bit too bulky and a little bit too round to really get a good pin underneath with the lifter. And that is a ceiling shot. You don't see those very often. And that is the entire shell. That is the entire shell of Pablo. Just shot straight off. That is unreal. I think that's the first time this year we've seen something like that happen. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's like no damage done. It's just the spinning shell just came completely loose with that ceiling shot. Oh man, that's something that we need to try doing for RoboBro replays. Because I was gonna ask for a replay of that, and then I realized that we don't have the capabilities for that. Jason, thoughts on that? Like replays? Too hard? Okay, that's fine. It's fine. Just, okay, chat, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go and click back like 30 seconds ago to rewatch that, and then come back to right now, and I'm gonna like be reacting like it's a replay, okay? You ready? 3, 2, 1. Whoa! Look at that, it got shot straight up into the air. That is crazy. That is insane. We have never seen that this entire year, this entire season of DPD. That is super impressive. I am just in complete shock. Honestly, let's do that one more time. Go back in 3, 2, 1. Whoa! This time do it in slow motion. 3, 2, 1. Whoa, look at that replay. It's in slow motion this time. It is so high definition. Aren't you just in complete shock? In complete shock of this replay. This is insane. Absolute craziness, insanity. Here we are joined by David Parker. What are you thinking so far? He's got a cookie in his mouth, but once he's done chewing with the cookie, I plan on asking him what he is thinking so far of the competition today and this specific roof shot. What are you thinking, David?
Yeah, competition I think is going pretty well. Little chaotic. I imagine that there could be some changes in the queue system in the bracket, but I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
It's a good time.
What about that roof shot? What was your first thought when you saw that? Because I didn't even notice that the top shell came off until I looked over.
Uh-oh.
It was just, yeah. Oh! Not again!
Yep. Yeah, he's been having a little bit of trouble with that shell spinner.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes those are hard to actually retain, like especially if you're just using those threaded rods, because those.
Oh yeah, they spin off.
They spin off, and you can't Loctite them because you got to take them off, and there's got to be a better system.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe like a top plate that you bolt the sides into or something. Maybe I could build that.
Never thought of that. It's always nice to get like insight from the actual builders, you know. So thank you for that. But now we're gonna gear up. Are we gearing up for our next fight? Okay, yeah.
Looks like it.
Gearing up for our next fight. This is another one that I believe we anticipated a while ago. Did the intros for and everything, and then just ended up not working out. But it's a pretty powerful duo over in the blue corner of Banana Split and Ankle Grinder. Both veterans to the DPD scene, coming in against freshman robot Super Scuff on its second iteration, maybe third, and then I don't even know about the backstory for Captain Hook.
Which iteration of Super Scuff is that? Huh?
4.3 apparently is the iteration of Super Scuff, which is a little interesting considering that we've only ever had 3 competitions this year that it could have fought at. But
I think he catted version 3 and then. Yep. So Ethan's got to make up the difference, or else this isn't going to fare too well when he goes to the judges. See, all the bots sizing each other up. There we go. He's back in the fight, but at the cost of that last bit of a blade of armor. Also looks like those forks on ankle grinder. Oh, battery.
Battery out. Where?
I'm gonna give you guys like 20 seconds left. Yeah. Stop the match. Controller's on top. Remove that robot.
Battery, which one?
Oh, I see. It looks like Captain Hook's battery has fallen out the bottom.
Oh, the entire top plate of Captain Hook came out.
Turn it off. Okay. Back closed.
Jolly good showing here.
Wait, what? Yeah. How many seconds do I have? 10 seconds, okay? Ready?
You got this.
Ready?
3, 2, 1. Let's resume, robots.
Yeah. With Super Scuff is just trying desperately in these last 5 seconds to get any damage. But it looks like he can't get anything to finish it off here. And there's a good chance. Yeah.
Yep.
What? That's a 2-1 victory. His robot is not
Yeah.
What do you mean, bro?
It's
It's a knockout. That's an exposed battery. What do you mean?
And
so because he's exposed, I lose immediately?
You don't immediately just gotta kill both of them.
Yeah. You have 10 seconds to knock out.
Or kill one and go to judges.
Killed one of us?
Yeah.
Wait, what's the I don't get any points for like damage? What? Bruh!
Because what I'm hearing is because Captain Hook got a knockout to the exposed battery with 10 seconds left. The draw conditions for Super Scuff.
Hey, let's get a picture of that can opener.
The draw condition for Super Scuff was getting another knockout within 10 seconds.
Captain
to
Hook.
Fight out just to go to judges' decision. But because
I want a picture of the can opener.
because Ethan, the pilot of Super Scuff, was unable to get that last knockout within 10 seconds before the match ended, he loses alongside Captain Hook by default because one of the robots on the other team got eliminated, I believe is the ruling.
Say, Ben, you've put together a bot or two too, haven't you?
For
DPD.
No, I've never.
No, you really should.
I've thought about it. I've considered like doing some teams with a couple of friends of mine, but it just never ends up happening, you know?
Yep. No, there's always stuff to be done.
I feel like it would be like a good learning experience for like catting. What do you think I should like do as like an intro bot?
Ooh, intro bots. Well, I guess I'm a little biased, but I'm definitely, well, there goes my key. I'm definitely partial towards control bots.
Yeah.
I guess as you can tell, being that See You Later is on like revision 9, competition 9 at this point. But there's something that I like about them because you can generally build them up a little bit more durable if you're doing some sort of flipper or lifter type thing. You can dump a lot more of that weight into your armor, and that'll last you a good long while.
Yeah.
But then again, like I guess that makes the building and rebuilding less stressful, but you miss out on some of that chaos unless you're really able to direct your opponent's weapon against them.
Yeah, I do think that is the one cool thing about control bots that you don't really get with any of the other like active weapon bots is the I feel like it's a lot more like driver intensive. You know, from what I've seen of you control bots actually trying to like compete, it requires like a lot more like, you know, driver coordination.
Yeah, and that's not to say that the drivers of the weapon robots aren't skilled.
Of course,
Hi,
of course.
is it time for me to fight? Which one?
That was David.
also the wrong key. I need a good key. Here, Racket. Is this yours, David? What, mine? Yeah. So, okay. There you go. You're good. Are we turning on now? Ryan, where's your buddy? What? Where's your buddy?
I pushed it all the way in. Okay. Uday broke the mic. Sorry. Here, I'm gonna like hang this. Yeah, he broke the mic. Sorry about that, gang. But we're gonna get in position for this next fight. My mic just keeps like tilting further and further to the side, which isn't like an issue. I'm just thinking out loud. Okay, but I think it's gonna be fun if we do a little intros. Okay. So.
Get to the corners.
Yeah, get to the corners. In the orange corner, the voltage on this robot is height. It's samurai. I'm allowed to say that because I took Japanese in high school. That was a joke about saying yes. And then electroluminescent is also there. And in the other corner, we have the basically full gray newcomer. Novel concept here. If you've ever seen Colossal Avian or maybe Corn Cobbler, it's similar to that in concept as a hammer saw. However, this one moves in reverse, making it a reverse hammer saw coming up from the back instead of down from the front. And additionally, when the competition sees it, they're going to be saying, "Uh-oh," because it's "Uh-oh." Hey, that's breaking the rules. Ryan. Ryan, you're breaking your own rules. Put it on top. He's a bad person. And that's part of the, it's an abuse of power. It's an abuse of power. I've already said the rest of my intros. Yo, Jason. I've already said the rest of my intros, but I just want to do the one for Atu again because I thought it was really good. In the blue corner, whenever its opponents see it, they're going to be going, "Uh-oh." It's "Uh-oh." Okay.
Red team, are you ready? Blue team, are you ready?
So dumb. Okay, let's start it in 3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, robots, and immediately both vertical spinners spinning up. And that is a massive ceiling shot from electroluminescent onto Aru. Samurai is trying to figure out what's going on, but right now, Spike Rock is pinned in between the two robots. That's another ceiling shot. That is 2 ceiling shots from the vertical spinners onto the blue team's robots. That's a 4 count, and that's a battery out. So we're gonna have to stop that match right now. That's a battery off of Spike Rock exposed. We're gonna have to completely pause this match to eliminate Spike Rock. Still, we don't get to see how this robot functions. So far, I can't think that Ethan Cow is too happy about this tournament's performance.
We have 1 minute 30 left on the clock.
Okay, so a reminder on the rules.
What do you mean a restart? Can I turn it off and on again? It's split. It's dead. It's split.
What's split?
Then let's kill it. Okay. You have to
Okay. Okay. So just a reminder, if WoW is functional, it will have a minute 30 seconds to eliminate one other robot just to be considered in a judge's decision. Otherwise, if it can't eliminate either one of the opponents in the next minute 30, then it counts as a knockout. Oh. Oh yeah, if they tie it, it goes to judge's decision. Otherwise, it's a knockout. So we're gonna start it back up in 3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, robots! And immediately, wow, did some knocking into electroluminescent, but it's pinned kind of in the corner. It's struggling to get out, and that's a big hit into the wall. And there's the power, and that's the entirety of WoW split down the middle. It won't be groaning anymore.
Alright, that's the match.
And that is the match. That is 2 eliminations in a single match. That is going to count as a knockout and a decisive win for the orange team. Uday, interview? Which team are you on? So then you're on this side. Uday. Uday, interview? Come here. Okay, we are back with one of the winners of that match. We got Uday.
I'm a mic killer.
Okay, okay, he killed the mic with his awesomeness. Dies.
That's hilarious.
Anytime the mic talks, he dies. I'm not sure what exactly is going on, but yeah, he just won. Okay. Mike potentially? Is that not? Oh. Yeah, I'm trying not to touch any of it. It's just awfully close to me. Okay, it looks like we're gonna have to go straight because it looks like we're already getting prepped up. I'm not sure 100% what the deal is. Anytime it's not being actively touched.
You can just hold this.
That's too inconsistent, I think. Like, here. I can
just
try.
Keep it pushed into the mic.
Here, I'll just like hold it like this,
yeah,
actually.
Yeah.
Okay, but we're already gonna get ready for the next fight. But it looks like we have some downtime, so Uday, what are you thinking of that fight?
Honestly, I didn't do too much.
I was about to say.
Ryan kind of carried me through that fight, and hard to predict its movement, and because of its unpredictability, it's hard. I didn't end up running my front fork because I thought it might interfere with my weapon, which after removal was a good thing because it didn't end up. My weapon still works after this match, which is a first for today.
Oh, the top plate.
No, that's fine. That's been like that.
It's normal? Alright. Well, we're going to get ready for our next fight here. On the one side, I legitimately have not seen this robot all day, but it looks like we're finally seeing the fourth of Ryan Middendorf's robots, forklift certified, which is a control bot. I've seen like larger versions of this. I think I proposed making a robot like this for the sophomore team's robot at one time.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. I
remember there's like that. There's that
this.
shuffler that has a pneumatic. It's like it shoots.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
It like.
Yeah.
Are you guys like battling?
Yeah.
They're about to fight.
You want to see damage?
Wait, yeah, you made a robot?
Yeah, my
Okay, in the red corner, we have Mamba and Forklift Certified. And in the other corner, that's already won solo once, it's Slosher going again. 3, 2, 1, let's rumble, robots. Immediately, Mamba spinning up. We're gonna have to get really close to the mic to shout over this because this robot is loud. Now Forklift Certified is trying to get that grab on Slosher, but Slosher's so chunky, I'm not sure Forklift Certified is gonna be able to get a good grab on him.
Forklift Certified.
The box.
Mamba revving up its engine like an F1.
With it being a 2v1, there's not much can happen. And Slosher gets launched into the wall. Mamba struggling to turn on its weapon. But nope, now we can hear it back again.
It looks like Forklift Certified's front wedge is slightly Mamba.
No, that's Slosher.
Here's a chunky boy. Mamba with some good hits on the underside. Oh, it looks like a wheel maybe out of Slosher.
But at the same time, it looks like something's
Oh!
and now
Big
he's
hit!
into the abyss.
With 3 seconds left in the match,
And that looks like it's going to be it.
Slosher ends the match upside down.
That's a,
Oh my goodness, we didn't even look
so
at it.
wheel missing from
Forklift Certified,
but
yeah.
also the entire front of Slosher down.
Forklift certified. Weapon drive.
Yeah, sorry, you kept.
Sorry, I kept
missing
interrupting
them,
it, yeah.
No, the interrupting's fine. That's kind of necessary. It was the
There's no way.
because they're both lifters. You kept calling Slosher Forklift Certified.
Oh, did I?
Look at my drum. In the event of a judge's decision, I think we're calling like the fact that like the other robot didn't do anything. So I think this match is going to be a judge's decision for Forklift certified and Mom.
Alright, I'm gonna... Bye guys, I gotta go fix my robot.
Okay, so that got called as a judge's decision for Mamba and Forklift Certified. It appears that the solo win streak for Slosher couldn't last forever. But we will be moving on to our next match. We're coming up, I believe. I believe that Slosher, besides his front damage, that Jacob came with plenty of spares. There is nothing available for some of these other robots that also took some significant damage. But it's just fortunate that Jacob brings so many spares and has such a sturdy robot because he's basically undamaged from the sides. And he's got got like unlimited repairs from the front. Which is fascinating. We're getting ready for this next fight. We have the return of the Purdue robot, Ted Cruz, alongside See You Later.
Obviously they're robots.
On the orange side. Meanwhile, on the blue side, all I'm seeing right now. Okay. Wait, is it Tipsy and Twister Fate again? The dynamic duo coming back. Let's hope that the dynamic duo can win this time. But once again, we got this classic combo of a lifter and a vertical spinner. I would be shocked if Ted Cruz and See You Later managed to lose this one. I'm going to be honest. Unfortunately, Tipsy has just lost too much already and did not come equipped with repairs. Like Kogan talked about earlier in the day, Tipsy right now is certainly losing that war of attrition. Meanwhile, it looks like Twister of Fate doesn't even have a weapon. So
no, put the controllers down.
So I'd be actually shocked if something. No offense. I'm just not seeing a weapon. So that's concerning as me for you.
Can you do a trick test?
I believe in you. No, I believe in you. I think it's fate. It's fate that Tipsy and Twister are gonna win.
I'm feeling good.
Red team, are you good?
Are we red team? Yeah, we're chilling.
Blue team, are you guys ready?
Okay, but we're gonna gear up for this next one. So we're just gonna start our countdown in 3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, robots! And immediately, Twister of Fate just bouncing around. And what is that? Tipsy is kind of pinned in the corner. Ted Cruz getting some crazy slams against Twister of Fate into the wall. And Tipsy's trying to do something about it, but there's been too much damage. Another hit from Ted Cruz onto Tipsy. Meanwhile, See You Later is just getting throw after throw on Twister of Fate. Tipsy's trying to do anything, but anytime it goes for a lift, it more so just knocks itself over. And right now, Ted Cruz is coming close to pushing Tipsy into the out-of-bounds area. See You Later is trying to come over to assist to knock Tipsy out. Right now, the two lifters are kind of just next to each other, while Ted Cruz just enjoys some free, unguarded damage onto this weaponless Twister of Fate.
1 minute remaining.
Tipsy repeatedly going for a lift on Ted Cruz, but every time just manages to knock itself over rather than Ted Cruz. Meanwhile, Twister of Fate twisting in the center with See You Later, maybe trying to go for some kind of lift onto that robot, getting right next to the out-of-bounds area. Meanwhile, Tipsy not necessarily pinned in the close corner, but definitely getting knocked repeatedly. Definitely not winning this on any damage, or at this point, any control or aggression. See You Later's just looking for something to do at this point, while something just came off of Tipsy. But it also looks like no electroluminescent. Ted Cruz's weapon isn't really spinning at full speed. Twister of Fate just trying to show how many axles it can spin in. Can release, ideally, on Ted Cruz. And that's the match. That's going to go to, I believe, the quick judge's decision.
See you later. Let's see drive and
So we're going to get some inspections of like drive and weapon capabilities.
Drive and weapon. Tipsy, drive and weapon. Twister of Fate, drive. Alright. We're going to assume, since Twister of Fate started this match without a working weapon, it can be assumed that Twister of Fate lost their weapon during that match. This will be a judge's decision for See You Later and Ted Cruz.
In case you couldn't hear that from our producer, Ted Cruz and See You Later win that one. Since, due to the rules, even though Twister of Fate started the match without their weapon, that's technically considered losing your weapon over the course of the fight. So that is going to count as a loss for Tipsy and Twister of Fate. Unfortunately, that duo is 0-2. I'm not sure they're going to make it much further to be able to do even worse in the competition. Meanwhile, we're getting ready for this next fight. Right now we're seeing on the orange team, it looks like the dual horizontal spinner Surface Charge teamed up alongside, I believe Josh is a vertical spinner. Meanwhile, on the other team, we have Acro, normally a very competitive robot, competing at NHL in the 3-pound bracket, but lately having some issues with weapon alignment after taking some hits. So we'll see how long that manages to stick around. Additionally, we have Pistol Shrimp, built off of the, I'd say the crayfish crab platform, you know, with the modular wedge design, very similar to pen and paper, although a little bit more like adjustable, flippable, if that makes sense. Normally against a lot of these vertical spinners that might be hard, but depending on how low Josh's weapon is to the ground, it might not be able to take advantage of the free ablative armor waiting to be damaged for extra points for judge's decision, assuming that it goes to that. Meanwhile, Surface Charge likely isn't going to be able to get a good like double grasp on Acro, considering how wide that robot is. And it looks like one of our cameras got knocked out of position as we're cycling through our camera angles right now. Oh, it looks like the camera froze. We've been having some issues with one of our alternative cameras. We're working on resolving it, but we're also, once again, to plug RoboBrawl X, during engineering open house, April 4th and 5th, all day basically, like 9 to 5, 9 to 6 maybe. We're going to be competing RoboBrawl X, 30-pound combat robotics, biggest combat robotics competition for the 30-pound bracket in the world. And then also we're hosting an open ant, which means plastic and metal parts, and a plastic ant, so only plastic, all throughout RoboBrawl X. Additionally, we won't have as many camera freezing issues because I believe that we're trying to get a camera revamp for the 10th anniversary. We're going to have a lot of AV upgrades, so expect... You see the level of production quality we're at right now, where I'm kind of just like rambling into a microphone while we have just like a still shot of robots getting set up in the arena. We're not going to be doing that at RoboBrawl X. For the most part. We're going to have slightly higher production quality for this upcoming competition. So please, show up to that or tune in. Like I said before, you don't want to be the weirdo who wasn't at RoboBrawl X. You know, all your friends are going to make fun of you. So, come. It'll be fun. I'll say hi. You can say hi. We'll all say hi. For 30-pound, yeah. We are the biggest... or to be the biggest 30-pound competition in the world. We were formerly the biggest 30-pound competition in the world. Normally, NHL only takes about 16 30-pound robots, versus we usually take around 30, but we were recently beaten out by a competition in the UK that had like 34 or something. So instead of just trying to like beat them by a little bit, we're blowing them out of the water. We have over 40 competitors just for 30-pound coming in. Additionally, we have like I believe like 20 or 30 open and plastic ants coming each. So that's nearly like 100 competitors showing up for this event. This is going to be massive, guys. Please show up. It'll be fun. Maybe if our production quality is low enough, I'll make sure to have extra DPD poetry hour for you guys. RoboBrawl poetry hour. Yes, sorry. RoboBrawl X poetry hour. Here, I'll give a little preview. It'll be something like RoboBrawl X better than a flex. Boom, that's just like a sample of the RoboBrawl X poetry hour. I'm tired, man. Yeah, maybe. God, that was good food. We had not saying that like, not to like hype up any like non-sponsors on our stream, but we went to this is a barbecue place. I can't find the name, so I guess I'm not gonna like hype them up for like who they are. It's like Chinese barbecue, so good. I had the soy sauce chicken. A little overpriced though. It was like $15, $16. I was a little mad. Normally I don't like spending more than like 12, you know? So I wasn't too happy about 16. I especially wasn't happy that they asked for a tip because I was paying on the machine. But I just said no because it's pretty easy to say no on the machine. I don't feel like bad about it, you know? I feel bad only when it's in person. So yeah, it would have been like 18 if I had included the tip, but no tip. They didn't earn it, unfortunately. It wasn't that good, but it's pretty good. But we're gonna get ready. As I said like 30 minutes ago, in the orange corner we have Josh and Surface Charge. In the blue corner we have Acro and Pistol Shrimp. We're gonna start the countdown.
They have only one weapon right now. We're starting with one weapon, just so you know.
Just an interesting fact in mind, Surface Charge is only starting this with one weapon. We're gonna start the countdown in 3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, robots! Surface Charge only one weapon, and it's making it a little bit hard to use its Bristlebot mechanism. How a Bristlebot works is it uses the vibrations to essentially control how the bristles kind of bounce where it's trying to go. Meanwhile, Acro and Pistol Shrimp kind of knocking into each other in accident, and a big launch from, I believe, Acro onto Josh. Josh looking like a miniature version of Acro, and Acro's just slowly chipping away. Acro's weapon is too big for Josh to really make any good contact, but Acro is showing off why it's called Acro, getting a big bouncing display over here for us, and now it looks like it's just stopped working entirely. But for some reason, Josh is pushing his luck. He's trying to expose something with the exposed bottom plate, and now Josh and Pistol Shrimp are going 1-for-1 right by the unmoving body of Acro. Meanwhile, Surface Charge is just unable to get its drive working anymore, and that is something exposed from Josh, just so that we're aware. Something is currently exposed from Josh. I can't exactly tell what it is, and that is a battery, so we are going to have to pause the match.
Hold out of the box.
That is a battery.
Wait, which battery?
Yeah, battery. Josh, Acro, that's yours. No, that's Josh.
No, that's not.
That's Josh.
So that is someone's battery exposed in that corner, as you can see. Josh's battery exposed because the wedge, I believe, came loose and popped up, and there's no wall in between the wedge and the inside of the robot. So that is going to be Josh completely removed for the remainder of this fight. Now it is
For only Josh. Surface Charge is still in.
once again.
45 seconds.
Surface Charge has 45 seconds.
You want to forfeit out?
Battery.
I mean, it's you got tap out, or we let you spend another 45 minutes of getting beat up.
45 minutes?
45 minutes!
That'd be really funny.
Surface Charge is currently.
It's been dead, robot.
That's a tap out from Surface Charge as a result of them having a.
For the next 45 seconds. Or
Then we survive it out. What will that accomplish? It'll be judge's decision.
Okay, yeah.
That's a tap out from Surface Charge
We have no motion. So
after their drive becomes dysfunctional and they have no motion. Because otherwise it was going to end up being a knockout due to lack of motion. Instead, even though Acro was also dysfunctional, if Surface Charge was able to get a little bit of motion in there and not get destroyed by Pistol Shrimp in the remaining 75 seconds or 45 seconds, it could have potentially gone to judge's decision, but as a result of Surface Charge not having that movement, it's technically 3 robots eliminated and Pistol Shrimp sticking around for Acro to also get those points. So that's going to be Acro and Pistol Shrimp are your winners for that one. And we are going to be moving on to this next fight coming up in a little bit. Yeah, for you folks watching at home, I mean, I don't really know who's watching at home, but like if you are, stick around, please. We have lots of fun stuff. I know it says Design, Print, Destroy. We are much more than just robotics, though. We are poetry. We are song and dance. We are comedy. and we are arm wrestling. So if you hate robotics and any of those other things sound interesting, you should stick around for that at the very least. Okay, and then I'm going to try to mute myself. This isn't working. Yeah, could you just mute me? Bye-bye. back, and Kogan's here. What do you have to say, Kogan?
I'm excited for this fight, mainly because I want to see a robot get destroyed. No offense, Tara. Let's get this started in. Oh, no, we're just going to do the countdown.
3,
2, 1. Let's rumble, robots.
Mr. Fate without a weapon, can't really do anything here.
Acro slowly spinning up to speed, trying to square up for a good hit.
Let's see if anything happens this game.
Bro, Twister of Fate is very quick. very quick.
But not much else, unfortunately.
Oh!
Meanwhile, Pen and Paper's leaper mechanism looks to be dysfunctional. But right now, it's just a question of how much Acro can do. I think they win by default if nothing happens. So, that's a big front wedge of Pen and Paper off as a result of friendly fire, I believe.
Acro's trying to get a square hit on Twister of Fate, but it's really tricky.
Twister of Fate honestly
breaking! Breaking Acro's weapon!
What the heck? Twister of Fate is managing to do more damage than either one of them by just spinning really fast and like kicking the other robots. So that's the entire weapon of Acro down and the entire front wedge of Pen and Paper down. But it's still going to be a loss unless one of them gets a knockout. That's a pin from Acro onto Twister of Fate. But the pin is going to be released, and Twister of Fate has 30 more seconds to do something, or else it's all over.
If one of these robots ends up non-functional, then I think it could end up going to Twister of Fate's way.
The question is, what's going to stop working?
Yeah, that's true. Both these robots are quite durable.
10, 9. I think now with 10 seconds left, it's too late to get a knockout by
5, 4, 3, 2,
seconds left.
1.
It looks like that's going to be that. And despite all the damage done by Twister of Fate solo,
Let's go through this very fast. Pen and Paper, drive and weapon.
I believe.
Is that regular PLA?
I'm out of the.
I believe that's a Pen and Paper and Acro win by default.
Yeah. It's a Pen and Paper and Acro win by default.
Unless Pen and Paper can't drive here. I'm going to test that. Pen and Paper can drive. So that's.
Working robot with a drive. This match will be a judge's decision for
No.
Acro and Pen and Paper.
Oh, it's not a judge. Oh, yeah. No, they just won by default.
I'm putting because to begin with. So once it enters judge's decision, it just enters as a robot that did not exist. Or like that had a non-working drive and a non-working weapon. Just for judge's decision so that
Okay, well, doesn't really change anything. It's Pen and Paper wins and Acro wins on judge's decision. So that's going to be that match. But that was a very admirable effort from Twister of Fate. Twister of Fate definitely winning the audience's hearts with this one.
I agree. I know Tara wanted to go into this match taking as much damage as possible. And I think they actually did more damage than they took even without a weapon. So
I don't see any new visible damage on Twister of Fate, honestly.
yeah, so I think this is this may not be the ending that Tara wanted, but it is an ending nonetheless.
That's too bad. It's kind of funny actually that an unsuccessful end of a match is doing damage. But
she said they'd be ready in 5.
so now it looks like we've got some big downtime until the next one.
Looking at these rankings here, can you pull up the rankings, Mads?
Is it possible to put it up on the thing, or do we just
No.
compatibility?
We'll just talk about them.
Let's pull up the rankings.
Why is Twister of Fate number 1?
Alliance number 1.
Wait, oh, the ranking's
So
not up to.
Number 1 is Pen and Paper. So number 1 is Pen and Paper.
Oh.
Okay, so the whole rankings right now are broken.
What robot really has caught your eye so far this tournament?
So far, I'd say. You go back to like the total listing.
What happened?
I'd say.
It's getting worse.
Honestly, that's not that bad.
No. I'm expecting worse.
I'm pretty disappointed with the performance all around. I'd say the most impressive one personally has been Slosher, just considering the fact that it went solo twice and held its own twice.
That's true.
It won the first one solo. Second one, I think it couldn't get a knockout, so it lost by default.
Something like that, yeah.
So that's personally, I think Jacob's just a really good driver, and that's been leading to like some impressive gameplay from him. It's just the other robots, I can't think of a single robot that's gone completely undefeated.
Electra, Luminescent.
Really?
They have not lost.
I guess I just write them off because they were in one of the first matches and they, what's the word?
High weapon issues.
The weapon wasn't spinning up.
But then they ended up splitting more than two robots in half.
That's true.
Many robots in half, and I think there's going to be many more robots split by Electroluminescent's hands on this day going forward. But I have to agree with you on the Slosher point. He's been a really durable and great driver. I'm fighting him with my robot Ankle Grinder in the next match, and I think it's going to be... I don't think I'm going to be able to knock him out, you know? I think my robot is in shambles, again.
Yeah.
After fighting Scruff twice.
Yeah.
Or Scuff twice. But I think I've gotten everything back together. Yeah.
Well, that was Kogan, iRobotics president, about to face off against Slosher and his ally using Ankle Grinder and whoever Kogan's ally is. While Kogan was maybe suggesting that he might not have the best luck against Slosher's thick armor, I'd say if anybody has a chance at getting enough bite into that thick armor, it would be a fast drum spinner like Ankle Grinder. Then again, looking at it right now, it is incredibly in tatters. So we'll see. Right now on the orange team, okay, it looks like it's going to be 2 lifters, 1 per team. It looks like it's going to be Slosher and Captain Hook on the blue team, and Ankle Grinder and Tipsy on the other team. Now, well, Ankle Grinder and Tipsy probably have a better synergy from a robot design standpoint, having a drum spinner that can easily get a bunch of good hits following up on a good lift. The 2 robots are legitimately in the worst condition out of, I think, besides maybe Twister Fate, any robot I've seen at this competition.
Really leading to the whole Captain Pirate set.
Exactly. Completely in tatters. Meanwhile, Slosher working alongside Captain Hook with, it appears to be almost like an eye patch. It's lost a lot. The crocodile, I forget what it's called, has eaten a lot of Captain Hook at this point. But the only problem is, despite the fact that functionally Slosher is the better lifter in this position and both robots are less destroyed, that doesn't change the fact that Slosher is paired up with a horizontal spinner, which has notably poor synergy with the lifter type robot. I'd be interested to see exactly who's going to win this. I think if this comes down to a team play battle, I'd say probably Tipsy and Ankle Grinder. But if this comes down to an individual where robots are paired off on their own, fighting in separate corners of the arena, I'd guess it would be more likely that Slosher and Captain Hook would win the individual fights. So we'll see what happens. We're going to get this match started, folks, in 3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, robots. And immediately, both robots meeting up in the center. Ankle Grinder struggling to spin up its weapon, and it gets knocked into the air off of its own damage into Slosher. It's just too strong to really take any damage. Already we're seeing Slosher's drive no longer functional. Captain Hook trapped in the corner, getting kind of smacked a little bit by Ankle Grinder. And that's a lift from Tipsy, and that's a battery exposed. And that is an exposed battery from Tipsy. Slosher, wow. Wow, Slosher is going to be
Please stop. Please stop moving your robots.
and that is going to be an elimination of Slosher. Now it is solely up to the slightly damaged Captain Hook to try to see if it can do anything.
Give us a second. Stop. Do not move.
Slosher.
Controllers on top.
Slosher is going to be out.
Controllers back up.
Captain Hook is going to have a minute 24 to get a single knockout here to be able to be considered for judge's decision. We're going to restart it in 3, 2, 1. Let's resume robots. Tipsy and Ankle Grinder looking for their angle here. But right now, Captain Hook is struggling to really make a move. And that is a big hit. That is the weapon out of Captain Hook. And now Ankle Grinder and Tipsy's drivers conversing over here to plan their plan of attack. Ankle Grinder letting Tipsy get a pin onto Captain Hook. And trying to see what it can do here to punish Captain Hook for its inability to move out of the corner, but we're really unsure. What exactly is even going on here? I'd say there's really not much that can be done here in the last 30 seconds of this fight. Not a big hit, I'm not gonna lie to you. That was more like a medium-sized hit from Ankle Grinder. Some friendly fire going on. Captain Hook really just spinning in circles, no weapon, barely functional drive, knocked out teammate. There's not a lot that Captain Hook can do here, if I'm being perfectly honest. But that's a pin. Only 10 seconds left. The two robots working in sync to pin Captain Hook. Not a lot that can be done. Another little lift, and that is going to essentially be an automatic disqualification of Captain Hook due to the elimination of Slosher. That was incredibly unexpected, I'm going to be honest. So yeah. Once again, because Captain Hook's teammate got knocked out early due to that exposed battery, that is going to be essentially a disqualification, 2-1. I forget exactly what the rules is, but that means that the judge's decision essentially comes down to a victory for Tipsy and Ankle Grinder. That's a good, like Kogan said before about his own robot and others, they're currently losing this war of attrition, right? It's pretty massive that they're able to pick up anything here from that fight. So now they're getting ready for this next fight coming up. Looks like we have See Ya Later and who? See Ya Later Samurai. Okay, interesting. Another one of those with the vertical spinner lifter dynamic. I've been pushing that all game, or all tournament. So far, I'm yet to see it actually pan out. I'm really excited to see it in action this time. I know David is a really strong driver, and I know that Ude is a great communicator, being the currently absent co-host of this event. So I believe if anybody can coordinate, it's probably going to be them. They're going to be going up against Spike Rock and Ted Cruz. Yeah, we'll be back in a little bit, folks. We'll see what's happening. It's over with. Yo, okay, we are back for, I don't even know, this is like round 4 match. Round 4 match what? Sorry. Round 4 match 4. We got See You Later and Samurai, vertical spinner and lifter duo up against Spike Rock and Ted Cruz. Another vertical lifter-ish and vertical spinner duo. However, we're still really yet to see Spike Rock really take advantage of its Dremel reverse hammer saw. All we've really seen so far is its compliant forks get chipped away by the other robots. Right now, whoa! Okay, they're starting interesting. They got See You Later lifting Samurai up into the air for this all-interesting start. We need to record this start, actually. You need cameras on this? Okay.
Blue team, are you ready?
This start's gonna be hype.
Red team, are you ready?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right. Let's start this.
Okay, let's see what they do.
3,
2, 1. Let's rumble, robots, and immediately See You Later dropping Samurai into the middle of the competition, and somehow actually that's kind of working. Immediately the forks of Ted Cruz getting chipped away, and See You Later right in the middle of it gets a big lift onto Ted Cruz. Right now Ted Cruz struggling to really get any damage in as he's getting caught on the wall. Samurai is currently looking to win the tip speed battle, and that's somewhere loose on Ted Cruz. Now both robots on the orange team are focused on Spike Rock. Spike Rock's weapon still not really spinning up. That appears to be a compliant fork coming off of Spike Rock. Ted Cruz, forks messed up, currently flipped on his back, won't be able to do anything about this. And See You Later lifting the outer edge of Spike Rock up. Right now I see, it looks like the chassis of Ted Cruz is bent. It looks like Ted Cruz can't exactly drive here, and Samurai is just trying to outdrive Ted Cruz to try to get a good hit. Meanwhile, the weapon, the reverse hammer saw of Spike Rock doesn't really do anything, as See You Later is trying to get away from Spike Rock to get some extra lifts onto Ted Cruz. But that is a slam from Spike Rock into See You Later into the wall. Right now it's a vert versus vert battle and a lifter versus lifter battle. But that is a big hit. Something came loose. That looks like one of the Lego tires. One of the Lego tires on Ted Cruz has come loose. It's now sitting loose in the arena, and that is a little bit of a flip. But something is down on Samurai. That is the spinner. It looks like the weapon down on Samurai. Is the weapon also down? Is the weapon also down on Ted Cruz? That might be no functional weapons left, only 5 seconds left. And it looks like there's no robots out. We're gonna have to go to judge's decision here. All robots are gonna have to start moving. I mean, in my opinion, I'd hope that See You Later and Samurai win just for their like fancy entrance. But at the same time, was the control from Spike Rock and Ted Cruz enough to counteract some of the damage done to Ted Cruz and Spike Rock? The only visible damage I can see on the field is a fork knocked free off of Spike Rock and a wheel knocked loose of Ted Cruz. I see no visible damage on the other two robots. So they're about to turn off. Also, that's the bunny ears, it looks like, on Ted Cruz knocked off. I'd be shocked, honestly, if they ended up coming out of this with the win. So we'll see what happens. We're going to go to judge's decision on this. I'm going to try to get an interview. Who could I get an interview with? Alan! Get over here. Okay, this is Alan, one of the co-people running this competition. Alan, how much of that fight did you see?
I saw most of it. That was quite legendary what they did at the beginning. I think that was quite the power move. They charged up and they combined their energies, you know.
How much do you think that actually besides intimidation factor, obviously, how much do you think?
Well,
that
what do you mean
translated-
besides intimidated? That's literally all it is.
Hey, I saw a little bit. I saw a little bit of actual strategy there because Samurai, it wasn't able to do really enough damage off of it, but it did initially get a little bit of damage onto Ted Cruz's top plate just by being dropped down on top of it. You know.
I mean, to confuse the opponents, to confuse yourself, right? So there was something going on in there, and nobody knows what was going to happen.
Did Sun Tzu say that?
I think they did say that. So ultimately, the strategy seemed to pan out for them. I think. It
had its merit.
It was a wise decision,
And
I think.
I think it definitely won the audience's hearts.
Truly,
and I think that's
one of the most tactics.
That's a
of all
big
time.
component of, the sport of combat robotics.
Absolutely.
I feel like a lot of the audience lately struggles to fully relate to how technical and complex robots are getting nowadays.
Yes.
And I think combat robotics as a sport is kind of leaning towards the F1 angle of making the drivers more personalities. So I think if you have the opportunity to show off like you did between See You Later and Samurai, a little bit of goofiness to get the audience's attention is what you need in this stage of the sport, not necessarily to succeed. But I also do think they did succeed, right?
I agree. There's just a lot more fun in the chaos that's shown above.
Absolutely, but also if you look at the damage, right, that was one wheel missing off of Ted Cruz and the bunny ears off of Ted Cruz, and
Exactly.
additionally you got the forks off of Spike Rock. Did you see any damage really on See You Later and Samurai?
No, not really. I think they really maneuvered that well overall. Like regardless of the intimidation factor at the beginning, I think they just played it really well overall.
Yeah, that was
And the opponent was left completely stunned.
That was some good. I mean, I was really impressed actually by David Parker of See You Later. I noticed Samurai and give us 1 second. I know Samurai and Ted Cruz going in a lot of tip speed battles, and I think without See You Later coming in to kind of knock Ted Cruz off its wheels, I'm not sure if Samurai was winning the tip speed battle on its own.
Exactly.
But we're gonna go to judges' decision right now, and it looks like that's right. It's a See You Later and Samurai victory. So that is 4 points going to See You Later and Samurai, and 2 points going to Spike Rock and Ted Cruz. We only have, I believe, 2 matches left in round 4. Move your arm. We have Pablo Escobar and Drone Tube up against Surface Charge and Forklift Certified. And then Banana Split and Super Scuff up against Pistol Shrimp and regular Pablo. So we'll see what happens. We're going to queue that up, and hopefully in a little bit we'll be ready to run that fight. But until then, stick around. We are coming back. So this match on the orange team, we got Pablo Escobar and Wau,
Surface charge doesn't work.
which is going to be interesting because give me a second. This is going to be an interesting matchup, just considering that Wau is like so unpredictable just as a robot. I'm pretty sure it's drive system and it's like it's like drive and its weapon are linked. Like, it's just completely reliant on the gyro to kind of control where it goes. Meanwhile, Pablo Escobar is a relatively consistent robot, but the concern is that you're going to end up accidentally doing friendly fire on Wau, which has essentially just been glued back together and it got snapped by another robot. Meanwhile, it's up against the lone lifter, forklift certified, which is just perfectly poised to completely grasp around Wau, the grown tube, and just throw it straight over the outer boundary. So we'll see what happens. I'm not really sure about its interaction with Pablo Escobar, but we're going to get this one started, folks. We are going to start the match in 3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, robots. And immediately, grown tubes being to life with Pablo Escobar kind of trying to go for the backplate of forklift certified, and that's immediately forklift certified knocked out of position and into the end zone by Pablo Escobar. That is one of the fastest knockouts we've seen this whole time. Then again, all of these knockouts into that far corner so far have been a result of a single control robot going up against a drum spinner alone that gets knocked out. So it's an interesting dynamic, I'd say.
Split, super scuff, pistol shrimp.
But we're immediately, after a long amount of downtime, we are going to be immediately almost ready to move on to the next match. Last match of the day. This is going to be the last. Nice job, Mike. That's beautiful. Don't worry, I've done it too. It's fine. It's just like a tube. Sorry, Mike, one of the, I think it's like the mech lead of the freshman team. 120 slugs managed to trip over our ventilation system that's going out the door. It's definitely a tripping hazard. It's not a ton of clearance, especially if you're a little shorter, so that's not great. But this is going to be the last fight of the day. We are ending today on round 4, and then moving next week we're doing the final rounds. What? Oh, it's all today. Why'd you say that then? Oh, I thought you said last. Oh, you said last qualification of the day. Sorry, my producer's just straight up lying to me. He's like a bad person. If you want to like come to U of I and like become the new producer, go for it. Because this one's actually like garbage.
I mean, I can go get him, but we share a controller and his bot's not working. So. Okay, so then it's just you.
Okay. Meanwhile, Pablo is running into some technical difficulties, and we can't exactly find him either. So right now it looks like it's just going to be Pistol Shrimp going solo on the blue team against Banana Split and Super Scuff. I'm not 100% sure about the merit of the vertical spinner and the horizontal spinner, but surely 2 robots is better than 1 in this case. And especially with the low spinner on Super Scuff, it should be able to easily chip away on the outer armor of Pistol Shrimp. But Orange Team, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Blue team, are you ready?
Now we're ready. What's up? We have Origin with us. 3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, robots. Okay, and immediately Pistol Shrimp struggling to spin up and gets knocked into the air. And that's some friendly fire by Super Scuff on Banana Split. That is a chunk of something on Banana Split coming loose.
Oh, that's his weapon. His weapon shattered.
And something just shattered on
that's my weapon.
Pistol Shrimp? I'm not 100% sure what's going on. Lori, what do you make of it?
It's a lot of plastic being thrown around. I don't know these bots.
That's good commentary. Okay, so just for you folks at home, the yellow vertical spinner is Ryan Middendorf's bot, Banana Split, that's currently getting some big damage into the black bot, solo on its team, Pistol Shrimp. Meanwhile, the blue and green horizontal spinner is Super Scuff, piloted by Ethan of the freshman team. And right now, I'm not hearing much weapon spin up from Pistol Shrimp. Does it seem like Pistol Shrimp's weapon's down?
Probably.
Interesting. Okay. Right now, Banana Split's just trying to chip away at the stagnant robot. Both kind of working together, eating away at its outer armor from either side. It looks like Super Scuff is honestly in its own little fantasy land, trying to find out where where its competition is. Meanwhile, all Banana Split can really do is try to drive up the back of the very pen and paper-esque design of Pistol Shrimp and just chip away at the armor. Unless Pistol Shrimp gets a knockout, I'm pretty sure that counts as a 2-1 decision, and that's a loss. So we only have 20 seconds left. Let's see what Pistol Shrimp can do with only his drive and nothing else. We're down to only 10 seconds. And unless there's some friendly fire, I think this might just be a loss for Pistol Shrimp. 2 seconds left, 1 second left. That is the match. And it looks like with no functional weapon and no teammate, we're going to do some checks on the other people's robots just to make sure that it's functional, but it looks like this might be a loss for Pistol Shrimp. What do you think of that gameplay?
Wait, why was it 2v1?
Because the other robot was Pablo, who was unavailable.
I'm okay, thank you. I'm okay, thank you.
Their robot was non-functional, so it ended up just being a 2v1 because it had to like forfeit. This
That's a really unfortunate setup.
Huh? Yep, okay. So just as we predicted, that's a win for Banana Split and Super Scuff. So now we're going to be moving on to the choosing your teammate stage. This I think you would actually know a lot about, considering you did first, right?
Yeah.
First had an alliance system, right?
Yeah, it was exactly like this.
Exactly like this. What do you think? Who do you think is going to be the most desirable robot type to be teamed up with in this competition?
I think Ethan Cow's robot has a lot of chance. An upside down hammer.
So far, I haven't seen its weapon actually spin up once.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, I thought he was doing pretty well.
I've been really disappointed actually. I was expecting a lot out of that design.
Wait,
I haven't seen a lot.
I heard better than what you've said. Okay.
He's a little biased.
That's fair. They all are.
I was thinking that you would want lifters.
Lifters and spinner. Yeah, that makes sense. You want David's robot, probably. After what he did with Uday.
That was pretty fun. But unfortunately, I don't think he got any points for that.
Really?
I'd say Slosher is the most desirable just because Slosher is the lowest risk of giving up 3 damage points. So far, it's been up against other robots solo, and it's not taking any damage.
Checks out.
Yeah, it's a very tanky, very well-designed robot, and it makes sense that Jacob Painter is trying to go for a relatively similar tanky design for the 30-pound or 45-pound shuffler that the sophomore team is designing. Should be a very similar rounded edges, plastic ablative armor.
Yeah.
The only difference is that it's a vertical spinner.
And it has wheels, right?
I was talking about ours.
Oh, okay.
But the rest of it's redacted. We can't give up all our secrets so easily. Some stuff only has to stay within us. So right now, unfortunately, we don't really have a camera to demonstrate exactly what's going on, but all the drivers are currently huddled up together, and they're working on drafting who they're going to be allied with.
This is so cute.
I'm just going to take over. You're good to go. But yeah, so right now, it looks like there's a lot of discussion. A lot of people are looking to team up with one of Jacob Painter's 2 lifter bots, or
Can you unplug that camera or remove the microphone right now?
yeah, remove it. Oh. I've just been yapping. Okay. Sorry. Bring that around. You got it?
Manifest Western gonna stab you with this. Okay. I mean, if guys speak each other, you could be a.
Okay. All right, we're gonna start alliance picking.
All right, team number 1 for Alliance 1, Electroluminescent.
Everyone fan out so I can see you guys. I need a good pick.
You need to say.
you need something reliable.
Team Electroluminescent chooses
you're not gonna do
Leg
it
as an
every
alliance
season.
partner. That person will come up, and then they will say either I graciously accept or I graciously decline.
Oh, we're actually. All right. Team Electro with graciously picks.
No, like just select.
Okay. Graciously select Super Scuff. Do you need to say you? What do you?
You have to walk up.
You gotta say I do.
walk up and then
You can.
I accept.
I Super Scuff graciously accept.
Okay.
Everybody
You guys can go.
All right.
Move on.
I ankle grinder pick Mamba.
That's a good choice.
I haven't existed long enough to like know what bots have been.
I Mamba graciously accept.
Hey.
After all you put me through. Ryan, take the thing.
Shit. Okay, sorry.
I'm here.
Shoot.
I have no idea. Who's even been doing well today? I guess early up, right? I'll take Ethan.
Me, Banana Split, would like to graciously select Ethan Cow with whatever his bot's called.
Spike Rock.
I graciously accept.
Yay! Give me a Pablo Escobar.
I, Pablo Escobar, graciously pick. See you later.
See you later.
I will graciously accept. It's fine. I just need to screw it.
We're coming back. We're coming back. Ted Cruz. Pick one.
I don't know. Should I just go through the bearing if this with you?
You can pick anyone now.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, but it's an M8. Oh wait. So the shoulder
I
bolt
can-
Oh, see the bearing of the chassis. That makes sense. Yes. That's way better. I should be doing that. It's overkill. That's the only issue. Right now there's an M5 bolt right here, so I can. This is an 8mm bolt with an M6 there. Yeah, it's really beefy. No, I need to get.
Team captains, stay around because we need second picks.
That's honestly
Ted Cruz, I'm gonna need you to make a pick. Hurry up.
Wait, you have a 20 mil bearing on the other side? And it's printed entirely? Like how the shaft and the inside's also printed? Yes. Okay, yeah, because I have some 27 mil OD bearings that I want to use, but like I couldn't get the assembly nice.
I'm waiting for them to make their pick.
Yeah. We will pick Samurai.
Samurai. Uday. You've been
Yeah.
selected by Ted Cruz.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Samurai gratefully accepts.
Okay. Acro. Alan.
Acro would like to graciously ask for a piece of paper to join the fight.
Pen and paper.
Pen and paper graciously accepts.
Okay. Pistol Shrimp.
I need to still wait for Slasher maybe to get picked.
I'm actually really interested in the fact that
Wait, yeah, Alan, you need to come back for your third pick. But
yeah. Unless there's some like rules I don't really understand.
I guess that's a matter of perspective. You got big man. Defense or offense?
I'm just looking at the fact
Friend or
that
foe?
see you later.
Team Pistol Shrimp graciously asks Slosher.
Slosher is 7.
And you're on two different teams.
Slasher gratefully accepts.
Okay. Tipsy. Yes.
Oh, Tipsy's the team captain.
Congrats.
Guys, Tipsy's team captain.
If he is the freshman who worked 500 grand.
You need to ask.
Get eyeliner in! Get eyeliner in!
Get eyeliner, get paradox.
They're free agents right now.
Tipsy would like to graciously ask Josh to be part of its team.
Josh accepts.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Okay, Tipsy.
You chose the wrong robot.
Tipsy, you got your second pick.
It's snakes.
Pick 2.
Tipsy would like to graciously ask, ooh.
Bold choice. I graciously accept.
Pistol Shrimp.
I'm not guaranteeing that this is going to do anything good for you.
How many people are Isn't it just like 2?
Give me a second. Yeah, okay. I think all of these are taken right now. So
Yeah.
you're in the dregs right now. I think these are the all available ones. Everyone down here, except for Josh.
I think Surface Charge is also out.
Surface Charge is also out.
Surface Charge is dead.
Pablo's out. Banana Miser's out.
They're still free agents over there. They're freshmen. They're freshmen that are available.
Who's picking right now?
Pistol Shrimp right now.
I think you should pick. I think it's sort of even between them.
You're next.
Yeah.
Back up.
Okay.
Pistol Shrimp would like to graciously ask Twister of Fate to join.
So I just spent most of my time on this.
Hey, say it.
Not even graciously.
You better say it. You better be gracious. You better be gracious about
Not even
it.
graciously.
Say it. Say it. I'm not putting you on. Back row.
Okay, who's still here? Who else is still here?
Hey, I'll switch teams.
Are you opening up freshman picks? Are you opening up eyeliner and Paradox?
If they want to come in,
Hey, yeah, do you want to play Paradox? You can pick Paradox or eyeliner.
Wait, who's still here though? His drive works. I need to see your drive. Wait, hold on.
I don't realize this.
I know that's a we're fighting the settings that everyone starts off.
We're still waiting on Acro.
He's gone, man.
No, that's why we have everyone line up typically, but I think everyone 4 up is not getting to me.
You know, we're hiring for a reason, right? I think we'll be okay.
Yeah. That's what keeps it fair. Give it a second. We're waiting for Acro to decide make its pick.
What if they just don't get a pick?
They better hurry up. Alan, come back.
That's Ryan and the robot that beat me.
Oh my.
There's no chance of meeting robots for all 8 alliances.
Acro would like to graciously invite Eyeliner.
That's Eyeliner's alive?
Come up to the microphone.
You can drive as a normal bot. That thing looks like a brick.
You got eyeliner, bro?
Yeah, it looks like a brick.
Say it.
Eyeliner graciously accepts.
All right, Ted Cruz. Is that PTG? Ted Cruz.
Who is left? Can I see the who hasn't been picked yet?
You have, I think here. I think this.
What is your robot?
This.
Pablo Escobar. You are Pablo Escobar.
This.
Yeah, I didn't know there'd be 2 Pablos.
This.
And
Oh, that's why I'm confused.
yeah.
Twister or Fate got picked?
Everywhere else I've gone, they just try and work off of it. Yeah.
Okay, can you go back?
You can also choose a freshman robot. I think there's one other freshman robot.
What is the other freshman robot?
Paradox. Are you available?
It took like 2 rounds for me to figure it out this day.
Yeah.
Not my problem.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Paradox is available.
Wait, can I see them?
No, they're like actually.
Oh, you want to pick it? Oh, you're like 50, right?
Fourth. Yeah. That's why they're free agents.
Even with them,
No.
Oh, see you later.
Josh,
good.
Am I needed anymore? Or am I have my teammate?
He gave me the biggest fight at bats, so I figured it's probably.
he's willing to move around.
He's a good robot.
Not yet. What? Jason.
Real quick, I do want to mention the fact that Captain Hook qualified, and other robots that have not qualified are being taken back.
And I swear my
Just so you're aware.
What do you mean qualified?
Well,
you mean like in the rank?
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with that.
well, but other robots that weren't in the bracket at all.
Oh, you mean are being taken over it?
Yes. Just think about that.
Okay, this is an extremely rare case. I understand. I'm sorry, but like that is just how it is. I'm not making.
It doesn't look that good, but
they're saying that we opened the free agent pool too early because Captain needs to be picked before free agents. It's unfair to Captain Hook because Captain Hook has gone through fights.
Ryan, are you gonna run Banana Shake during
what?
Shake's dead.
Eyeliner got chosen.
Shake's dead.
Izer's dead. Before Captain Hook. Captain Hook fought today. That's not fair.
Yeah, that's not fair. I agree. That's not fair.
Oh, I have to highlight everything.
You can change. You should.
Yeah.
But like.
Okay. Yeah. Acro. Yeah. No, we're gonna put you on. I'm putting you on Acro's team. I'm sorry. Where's Acro?
Alan.
That's not fair for me. I'm sorry. That's actually on my. That's my fault. You're getting Captain Hook. I don't care.
You're getting Captain. No, they're getting.
Oh, they're
Captain.
getting Captain Hook.
So, between Eyeliner and Paradox.
You had
Eyeliner just spins in his.
You currently have. I mean,
Service
forklift
card
certified.
doesn't work, but
Forklift certified currently does work.
Certified does work. It's just
Certified works.
Are you gonna run it against your own robot?
No.
So exactly. Exactly. So what we have to do is we just have to beat you, and then you just run this as forklift certified.
I could like pick forklift certified as my third.
All right, you're coming with me.
Like,
So do we just go with Paradox?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Up to you.
You can't.
You have to get a helmet back up here.
Are we?
Are you guys? I think you're in my drive.
Does fifth go against fourth?
Yeah, I can drop you down that geometry.
I kind of like that.
It's a little front.
I kind of like that.
Lengths.
And then we go against
And then you go against
second, third,
Oh, that's good.
or third, sixth.
For the look. Good idea. Yeah. Are you upside down?
I don't think our third robot matters.
We could get to finals. There's a chance.
There's a chance.
Yeah, we'll take
Ted
Paradox.
Cruz would like to invite Paradox to join our team.
Grace, you're on our team.
I need Grace to come up here.
Grace, you're on our team.
Grace is nodding. Wait.
She said yeah.
Okay.
Oh, batteries are replaced.
Pablo Escobar.
Yeah. Swing you around. Hi.
Back to you.
What?
There is currently one robot. There's two robots. Pablo, you have Eyeliner, free agent, or forklift certified.
What is forklift? Oh, I faced that one
His
already,
robot
right?
as well.
Yeah.
Forklift Certified's the control bot that we punted into the.
Yeah, and Eyeliner's is that a melty?
It's a melty.
It's not like.
It's not melting actively at the moment, but I think that they spin it up real quick, and it's.
Our first match is against Electro and Super Scope.
Cool.
Jad is not very. Doesn't really want to fight.
I'll bite the bullet.
Are you? What's the chance that your robot splits up?
Fought in
Pretty high.
Paradox did not fight in matches today.
Yeah, so how you let him?
So, therefore, you have to select people that have actually fought before, then opening up the free agent pool.
Wait, so we are still able to be picked by different alliances?
Yeah.
Wait, thank you so much.
Anova, how's your drive right now?
We will get on the field, we will be a hazard to everything, including ourselves. And then we will leave.
That's what worries me is they'd be a hazard to us as well.
We will be a hazard to them too, hold on.
What do you think we should do?
If you're
I'd lean towards the Eyeliner crew. I trust these guys.
All right, Eyeliner.
What the fuck?
This robot has not yet run once.
Can you say?
Eyeliner graciously accepts again.
Yeah.
It has hit a bunch of things. It has
I like the
become a
chaos
blanket
angle.
in the test box, and that's amazing.
You have to choose yourself at this point.
Hey, I can pick Blofer, guys. You can pick Wind Throw. No.
What happened to, the like
Somebody's there.
or whatever?
It's in a box. No.
I'll take for you certified. And I will accept as for you certified. Okay.
Again, you have your only choices are robots that do not work.
Which are?
Who do you want to give the second a trophy to? This one, this one, this one, this one.
Spin really fast. That is a lot of light.
So you can eat Purdue, Ryan.
Are the surface charts like truly not work?
Trying to go
You can ask them.
Give me a second.
Every time.
Wait, no. Okay. Help me decide.
It's cosplaying.
Yeah, what's up?
These 4 robots are
We
our
have a
picks.
proposal from Team 1. Huh? 3v2. Who, Tipsy and Josh all against me. It's Ryan and me.
You guys can.
We can do that.
Sure.
It won't fit on the screen, but we'll fit on the screen.
Those 4 robots. What do you think?
Oh, well, sorry, I'm very confused right now. What's up?
We are picking. Those are
for last
robots.
picks.
Yeah.
How many of those actually exist? Because the bottom.
None of them actually work.
You can just take one of Ryan's 5 bots.
Surface charge. Yeah.
Surface charge is dead.
They're all dead, no?
Surface charge.
Yeah, it's either that or banana shake.
Let's do surface charge.
Okay.
Surface charge if they want to put their robot.
Alliance 2-6 picks surface charge as its second scene.
Surface charge?
Surface charge?
I don't know. Can you get
You're
them?
Alliance Cruiser.
Yeah, we did.
I don't know.
Talking about the drinks? Yeah. I saw him drinking one earlier, I think.
Okay. I'll ask the guy.
Surface charge graciously accepts.
All right, Ryan. Can you get Ryan? Ryan, you have one choice, and all of them are Ryan. All 3 choices are either variants of Ryan. Other Ryan. These are your choices.
Oh, sweet. So we have like an okay shot. I think we'll win our first match.
The only one here that works is Pablo, I think. Do none of them work? Let's give Banana-Mizer a win.
Yeah. Ryan.
7 is
Can you
pen
get
and
other
paper. Pen and paper's the flow. Oh, pistol shrimp and slosher. So then.
Banana-Mizer graciously accepts.
We have fun. Okay.
Okay. I know it's been a while, but we're now in the playoffs, and we're getting ready for our first fight, I believe, of the playoffs. Wait, what's going on with Tipsy plus Josh?
They're running 3v2.
Why? Did they all fields consent? Okay. So Tipsy and Josh have teamed up together alongside GrownTube as one team on the blue team. Meanwhile, on the orange team, we have Ryan Towers, Electroluminescent, and Ethan's Super Scuff. Both teams are ready, so we're just going to go ahead and start right into this one in 3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, robots. Okay, immediately Tipsy's going in for the kill. Josh knocking into Super Scuff. There are 5 robots here, and I'm having a really hard time keeping track of what's going on. Right now, that's a fork coming off of Electroluminescent. Remember, those are custom designed forks to try to get as much ground clearance. But with Super Scuff giving accidental friendly fire, that is a battery out on Josh, so we're going to have to stop the match. Like I was saying before, Electroluminescent had custom designed forks to try to win the ground game, but unfortunately, when you have an underhanded horizontal spinner like Scuff on your team, you're going to end up accidentally getting some friendly fire and losing your forks. They're meant to win you that ground game. Unfortunately, that's Josh out, and now Tipsy, Josh, and Uau are down to just Tipsy and Uau. But we're going to start back up, minute 30 left. Let's rumble, robots. And immediately, Scuff is just rolling back and forth alongside the wall. It looks like he's trying to fight the wall and not an actual robot. Meanwhile, I mean, I don't know what Scuff's actually doing here. It just seems like it's zooming back and forth between the walls. I see Electroluminescent without his forks trying to do something about Tipsy here. And that is Electroluminescent again splitting Uau in half. That's actually insane that happened twice, but then again, it was along the exact same fault line as before. So that's another elimination. Now it's just down to Tipsy against Electroluminescent and Super Scuff. I believe that's a minute 5 seconds left to eliminate. The only way that you can win at this point is to eliminate both your opponents, I think. I don't think there's anything else you can do about this. Because, yo, Jason, are we counting them as 3 robots or as 2 robots? Yeah, but if they lost things, does that mean that Tipsy has to kill them? Okay, that seems kind of cheap. Whatever. Okay. 1, 0. Okay, a minute left for Tipsy to eliminate one of the 2 robots to have a shot at a tie, but right now Tipsy right up against the corner. The crowd is chanting for Tipsy to win, but so far I don't see an angle for Tipsy to do anything. Right now what Tipsy is trying to do is get a lift that would get somebody out of bounds, but there's nothing else Tipsy can do. Trapped against the back wall, getting slammed by Electroluminescent's vertical spinner. All Tipsy can and that's out of bounds! And that's out of bounds. The one thing that Tipsy could do ended up happening to itself, and that is the end of the first match of the playoffs. That is a loss for Tipsy, Josh, and Uau. Electroluminescent and its ally Super Scuff are going to be the winners of the first round of the playoffs. Yeah, exciting performance overall. Who can I get here? You know, you've been in a lot of solo lifter scenarios, right? And right there we were seeing Tipsy in a similar position. What do you think Tipsy could have done better to maybe have a better shot at winning that?
I mean, they were driving pretty well. That was a good. They were good at focusing on one at a time. And I'm up. I'm leaving.
Okay. I mean, personally, I feel like the only mistake that was really made by Tipsy in that scenario was driving way too close to the danger zone without having somebody to kind of force into there. kind of setting yourself up for failure by being so close. Everybody that I could ask what their thoughts on the matter are have left. So, yeah, I'm just gonna wait for the next match. It looks like we have coming up. What is it? Ankle Grinder and Mamba. Okay, so coming up, we have a match of the two probably strongest drum spinners of this tournament teamed up. It's Ankle Grinder and Mamba on the orange team going up against Slosher and Pistol Shrimp on the other team. It's going to be a really interesting fight here, actually, because in most scenarios, I'd say that the two drum spinners spinning up so fast are probably going to be winning the ground game. However, in this scenario, Slosher, isn't really, it's too rounded for any drum spinner to get any bite into the exterior armor. And then meanwhile, Pistol Shrimp has a very similar wedge design to, I'd say, pen and paper, with that flat wedges that kind of you just drive right over. So I'm not sure how ground game is going to be won in this fight. Ow. And so... Ow. Stop. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I need to focus. So yeah, please don't mute me. Because what I'm going to say is some very technical insight here. I'm going to say that, I think the interesting angle here is that both Mamba and Ankle Grinder have been taking some serious damage here. And I know that I keep coming back to this throughout this tournament, but like Kogan said towards the start, as the robots rack up damage and people run out of assists, it's going to basically come down to a war of attrition of sorts, where while Slosher doesn't really ever have to repair itself, and Pistol Shrimp, by the sound of it, came with plenty of repairs, Ankle Grinder and Mamba are slowly running out of plastic to work with, meaning that it's not necessarily about winning this fight. It's about making sure that you're able to stay alive to fight another one as well. If Ankle Grinder and Mamba can't reduce the amount of damages that they need to win, then there's a good chance that they're just going to win in the immediate following round. So we'll see what happens here. Right now, I believe we have Ankle Grinder and Mamba inside. We're still waiting on Pistol Shrimp and Slosher on the blue side to get put in place. But once we do, we'll be ready to start this fight. I'm not 100% sure what we're waiting on, but I believe that Jacob, the driver of Slosher, is working out some technicalities with my producer. I'm going to eat my Oreo. Okay, welcome back. We had a classic arm wrestling match last December, and by popular demand, we're bringing it back. We're bringing back DPD human arm wrestling. We have them in the arena. Climb in a little bit more. Climb in a little bit more. Come on.
Don't be shy.
Okay, are they in position? Okay. Yeah. Okay, it looks like our competitors. Ajax, are you ready? Ajax, are you ready? Ryan, are you ready? Okay, let's start our countdown in 3, 2, 1. Let's arm wrestle humans, and immediately Ryan wins round 1 of arm wrestling. Okay, next round is Ethan versus Ethan. Okay, we're trying to see who is just halfway. Nope, you gotta climb. Okay, we are gonna see who is the superior Ethan. Ethan, are you ready? Ethan, are you ready? Ethan, are you ready? Okay. Start the countdown. In. 3, 2, 1. Let's arm wrestle humans, and immediately they're off to a tough start, neither making any ground. Ethan is shockingly making ground against Ethan, as Ethan is fighting back as hard as he can, but Ethan can't resist. Ethan's pushing as hard as he can, but he's just slowly going lower and lower. What will Ethan do? Honor Ethan! Everybody's screaming, Ethan! But there's no change. They're out of deadlock. Whatever's gonna happen, and suddenly Ethan's making a comeback. Oh no! Whatever will happen? We're at a complete deadlock. There is no superior Ethan by the looks of it. They're equally Ethan. I don't know how to respond to this. This is earth-shattering. This is game-changing. Ethan loses! No, my God! No, it's already been broken. Okay, we're getting one more. One more against Kogan. Somebody has to go against Kogan. No, Ryan, you have to go against Ethan. Actually, this is fine. I don't really care. It's DPD arm wrestling. What's the other guy's name? Mason. Okay. It's Ryan versus Mason. Ryan, are you ready? Let them go. Okay, Ryan, are you ready? Mason, are you ready? Let's get a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Let's arm wrestle humans, and immediately Ryan's trying, but there's a little gap at the end. Look at Ryan do! And that looks like it's contact with the ground. I think it's over. I think it might be over. They're discussing if they think it's over, and it's definitely over. That's a win from Ryan. Okay, that looks like it's the end of season 2 of. Ow.
Just relax a little bit.
You're like the worst person ever in iRobotics.
Calm down.
The president of iRobotics just like.
Oh, look, he got the hook attachment.
I can't. What the heck? Wait, this is actually insane. With a shock change out of nowhere from pen and paper, a completely different lifter design converts it from a lifting mechanism into a pincer mechanism. I've never seen this before. In all of my 3 months of commentating DPD, I have never seen this once in my career. This is insane. This is earth-shattering. Kogan, I forgive you, by the way. What do you think of this?
I think Acro and pen and paper are cooked. I think, but I love to see the innovation coming from pen and paper here. You know, they have really changed the meta of this sport, and I'm excited to see how well they do. But I do think ultimately, Banana Split has the forks on for the first time today, okay? That's going to be pretty game-changing.
Those are baby forks. What do you mean?
Yeah, but with ground game, you know, I think Banana Split's going to be really hard to stop.
I think the problem is Acro has too much reach, and pen and paper just kind of by default wins it unless you've got like the crazy ones like Electroluminescent does.
Maybe.
We'll see. Anything can happen. Design,
Acro's
print,
weapon
destroy.
has had a history of breaking today, though.
That's true. Then again, I'm sorry to the driver of Spike Rock, Ethan, but I'm still yet to really see the weapon functional. Okay, I'm getting a pinky promise from Ethan Cow that Spike Rock will have a functional weapon this time. We'll
Well, it's always been functional. It just hasn't done anything.
I don't know. I don't care. Whoa, I'm seeing cheating from Ryan Middendorf of, I'm kidding. Ryan Middendorf is a good sport. He would never cheat. He put... Okay, ignore the names. What the heck?
This is not that. This is Bananas Spike Rock.
I set a timer apparently on accident.
Give us a second.
It looks like the names are incorrect, so we're gonna be changing that really quickly. But, exciting fight coming up in a bit for the second fight of the first round of the playoffs. The second round of the playoffs? No, it's second fight, first round. Yeah, I'm right. I'm always right. Chat. No? No, don't mute me. The people need to hear the truth. And that means, that truth in this case is that Pen and Paper is legitimately the best robot ever. I love it so much. It's so cool. And I'm actually like really geeking out about this. I'm not a reporter, I'm an announcer. All that matters for me is that it's entertaining. And I promise you, this is entertaining television. So on the blue team, we have Acro and Pen and Paper with its new pincer adjustment. Meanwhile, on the orange team, we have Banana Split and Spike Rock, who promises weapon functionality this time. Let's see what'll happen. You know, at DPD Alliances, anything can happen. So let's start this match. In 3, 2, 1, let's rumble, robots. And immediately, Pen and Paper slowly moving towards Banana Split, trying to get that pincer. Acro's trying to do any damage it can here, but nothing's really happening. And you can see the weapon trying to move upwards off of Spike Rock, but I'm not really seeing anything. It looks like Acro has been pinned by Banana Split, and right now Pen and Paper is trying to use its pincer mechanism on Spike Rock, but I'm not seeing it happening. It looks like the chassis of Acro might be a little bent, but it's not enough to significantly affect its drive right now. And that's a big hit from Banana Split onto Acro, flipping into the wall. Or flipping upside down. Still yet to see a pincer move. It looks like the servo of Pen and Paper might not be functional. It looks like it's just trying to get a little basic grasp. Right now, Banana Split upside down, and Acro flipping through the air. Some might even say like an acrobat, trying to figure out what's going on. Banana Split still upside down. Meanwhile, Pen and Paper has Spike Rock pinned into the corner. Right now, Acro and Banana Split trying to stay upright as the two control bots fight for control in the center. It looks like Banana Split weapon is no longer functional as Acro is trying to just kind of force it into the corner. Meanwhile, we're seeing a mess of robots up against the boards trying to see what's going to happen. That's a big hit from Banana Split, whose weapon has come back online, but its force are chipping away. Acro flipped into the wall trying to upright itself. Banana Split may be way smaller, but it's having some big damage on this robot. Meanwhile, Pen and Paper slowly moving in, just trying to kind of push Spike Rock out of the way. But now it's facing off against Banana Split as Spike Rock has Acro pinned. And Spike Rock is trying to use its reverse hammer saw to try to grind into it, but nothing's really happening. Once again, all robots kind of pinned in the center and they need to break away. There's only 3 seconds left. This is gonna go to judges' decision, and that is the match.
No, you look at the pins. I should have.
Okay, that is...
Okay. Everyone kind of spread out.
I know. So yeah, like Lurgen just said, Ethan broke his pinky promise to me.
Someone move him.
Right now, Pen and Paper is trying to unhigh center Acro to try to
Like 5 seconds.
get some of the. You know, if Acro can't drive here, then it might end up being very bad on judges' decisions. So they're currently trying to.
I don't think. Okay. In the meantime.
And Acro has managed to Acro.
Triple drive. Okay. Banana split.
Acro managed to disassemble itself, but its drive is now functional.
It like didn't work at the beginning of the match in my defense.
Spike rock. Weapon drive.
Spike Rock, weapon, and drive is functional. If only we could see it happen. That's
Paper, weapon.
Pen and Paper has not had weapon functionality this whole time, but it does have drive functionality. It's really disappointing, actually. If that servo was functional, that would have been incredibly beneficial to get some hooks onto the thin chassis of Spike Rock. Our competitors are going to unload their robots from the center as the judges try to come to a conclusion about who won that one. With equal losses to drive and weapon capabilities and some equal damage, it's going to be pretty hard to quantify exactly who is the winner of that. And I'm sure, regardless of whoever wins and loses, nobody's going to be too pleased about it. Or at least not everybody's going to be pleased about it. Yeah, who can I talk to here? We're going to have a guest judge, Lori Jin, to try to help decide who's the winner. Meanwhile, I am going to talk to, I'm going to talk to myself. Hey, Ben, what did you think of that? Well, I was really sad that Pen and Paper's pincer mechanism wasn't functional. Yeah, Ben, I'm sorry about that. That sounds really sad. Don't worry, Ben. It's okay. I'll get over it. Pen and Paper is still the coolest robot ever. Oh, thank you, Ben. I also agree with you on that. Yeah, Ben, that's cool. Okay, anyway, now that we're done with that, we're just going to sit here and wait a little bit until judge's decision. Just a reminder, unlike for this event, which is a little bit more casual, to plug RoboBrawl X, we're going to be having official independent judges for RoboBrawl X. If you, for some reason, whatever reason, think that the judging has been unfair for this event, first of all, hey, we're trying our best. And B, we're going to have independent judges. We're trying to get like professors, trying to get grad students, trying to get alumni who are going to be able to judge a little bit more fairly if you think that's being judged unfairly. So yeah, RoboBrawl X. We have like 40 competitors, biggest 30-pound combat robotics competition of all time in the world. On top of that, we have a plastic ant and an open ant competition. Come down to Urbana-Champaign, April 4th, April 5th. It's gonna be really cool. We're gonna be outside. It's gonna be really nice. Hopefully that weekend. It's gonna be gorgeous. Oh. Anyway, yeah, so that's Acro and Pen and Paper win, which makes me really happy, is that's like my favorite robot ever, and I had no part in that decision, so I'm not biased. I'm not biased. Okay, wait. Ethan and Ryan. Ethan and Ryan. Do you think you're more angry or Ryan's more angry?
I think Ryan's more angry.
Ryan, come here. Let out that anger on mic. Come here. Interview, come here. Oh my God. Ethan, come here. Pretend to be really angry.
Man, that was such a bad call, guys. I hate it here.
Are you gonna try to fight Jason? Wait. No. Ethan, don't. Ethan, stop. Don't fight him. No. Okay, sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, I was gonna throw hands at Jason.
Ethan was on the verge of attacking Jason, but we stopped him. We held him back.
Yeah, you should really thank Ben for that.
You gotta be respectful of your judges, you know? Otherwise, that's how you get permanently disqualified. So if you're considering ever coming to RoboBrawl X, just a tip, don't Don't try to fight. Hey, the people need to know the truth. Don't try to fight the judges at RoboBroX, okay? Don't do that. We'll kick you out. It's like actually not cool. In the meanwhile, what is even going on? It looks like, well, normally I'd have like people to interview. Do you want to interview? Yeah, I've been interviewing like random people. I had Lori as a co-host. She didn't even know which robot was which. Come here. Come on. Okay. So, this is Diane, the former president of iRobotics.
Yes.
Currently a grad student at U of I. I was wondering what you were thinking currently about this event so far.
It's interesting. There wasn't an Alliances event type style. I'm not really familiar with this kind of competition style because I didn't have any robotics stuff in my high school. So this is like completely new to me, and I thought it's pretty fun seeing multiple robots in the arena so far.
What do you think of the competitive viability of this setup, I guess?
Viability, I think
I know.
it's a bit rough. If I assume we'll be a bit more rough by the end of the day with all the robots trying to get back together, especially
Absolutely.
since there's so many
Yeah.
at the same time that have to be repaired. So maybe there might be people who have to forfeit, is my guess.
Yeah, I mean, we have already seen that. One of the big concerns that Kogan was talking about was with people who were running multiple robots, with, like Ryan. Eventually, you're gonna have to start like cannibalizing your own bots just to make sure that you're, being successful. But there's also definitely like that war of attrition where people start running out of, repairs. I mean, I'm not sure how much you know about like the bots that have been at this competition specifically, but like, have you seen any that have been like a standout that you think are probably gonna be able to like hold through until the very end?
Ooh, that's a good question, because I've only been here for maybe a couple of matches, so I'm not really familiar with all of the bots that are around here. I know some former competitors Ryan,
Yeah,
he's
of
like,
course. One of the veterans.
one of the veterans. Also, Ryan Tar's bots have been really great so far.
Add
I
one
think.
to the Ryan Tar counter.
So I think,
one to the Ryan Tar
dude, I think for
Yeah, I
real,
know.
like,
Diane said it. That's why we added one to the Ryan Tar counter.
hey.
The Ryan Tar counter's gone up by like 3 today, just so you know.
I don't know. He's pretty cracked at robots. It's giving like the new Matthew Zhang vibes.
I do have to agree with that. The only thing that I noticed is that he had, I forget who pointed it out. I think it was also Kogan. He has like specifically designed
For configuration.
Like, very low
Oh.
ground tolerance, essentially like scraping along the ground to try to like win ground game against anyone who has literally any clearance.
Yeah.
But so far they've been getting snapped a lot. What do you think is kind of the viability of having like zero clearance forks basically?
Depends on your arena. It's
I guess that's true.
this arena's gonna get really scuffed pretty fast.
This one's gotten pretty chipped.
Yeah, so it's maybe not as viable on something like this.
I do have to agree with you on that. And then I guess my last question going into this fight, as you can see, it's going to be Ankle Grinder and Mamba, which are two pretty powerful like drum spinners.
Banger.
Up against Pistol Shrimp, which is also a drum spinner with a bit more like plating, and then Slosher, which is just a lifter. I'm not sure how much you've seen, but I was wondering like what you think about each team's like synergies,
Synergies.
Synergies.
I think, well, to be fair, like I said, don't know a lot of the new bots because
fair.
I've kind of haven't been in the scene in a hot minute.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I know Kogan's bots have been notoriously pretty strong as well, though.
Yeah.
They're not. I don't know. I don't know if he's finished with first place at all for DPD. I don't think he has just yet. He's gotten close.
I don't think I've seen anything about it on the tech wiki when I was looking.
I don't think he has won any, but I know he's still a strong competitor for
absolutely.
DPD. So I'd say, I don't know, I'd say I'm kind of biased. So
kinda biased?
I'd be ready for Kogan's team,
That's interesting. I was talking about him earlier. He said, because we were discussing, he had a lot of input on the kind of ideas of the synergy. And when I asked him about why he selected a fellow drum spinner, and when he had been formerly saying that he thought that the lifters were probably a very successful teammate, he said that he didn't think he'd be able to get any with the drum spinner, he doesn't have a lot of control. He doesn't think they'll be able to get any of the benefit from having another controlling teammate.
Yeah.
So he was thinking that, what's the word? The two would kind of just be able to knock people back and forth between each other.
That's a fair kind of play. I mean, if you want to go full aggression, that's a good play, I think.
I do agree, but at the same time, Slosher has kind of been a standout lately just for the fact that its exterior armor is so thick, you know? It hasn't had to really do any repairs this whole time. Even though it's been solo half the time, it's just been absorbing all the damage. So I'm not really sure if having these two powerful spinners is going to really be very useful against the rounded edge. What do you think?
Down. I'm not sure. I mean, if it...
Are we waiting for our Kogan right now? What's up?
That really just depends on how strong
absolutely.
it'll actually be. Over time, it's going to fatigue, right? It's going to get stressed, and so it should receive some sort of damage. But, I mean, I've had bots where the chassis was thick enough where nothing really happens other than minor scrapes, so I could see it happen. Mine was a control bot that I made with David. It was called Heap Ho, and it received virtually no damage, but it still sucked as a robot. So I think with Kogan, they have more of a chance to actually get aggression and damage points than anything. Because control bots, yes, they're great, but it only really is, if your control bot is good, is the main caveat for the aggression and damage. Because if you can't really lift anything, or do any control bot pins, you know, then...
We'll see. I mean, I don't know. Like, personally, I know Jacob to be an amazing driver, but at the same time, you know, Ankle Grinder's really fast.
It is a pretty fast bot.
Mamba's also a pretty fast robot. I think it ultimately comes down to, can Jacob catch the two?
Yeah, this is true.
But yeah. In the meanwhile, I guess we're just waiting on... We've been waiting on Ankle Grinder to kind of come in. He's been losing a ton lately of while he's been winning, he's been losing a ton of like parts.
Oh,
you know, and
yeah. Happens to the best of us.
He doesn't have any like repairs left, I believe. So he's kind of just starting to glue stuff, from what I've heard. So we'll... Oh, never mind. We're canceling that fight for now.
LOL.
As it goes. As it goes.
Casual DPD match. DPD.
That's actually unreal. We spent like 5 minutes analyzing that, and then they just swap it out at the last minute.
That's just how it is. I mean, if you've seen Robo Brawl, I don't know, when I was kind of in charge of Robo Brawl as a logistics coordinator, that tended to be the thing, especially with the 30s.
Yeah.
They need a lot of repair time. They almost it almost makes you feel bad.
No, yeah, I get it. Okay, we'll see how this one goes. I'm pretty sure none of these robots are going to be familiar for you.
Oh, I know See You Later.
See You Later, yeah.
David. Pablo Escobar.
Well, the other two are just the other two on the other team are just vertical spinners, and Pablo Escobar's just a drum spinner. So what do you make of this?
Oh boy, well, I mean, Pablo Escobar has the advantage of having a robot on its side, but I do see some forks on both the vertical spinners. I'm not, from my experience of seeing See You Later, it's gone through so many iterations that I think David has done a very good job in making a really viable control bot. So, he put a lot of effort into that, See You Later was the iteration after Heap Ho, which is his first control bot, the one like I was mentioning earlier that I worked on with him.
When did design on See You Later start?
It started spring of 2023. And it's been fighting in basically every single DPD since.
Wow, so that was, as I believe, a year before. It's kind of embarrassing. A year before I even came here.
Yeah. I can actually see what.
Wait, it looks like they're going to get ready to start the fight, so we are going to get ready for this one.
Red team, you guys ready?
Okay, on the red team we have Pablo Escobar and See You Later. On the blue team we have Ted Cruz and Samurai. Let's just start this one straight away. In 3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, robots. And immediately, See You Later trying to get a good lift, just spamming lifts onto Ted Cruz. Meanwhile, Samurai and what is that? Pablo Escobar kind of fighting off on like a tip speed game. Right now, See You Later is trying desperately to get a good lift onto Ted Cruz, but at the same time, Ted Cruz is kind of just tipping it over and over again, and that is a big chunk of something off of someone. I can barely tell who at this point. Right now, it looks like Pablo Escobar and Samurai are getting close, and that looks like friendly fire from Samurai. No, not friendly fire. Oh, and that is Samurai launched up into the air, and right now, See You Later is trying to get a good lift on that. It sounds like that is a Lego wheel come off of Ted Cruz, and a fork missing off of Ted Cruz. Meanwhile, Pablo Escobar is just trying desperately to win this tip speed game against Samurai, but it's a drive game. And right now, that's another wheel off. That's another wheel off. Pit. See You Later trying desperately. Samurai's trying to free his teammate from the grasp of death. And See You Later, and that's a weapon loose off of Samurai. It looks like it's all over, and that's Ted Cruz into the pit, and now it's just Samurai. Samurai's entire weapon is loose, and See You Later is trying desperately to get a double pit in one game. See You Later attacking anything it sees. It just wants blood at this point, and Ted Cruz desperately trying to break out, and that's chomps. That's chomps on Samurai from See You Later Alligator. Pablo Escobar, not sure what it can do at this point with his teammate completely got, and that's everybody trying desperately to try to get a second pit, but that's going to be the match. And since there was one knockout already, I believe it automatically goes. Can I get confirmation that it automatically goes? It's a 2-1. See You Later wins that one for its team, and it looks like Samurai is probably going to be out for the count for a while with its entire motor snapped off. That's unreal. Meanwhile, a solid performance from Pablo Escobar, but the real winner there was See You Later, sacrificing so much of his plastic just to get that drop into the zone of death. Yeah, impressive performance all around. I want to see who I can interview here. Got you.
Interviews crazy.
We've been doing a ton of them. They've been going pretty well. Okay, fine. We'll just do this instead. What? Yeah, I know. Wait, are you saying it like heat?
No, for completely different reasons.
Oh, completely different reasons. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Uday formerly stated that his weapon managed to like heat. I don't want to say weld, but essentially like melt into his motor, and then he undid that, and now his motor broke for completely unrelated reasons. So that is fascinating, but we're already moving on to the next one, I believe. The one that we were previously talking about. Yippee! With Ankle Grinder and Mamba going up against
Ankle Grinder.
I don't know who.
Mamba and Ankle Grinder versus question mark.
It's Slosher. Oh, I remember. It's Slosher and Pistol Shrimp.
I see. Pistol Shrimp is an interesting name.
Pistol Shrimp. Well, the deal is with Pistol Shrimp is that's the I believe the third iteration of the robot. It originally was kind of like it didn't have the spinner on the top. I believe it was like a lifter. And then they took the like modular wedge system on the outer edge, and then turned it from crayfish into crab, which was essentially just that. And then they upgraded the vertical spinner a little bit more. And obviously, if it hits harder, it can't just be pinching a little bit like a crab. It's got to be, snapping like a Pistol Shrimp. So a fitting name for a fitting robot, but at the same time, is it enough to beat
two drum spinners?
And funnily enough, another very speedy animal is named after Mamba. Really.
I got my money on Ankle Grinder and Mamba. Not gonna lie.
I can't blame you. They've been pretty dominant lately, and while there might not be a ton of synergy between the robots, it's obviously clear why Kogan decided to go with Ajax as his teammate, the pilot of Mamba. Meanwhile, Pistol Shrimp and Slosher, we're just going to get started. Pistol Shrimp and Slosher are on the blue side. Ankle Grinder and Mamba are on the orange side. We're going to get this one started in just a moment. We're going to get this started in 3, 2, Let's rumble, robots. Okay, immediately Mamba roaring to life, taking out chunks of Slosher's wedge. Meanwhile, Ankle Grinder is not really winning the tip speed battle against Pistol Shrimp, but Mamba, its weapon is so loud you can barely hear yourself think, and I'm sure that the drivers especially can barely hear themselves think, as Jacob Painter is struggling to figure out what to do about this Mamba robot. Mamba shifting this plan of attack, moving from the stuck Slosher onto the Pistol Shrimp, taking off bits and pieces. Mamba might be one of the strongest robots right now. It's even doing friendly fire to Ankle Grinder as chunks of the outer armor are getting broken away, but it doesn't even matter. I'm pretty sure Mamba right here would actually 1v2 the entire fight. And that is another chunk missing of Slosher. There's not much left Slosher can do. It looks like Pistol Shrimp is completely dysfunctional over there. That's even more chunks going missing of Slosher. And right now it's just Mamba desperately going on the attack, just trying to get anything it can see. If it sees you, it's going to zoom across the arena. It's going to sink its venom in. Pistol Shrimp fully succumbed to its injuries. I don't think it's going to be recovering. Meanwhile, Ankle Grinder just putting in a little bit of unsportsmanlike damage onto Pistol Shrimp. Meanwhile, it looks like Slosher may be stuck with only 30 seconds left. Pistol Shrimp is already dysfunctional, and it looks like Slosher is coming up on also being dysfunctional. But it looks like Ankle Grinder's playing with his food a little, just throwing in some extra hits. Mamba's spinning back up, as you can hear it.
15 seconds.
Shocking levels of quiet, but it looks like Mamba might have stopped working. No, Mamba's still driving. If I'm in Mamba's position, I just wouldn't attack anymore, but instead it's friendly firing, and it's losing its wheels. This is going to go to judge's decision, I believe.
Okay, let's go over it. Ankle Grinder, move away from everyone and let me see drive and weapon.
So we are going to be doing an assessment. He does not drive. He has one wheel. He has one wheel.
Okay, got it.
Kogan actively lying? No, I'm talking about you.
Is his wheel spinning?
You have one wheel.
No, I'm saying I have half jammed. Okay. I can drive.
Okay, man. Uday, thoughts? Is that full drive?
That's not full drive. Come on now.
None of these robots can drive.
That's kind of true.
Pretty fast. I think I'm going to call a win for on judge's decision for Ankle Grinder and Mamba.
Okay, producers decided a win for Ankle Grinder and Mamba. That made sense. They took a lot of damage at the end, shockingly enough, but they just had too explosive of a start to really make any recovery for Pistol Shrimp and Slosher. But at even if Ankle Grinder loses a weapon and Mamba repeatedly stops losing its ability to drive, at the end of the day, Pistol Shrimp is completely incapacitated, and Slosher, so much of his lifting mechanism is gone that the only thing he can do at this point is right himself. Uday, what are your thoughts on that?
Hello, guys.
Diane, what are your thoughts on that?
I'm back.
Bro's back.
After that last fight with Samurai, my robot is quite literally completely destroyed. I am back at the host table, joined by, well, you guys know Ben. He's
Diane. Yep.
Ben and Diane.
Yep.
That was an interesting fight, and that was
Called it. If there was betting, I'd be making money. My money is up.
Diane would be super rich right now.
I
guys.
mean, I do think
DraftKings win.
I do think it was a little unexpected, though. I came into that seeing Ankle Grinder as the stronger robot overall, not particularly expecting much of Mamba, but it appears like it's always in these finals that it feels like Mamba manages to really shine through. I remember the same thing happening at Robot Day, I believe. Where Mamba really didn't appear to be a functional robot up until right at the end,
No, it's in your hand.
when all of a sudden its weapon comes roaring to life and it just chases you down. But what are your thoughts on Ankle Grinder's performance today, Diane?
The only caveat with the Ankle Grinder, losing its drive, sometimes some robots are just too powerful for its own good and inadvertently makes damage to itself. I think with the case of Ankle Grinder and Mamba, well, drum spinners are usually a little bit harder to control because of that spin, the weapon spin up.
Absolutely.
So definitely, probably a case of friendly fire and just general. Like I said, I don't think there was any damage given to both Mamba or Ankle Grinder from the other team.
From the other team, that's
it
true.
was really just themselves who were giving themselves damage. Otherwise, I would have bet that they would have full functional drive at the end, but because, like I said, most of the time, maybe your worst enemy is your own weapon, that just tends to happen.
Exactly. Well, I mean, I feel like we've been analyzing a lot of what the two drum spinners did right. Uday, I was wondering, what do you think went wrong with Slosher and Pistol Shrimp there?
I think Slosher, they just didn't have their balance together today, or in that match. They were, they were trying their best, but especially when you have two big drum spinners with a lot of like fast movement speed, like Angle Grinder and Mamba, and they just constantly hit you from side to side. It's just really hard to keep control of your robot.
And usually birds are kind of weaker to drum spinners, so that's just poor matchup for them on their end, but good matchup for the drum spinners.
I do feel like part of the problem there for, I'm not 100% sure what the internal issues were. I'm not 100% sure what the internal issues might have been with Pistol Shrimp, because obviously we can't really see that. But I feel like we definitely did notice that those modular wedges on the outside of Pistol Shrimp definitely weren't very helpful in this fight. When you're going up against those two drum spinners, they just get absolutely chewed up, and it definitely does not look good for the judges, to see this robot. Even if it is ablative, it still does count as damage nonetheless.
Yeah, for sure.
But I mean, I don't even know. I mean, I truly did not expect. I was expecting a lot, I think, of Ankle Grinder, and I think I saw that. But I really thought it was Mamba's performance in this one was very dominant.
Mamba came out of this match pretty unhurt. I think Ankle Grinder. I don't know. What are your thoughts, Diane?
Yeah, Mamba definitely outshined Ankle Grinder in this case, I would say. Really? Didn't Kogan say that? You mentioned that Kogan had to like start gluing pieces on, or was that a different bot that I?
Yeah, that I believe Kogan's current design, which I definitely like attribute. I would have been a little disappointed in Kogan's performance actually this fight, if it weren't for the knowledge that he has been kind of getting some more like redneck engineering for these later repairs for.
Sometimes you just have to resort to it if you just want to keep competing,
If you guys see GrownTube, David Parker's other robot,
duct tape. I helped them with that.
Duct taped and 3D penned together.
I saw the 3D penning. That's impressive.
The 3D penning was, I think, the original thing, and now with the duct tape, like I said, I helped them put that back together because he couldn't put all the electronics back in.
Yeah.
So I just finagled it and was able to get it in.
So I didn't see GrownTube, right? Was the second shattering along the seam of the 3D pen, or was that separate?
It was nearby it.
It was nearby it, but
so I'm pretty sure it wasn't.
It wasn't like directly overlapping, though, right?
I think it was. Honestly, I don't know. I don't remember correctly. I said, I just helped finagle it, but. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I do think it's interesting. I think it's something to be said about kind of despite some, I feel like all the robots today have actually had there's been no dominant displays. I feel like it's been a lot of very even trades.
Well,
just wait till
there's
Robo
been
Brawl.
one very good dominant robot today.
Dominant robot today.
I think we all know Electroluminescence today has shown quite a feat of
that's what I was
robots.
going to say, actually.
Me when I sweat on my bot.
I mean, I was about to talk about Electroluminescent, but that was what I was building into, is even Electroluminescent, one of the most overly designed, overly engineered robots of this competition, has still seen a couple losses, I believe, today. Or at least...
I think you're right. I think it's seen one loss today.
I don't believe it's undefeated, and I believe even if it's wins, it still faced some very significant damage. And what I was going to say was, I do think there is something to be said, despite those losses, about the fact that I believe both shatterings of GrownTube's chassis have been to Electroluminescent. It is a pretty heavy hitting robot.
mean, one of the best things about electroluminescent and about combat robotics in general, actually, is not even
Oh my god, not the
actually
duct tape.
being able to deliver damage during a match, but it's how you take damage after a match and how prepared you are to come back after a loss or after a severely damaged win even. You know, electroluminescence driver and builder and designer Ryan Tao, he has so many different spares of all of his different parts, and he's very prepared for all of these different circumstances and situations that might come at him. And you can see right now in the arena, he's facing off against one of the other main designers here, Ethan Cow.
Is that a new module on his?
Yeah, it is. One of the things with Ryan Tao's design is, yeah, we can, yeah, okay. Alrighty. Wait. Give me a second. 3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, robots. Now this is a grudge match between Ryan Tao's electroluminescence and Ethan Cow's something. I forget the name. I'm sorry, Ethan. It's a control bot, and it's a very good control bot. You can see it's not taking that much damage right now. It's still surviving against electroluminescence. Very hard-hitting vertical spinner right now. And electroluminescence trying to get a good angle on it. Doesn't seem like it can get a good angle. Ethan Cow slipping away. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, that's a good hit on Ethan's middle fork. Yeah. Electroluminescence scrambling even to try and get the angle on him. Ethan Cow running circle. Oh, I stand corrected. That's all you really need. That's all you really need in combat robotics. One clean hit and you're done for. I think they're talking about a specific strat where it's the motor disconnecting. Yeah, the motor disconnecting from the rest of the robot to minimize the damage that happens after the fight. Like I was saying before, one of the biggest parts about combat robotics is not how you can actually deal damage during a match, but how you can minimize damage after a match and how you can come back from that, being prepared for all these different situations, having spares for all your different parts. Yeah. You can see electroluminescence's big hits there. It split Ethan Cow's robot in half in one hit. Yeah, Spike Rock.
Could potentially be a severe threat for these drum spinners coming up with a similar, like, thin cross section, similar to.
Yeah, you're right. Robots like Pablo Escobar, Ankle Grinder, Mamba, they all might have something to look out for if they end up facing electroluminescence and his team in the playoffs.
Although I do think an argument that could be made for these robots is it does once again come down to a tip speed battle, right?
Yeah.
Where if Mamba or whatever is spinning fast enough, I don't know if electroluminescent will be able to necessarily get that hit without getting pretty lucky, I fear.
I mean, it always depends. Sometimes it's the tip speed battle. For tip speed, for those who don't know, is how fast your weapon spins. These weapons can go upwards of, I think it's close to 100 miles per hour. I'd have to, I think I gotta get a fact check on that though.
Yeah, absolutely.
But definitely, they get very fast. You can hear them on the stream.
Yeah, speaking of that, I was wondering specifically, do you know anything about why Mamba, out of all the drum spinners, is so loud in comparison?
I don't know actually. I can theorize maybe. It might have two weapon motors on either side of its weapon, which means it can spin up faster and have double the force, meaning it can spin faster.
Maybe after this we can get Ajax over here and ask him to.
Yeah.
Unless they don't does somebody want to go check? It is on.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, I'm talking into the microphone. Sorry, people are
Guys,
really annoying right now.
no.
I wish they would leave.
We are being joined by Ben.
Sorry.
Ben's just being a little rude.
Ben's always a little rude.
Yeah, we are being joined by Lori and Christy of the sophomore combats team.
We're no longer being joined by Lori and Christy of the sophomore combats team because they're being problematic.
Guys, ignore Ben. He's being.
No, actually.
Ben hates women.
Ben doesn't hate women. He just hates this woman in particular. Anyways, guys, I believe we have Alliance 1 versus Alliance 4 coming up. Alliance 1 headed by Electroluminescence and accompanied by Super Scuff and Bananamizer. Oh, I know Bananamizer. Guys, Bananamizer is not happening. I'm not gonna lie. It's just Alliance 1, Electroluminescence and Super Scuff. Alliance 2 or Alliance 4, sorry, excuse me. Pablo Escobar, See You Later, and Eyeliner. Now, one of the interesting things about Alliance 4's robots, their second pick Eyeliner is actually a Melty Brain. Now, a Melty Brain is a robot that doesn't have any weapon motors, but instead just has 2 very powerful drive motors, and it spins very fast, and it basically acts as a shell spinner, except it doesn't have a motor that can that controls its shell speed. Its shell speed is controlled by its 2 drive motors, and it drives around using those drive motors as well. So there's a lot of programming involved in making the Melty Brain be able to move and spin at the same time. We might be able to get an interview with Mike and Anuva, the builders of Eyeliner, the Melty Brain, in this competition. I believe they've had some problems with their electronics, which is why they haven't had much success today, and why they haven't been competing today. But yeah, I think we're loading in for this match. Alliance 1, if you guys remember, beat Alliance 8 in the quarterfinals. Alliance 8 was Tipsy, Josh, and David Parker's Ooh. Damn, Lori.
Sorry.
Can't even. Oh my goodness. And Alliance 4 beat Alliance 5, which was My Robot Samurai and produced by Ted Cruz in the quarterfinals. And now they're facing off in the semifinals. Ben, who do you think's gonna win this semifinals match?
This is the semifinals match. Okay, let's see. Well, we've seen a fairly dominant performance from specifically See You Later's piloting. However, I think Electroluminescent is definitively the most powerful robot here.
I think you're right. One of the things I can say though is that the synergy of Alliance 4 is really high. You can see that Pablo Escobar and David and See You Later have really figured out a good strategy, and it's been working well for them so far. So let's see how this goes up against one of the best robots here and one of the second best robots here, Scuffed, built by a freshman, Ethan Picture. Alrighty.
Blue team ready.
Okay, so we're gonna start our countdown in 3,
2, 1. Let's rumble, robots! And Electroluminescent going straight to Pablo Escobar, going for the tip speed battle. Ethan Picture and
almost out of bounds from Pablo Escobar, actually. By Electroluminescence, and that's something grinding against the floor.
See You Later and Super Scuff having their own little mini battle off to the side. Oh! And Pablo Escobar is hit out of the arena by Electroluminescence. Now it's Electroluminescence and Super Scuff against See You Later. It's a 1v2. Can See You Later clutch this matchup?
But even when See You Later goes for a clean on the one robot, the other robot just comes in from behind to the exposed backplate and starts ripping into it. I don't know what See You Later can do here as a lone robot.
Big hit there.
Especially against such a powerful robot that is Electroluminescence.
Electroluminescent giving a lot of damage on See You Later's forks there. And you can see that Super Scuff's strategy right now is to spin around. Oh, it looks like See You Later is mimicking that strategy. Oh no! Electroluminescence targeting the See You Later's servo motor right there. Just completely destroying the robot, snapping it in half.
I'm shocked that we haven't seen a tap out yet from David Parker.
Hey, you go big or you go home, Ben.
It looks like David Parker's that is actually the servo fully exposed. Servo partially ripped now. Let's see if the wire will break.
Super Scuff. Oh, electroluminescence almost driving out of the arena by itself. You could just see the filament strands coming out of See You Later there.
This is a little graphic, I'm gonna be honest.
If you're under the ages of 5, don't look, guys.
Parents, cover their eyes, cover their eyes.
Last 10 seconds of the match. Let's see if electroluminescence and Super Scuff can do anything with See You Later there.
See You Later lives happily ever after, guys, I promise.
I mean, maybe not happily ever after, but there is an after for sure.
Okay, and with that,
See You Later, spinning in victory. Or maybe not in victory, but in a happy defeat, that's for sure. What a fun semifinals match that was.
you see the upper jaw.
That was cool.
Upper jaw of See You Later just snapped off in the corner. That is brutal.
You can see the filament lines, See You Later's print just completely shredded.
I'm shocked that those wires actually held up.
I'm surprised too.
I thought electroluminescent would be able to get those whenever they came flying.
You never know. Maybe servo wires are more strong than you think. That servo is pretty beefy.
Stronger than an entire chassis. Yeah, like that.
You never know. You never know. Maybe electroluminescence just doesn't have it. Semifinals match.
Here I'll talk about my favorite team on this fight. You can talk about the other one.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
But on the orange team, we have Acro and Pen and Paper. In my opinion, two of the most creatively designed robots in this competition. Acro's been having a hard time getting a good performance. With this massive wheel, vertical spinner, it might be a little bit hard for anybody to really get in range to do damage to it. Meanwhile, Pen and Paper, I was talking to Jacob Painter earlier. He says that he's burnt through 2 of his weapon servos. He has no weapon servos left. So Pen and Paper is solely going to operate as a hook. We won't be able to see his pincer mechanism that he added actually function as a pincer.
Is he debuting his pincer? Oh my goodness. Oh.
Yeah. But
I'm out of the loop, guys.
it is out of loop. But unfortunately, because of the broken servo, he won't be able to really do anything besides try to wrap his pincer around Ankle Grinder and Mamba. Now, what do you think about Ankle Grinder and Mamba coming into this?
Now, Ankle Grinder and Mamba, they have that competitive edge. They're Alliance 2 right now. They just beat Alliance, what is it, 7?
I'm not keeping track of the Alliance.
You know what? Yeah, you're right.
I've just been going by names.
You're so right for that. I agree. But Ankle Grinder and Mamba have that competitive edge. They seeded higher during the qualification matches, and they have a very good synergy. We saw that in the last quarterfinals match.
I see some synergy between them in their goofy weapon locks. It looks like Mamba was using an Allen key as its weapon lock, and Ankle Grinder was using a pair of pliers. It's just fascinating.
Hey, anything that makes your weapon stop spinning is a weapon lock.
Hey, listen, if you really think about it, the less time you spend on figuring out a good weapon lock, the more time you can spend on catting your robot.
Red team.
So.
Red team. You guys ready? Red team.
Yeah. But we're just getting verification from each team that they're ready. And now we're going to start the match in 3,
2, 1. Let's rumble, robots. And Acro spinning up.
But you can't even hear anything with Mamba.
And Ankle Grinder too. Oh my goodness. Ankle Grinder's front wedge. Just a lot of carnage here. Acro's right fork being completely eaten up by Mamba right now. Acro jumping around, just trying to get away.
Acro's just getting ripped to shreds by Mamba right now. This is gruesome.
Its front wedge is completely gone. Oh, and it looks like Acro's full weapon is completely ripped off now. Mamba is still completely intact here, having full control of that fight.
Pen and Paper has an unnoticed on Ankle Grinder that just managed to break free, and now it's trying. Mamba's spinning, but they have
Pen and Paper.
Into place. Hasn't been released.
Pen and Paper really the MVP of this match right now.
But that's also its hook mechanism getting knocked completely out of position.
Meanwhile,
Acro's center of balance is almost completely busted.
all these pins are showing the judges that Pen and Paper really does have a control of this match over both Ankle Grinder and Mamba.
But does control really matter at this point when you have all this damage from the aggro? Even if you can't damage Pen and Paper here, I think it might just be over off of it. I mean, it's brutal.
Big hit on the right side of Acro's fork. It looks like its chassis is in a vulnerable position.
Friendly fire from Mamba onto Ankle Grinder, but it doesn't matter because Acro is unable to move.
Mamba also hitting Ankle Grinder yet again. Maybe it didn't have enough fun hitting Acro and needed to go for its alliance partner.
Listen, Mamba's just trying to get some final hits with only 10 seconds left to try and make it decisive, and that's definitely going to make it decisive.
The front wedge of Pen and Paper being completely ripped off.
Yeah, that's an exposed battery.
Well,
And exposed battery in the last second of the match.
No, that's at that point, it's either 2-1 or 1, or... I'm still moving.
Acro is still moving. They do get points for that.
Somehow he can drive despite not having a wheel attack.
This is pretty obvious. This is going to be a judge's decision win for Acro.
Acro, guys! No. Judge's decision win for Alliance 2. Ankle Grinder and Mamba going to the finals to face off against Electroluminescence and Super Scuff. We'll be back with you in just a few.
23 minutes.
Then just throw it in the door right now. Yeah. Yes. Did you watch the last fight? Bro, Tipsy lifted stuff and
Stuff is heavy. Okay, so getting ready for the freshman rumble. Who do we even have? I thought we had 5.
We have Tipsy, Eyeliner, and Paradox.
Okay.
Oh, Josh and Ethan with Super Scuffed.
Aren't competing in this, so it is
Little
just,
scaredy cats.
It is just
I'm
Tipsy.
calling them out right now.
Just Tipsy going up against 2 robots who weren't able to compete in this competition.
Well, actually, I think Josh left.
Paradox and Eyeliner. Both. One is Eyeliner a Melty Brain?
Oh yeah.
Oh, right. And then Paradox is essentially just a horizontal spinner, right? Okay, let's see what happens. Tipsy, you ready?
Yes.
Paradox Eyeliner.
Is this a 1v2 or a 3
It's a
or 1v1v1?
It's a 1v2.
Alrighty then. Alrighty.
Started in
3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, freshmen.
And Eyeliner being very scary.
Oh, Paradox
not being very scary.
Immediately.
And
their weapon not spinning up. Uh-oh.
It honestly might be a good play here from Tipsy to lift Eyeliner into Paradox, or Paradox into Eyeliner. But instead,
You can see Eyeliner's big forks just doing a lot of damage, just being like generally ominous.
and that is
That's
Eyeliner launched across the arena.
Pretty standard and characteristic for a Melty Brain. There's not that much control you can have with it, so it kind of just jumps around the arena. Oh, looks like Tipsy's trying to be sportsmanlike here, flipping Paradox over.
Sportsmanlike or trying to get
Some control. Oh,
just some interesting.
that's an interesting move right
stuff
there.
here. Interesting. I'm really curious if Tipsy can get the lift
On Eyeliner. Oh, that was a good hit on Eyeliner. It looks like Eyeliner hit Paradox there.
Tipsy's essentially just using Paradox, using Eyeliner's lack of control as its weapon.
Against Paradox. You can see Paradox's shell is being separated from its base plate right there.
In a second, that's going to be open.
There's a small crack. And another hit from Eyeliner. Another 2 hits even. Oh, well, I guess Eyeliner is down for the count. It looks like its forks are down.
It's still going. It's admirable, to be honest.
I love the spirit from these freshmen, you know, really getting into the DPD from a...
Oh wait, that's a little scary.
Right from the get-go, you know. No chance I had this much motivation as a freshman. Last 3 seconds. Exactly, yeah, last 3 seconds. Not too much damage. Oh, never mind. Eyeliner's forks are gone. Paradox is broken in half. Well, not broken in half, but split in half a little bit maybe. And Tipsy, I think still in one piece.
Hey, its lifter looks like it's kind of messed up, but other than that, yeah.
Its lifter does have a pretty big crack in it. I do see that crack.
Why is it called a Melty Brain?
because it like
It melts your brain on how it moves.
It's like the driving is so convoluted that it's, you know, because it's constantly spinning, but you still have to control it, and it's like a really complicated. You need to like know the rotation speed and then do a bunch of math to like adjust the direction that's moving
Yep,
as
yep,
it
yep.
spins.
Hey, Mike, you want to do an interview about how to code in Melty-Brain? Mike and Nanuva, you guys want to talk about how you guys built a Melty-Brain?
We need one of you. Today you're running it. Or both. Or you might have to know.
We have here Anuva and Mike, the builders of Eyeliner, the Melty-Brain you just saw. Tell us a bit more about your bot.
So eyeliner is a multi-brain, meaning that in an ideal situation, all of her movement is purely rotational. The way that she is able to move forwards and backwards is by pausing her motors at certain times. That allows you to pivot across a certain point. As of right now, we're not exactly at that state yet, which is why you saw us not moving forwards and backwards a lot. But our main goal today at least, is to test how well she spins up and down, and as well as how her teeth respond to her spinning up and down and colliding into unknown objects all the time.
Yeah, there's a lot of it that's also we hit the opponents pretty much every single time. So that means that our electronics have to be able to take the equivalents of roof shots once and again for a lot of times. So yeah.
It requires a lot of coding and a very good use of a microprocessor. This is one of those robots that really does require all the logic it can get. It's truly unique in that way, but it's been so much fun to make.
Now, why did you guys choose to design a Melty-Brain in the first place? It's from the way you guys describe it, it looks like a really big challenge. Is that why you guys decided to make a Melty?
It has been a very fun challenge. Okay. Yippee!
Yeah. Anything else you guys have to say about Eyeliner? Any hopes for the future? Or what you learned from that one match today that you just fought in?
Well, lots of parts structurally could be improved, but I think there are a few improvements from the previous iteration that we found were pretty effective. There was a bit of structural dovetailing inside the bot that seems to have held up pretty well. Weapon teeth I had to compromise on weight, even though we still accidentally went overweight with. Otherwise, I think a lot of it was just taking data, and that's what we achieved today, so yeah.
I mean, the real question is just when do you stop iterating, and the answer is never. Our first iteration of Eyeliner couldn't do this. This current iteration of Eyeliner is nowhere near what we have in mind. So the work never really ends, but it's the fun of the project. So never stop iterating. At some point, perhaps you'll live up to our vision, and then at that point, you just got to make a new vision and keep going.
Well, thank you guys. I hope you guys have good luck in the future for Eyeliner.
Thank you.
What happened?
I believe we are still waiting for our finals matchup. We'll be back in 8 minutes, I think. 8-10 minutes. Yeah, we'll see. We'll
That's way too much.
This is
This match needs to go or not go.
this is the third place match, correct? We have the return of See You Later dealing with some very heavy damage alongside Pablo Escobar going up against a pretty dirtied and damaged Pen and Paper alongside a completely duct tape Captain Hook at this point. Really the question here I think is who's taken the least damage. But at this point, See You Later can't even lift up his own teammates. Or at least he's trying.
Pick him up. Run the samurai strat.
Are they going to run the samurai strat of See You Later lifting his teammate up into the air to start the match? But it looks like
Get back in the corner. Get back in the corner.
they need to get back in the corner. It looks like See You Later can't functionally lift at this point in time.
Red team, are you ready?
Confirmation from either team that we're ready, and then we're gonna go.
Blue team, are you ready? What did you think about like? All right, let's start this match.
We're starting the match in 3, 2, 1. Let's rumble, robots! And immediately, See You Later pushing his teammate into the enemies, and Captain Hook kind of not being able to really do anything with its completely duct tape shell.
It's the third place match right now. See You Later and Captain Hook versus Pen and Paper and Pablo Escobar. Wait, I did that wrong. Pen and Paper and Captain Hook versus Pablo Escobar and See You Later. See You Later is still heavy damage from their last match. Pen and Paper looks almost brand new, and Captain Hook sporting a brand new duct tape chassis. You know, they look pretty good
That's a pin from Pen and Paper.
on Pablo Escobar.
Pablo Escobar's drive appears to be kind of messed up. Now Pen and Paper pushing See You Later Alligator around. Meanwhile, Captain Hook seems to be a little bit lost.
See You Later almost falling upside down. Captain Hook getting some good angles on See You Later there, some good hits maybe. Pablo Escobar having an interesting maneuverability tactic to get away from the Pen and Paper. Driving backwards on 2 wheels. Now all these pins that Pen and Paper is getting on the opposing robots is adding on their judging. Oh, Captain Hook flown off.
Come loose again. Lost at sea, as some might say. There's only 15 seconds left. It looks like Pablo Escobar is pretty much out. At the same time,
It looks like Pen and Paper really showing its control over See You Later.
That's gonna go to judge's decision.
And at the very last minute, See You Later got pinned on Pen and Paper's hook there. We'll see. This is gonna be a close match, folks.
Who do you think had the better display so far?
I think Pen and Paper really brought it home for Alliance, whatever Alliance this is. I don't know, man.
Pablo Escobar.
Right now, our judges are making some evaluations.
I'm so sorry.
At the same time, it looks like
Okay, cool. See you later. Weapon drive. Okay.
See You Later has weapon and drive.
Ankle grinder. Or not ankle grinder. Pen and paper.
Pen and Paper has drive, no weapon.
Captain Hook. Weapon drive.
Captain Hook also has drive, no weapon. And I believe Pablo Escobar also doesn't have drive, but has weapon. I believe.
Yeah, Pablo Escobar has weapon, yeah. It could only move with its weapon, though. I believe it has some issues with its drive motors or drive ESCs. And now it's upside down, flipped over by See You Later, hoping to get it unstuck. We're kind of just vibing right now, all the DPD bots.
little party. It looks like now that none of their weapons are really functional besides see you later, alligator.
Hey, pen and paper, do you guys have an active weapon? Oh.
Their weapon's been down ever since they added the, because the servo burnt out. They burned through 2 servos.
Okay.
I see.
What to do? We're gonna give the 3rd place trophy to Alliance 6, Acro, Pen and Paper, Captain Hook.
Acro, Pen and Paper, and Captain Hook are the 3rd place winners of that one after judges' decision.
Well, to be completely fair, Alliance 4 is arguing that they took the Captain Hook's weapon off.
I can explain it to you.
In my opinion, Captain Hook took its own weapon off.
I'm going purple mode. Damn it. You won that 4-2. They don't have a working weapon. You guys have everything that started ended. They lost the weapon. Control. They had 5 pins. You had 0 pins. That is a 5-1 control, and I'm being generous. Aggression. He spun in a circle. I'm not saying anything, but that is a true statement. You want to let me fix it? We have to run this match.
Bruh.
We have to go home, man. I wish I could give you time to fix it, but we have to run this match. That is how it is.
Yeah,
2-3
can run that
aggression.
match fast. Okay.
And there you heard it, folks. That is our head judge. Our head judge, Jason's explanation to one of the main pilots of that alliance, David Parker, explaining why they had to lose that one and why Pen and Paper, Acro, and Captain Hook are going to be the 3rd place winners of this alliance competition.
Alright. Alan, back to the thing. Let's get it ready. Let's get it nice and ready.
Isn't it beautiful? Doesn't it sound beautiful?
A symphony of tubes.
You guys should start like a music group that just performs using different sizes of tubes.
Truly fantastic here.
It can be percussion.
Oh my goodness, you go fast.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Damn.
I believe there's potential here, actually. We're gonna call that DPD's inaugural Grown Tube Symphony Orchestra.
Come back next time. We'll have even more grown tubes.
We'll see about that, because that's gonna be amazing. Robo Brawl X, April 4th and April 5th. The largest 30-pound combat robotics competition in the world with over 40 30-pound robots.
Wait, actually?
Yeah. In addition, we're going to be having a plastic ant tournament and an open ant tournament. We're going to have super high production levels. We're going to be rivaling NHRL with our production levels. It's going to be insane. If you're in the Urbana-Champaign area,
Even if you're not.
come to campus. Even if you're not, come to campus. If you really can't, like if you live in like Hawaii and can't afford a flight, catch the stream. Because it's going to be super awesome, I promise. But also, if you show up, you get to say like hi and you get to potentially be on stream if the camera pans to you at some point. If you have a really good reaction when something cool happens, and we have like a non-fixed camera that we're aiming into the audience, then you get to be on stream. But that's like under those specific conditions. I believe that we're going to fulfill those conditions. I believe, assuming that we get that
Crowd interviews.
that one camera from the library. And then when we're not focusing it into the arena, we can focus it into the audience. Because I believe that the guy in charge wants audience shots on stream, right? Yeah, so if you come in person, you could potentially be on stream if you look excited enough.
Guys, I tried to get Ryan Tao to let me drive Electroluminescent in the finals. He said no.
I've gotten poked. I know, but I've gotten poked a lot by a bunch of different people. It scares me now. I'm traumatized.
Anyways, this is the final match of the day. It is Alliance 2 versus Alliance 1. Electroluminescence and Super Scuff versus and Mamba. I'm gonna call it the Tryhards versus the Loud Boys.
I think Loud Boys are gonna win, actually.
You think Loud Boys are gonna win?
Yeah, which means that you have to automatically defend the.
I'm gonna defend the Tryhards. They are Tryhards through and through. They come to win, and that means they do win.
I think we're still really yet, unless it happened and I just wasn't paying attention, even though I was like commentating, we're really yet to see Electroluminescent go up against any of these like stronger drum spinners. So I'm really anticipating the damage here, you know?
Red team, 2 thumbs up.
We'll see.
Blue team, 2 thumbs up.
Red team ready, blue team ready.
Actual judges for this one?
Yeah.
So I don't need to know that. 1, 2, 3. Actually, 3.
Why am I not a judge? Okay.
1, 2, 3.
I don't know. That's
I'm a
alright.
judge now, guys.
That means I will be commentating solely. No, I'm kidding. Ben's still here. Ben's still here. Ben's still here. Ben, come back.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna start the countdown in 3,
2, 1. Let's rumble, robots.
This is kind of the match that we've been waiting for.
Electroluminescent going straight for Mamba here, and Super Scuff and Ankle Grinder going at it in the other corner. Oh, it looks like Mamba's inactive. Mamba's weapon looks down. Electroluminescent going for Ankle Grinder now. Super Scuff going for Mamba. Did a little switcheroo mid-fight. Electroluminescent going for the backside of Ankle Grinder, doing some decent damage there. Super Scuff and Mamba, and now Electroluminescent coming to Super Scuff's rescue here. Battery.
Exposed. Wow, which robot has the exposed battery? I'm seeing Mamba with the exposed battery. I'm also seeing a missing wheel on a robot. I'm not sure whose robot that is.
I believe it is Mamba.
Just take it out. That's a forfeit. That's a forfeit.
Okay.
That's a forfeit.
And your winner by forfeit is Ryan Tao, Ethan Picture, and
Electroluminescence and Super Scuff.
And who's their third?
Oh, hey, who was your guys' third robot? Oh, yeah, Banana Miser.
Banana Miser gets first place miraculously. I don't think that robot competed more than twice.
I don't think that robot was finished. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think all of the parts were printed.
Kogan, you tighten your screw down too much. I can't.
That was I'm not gonna lie, that was a pretty fun fight for about 30 seconds. And it was kind of anticlimactic. I was hoping for a full 2-minute fight there. Only lasted 50 seconds, but hey, that's how the robots compete sometimes.
No, I like that. That's how the robots combat instead of how that's the robots. Whoa! That's a thing now.
That's a thing. That's how the robots combat.
That's how the robots combat. And so that is a second place win for Ankle Grinder, Mamba, and what's their third?
Surface charge. Alrighty, we will be heading to awards shortly, guys.
We're gonna have to stop commentating though because we're gonna move the mic around. See ya.
Bye!
You should have been out of here like.
I can remove this.
Hello, gents. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, hey, ladies and gentlefays. This is just like a match. Ryan, have you figured it out? What are we doing? Because I kind of want to leave. Because I want to go home. Hello, people of UIUC. We're going to have a quick grudge match between the two winners, Electroluminescent and Super Scuff. Alright, we're rumbling. Let's go. It's game time. Fight. Fight. All. Fight, fight, fight. Fight, 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 fight. Fight, 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 fight, fight. Mads, what are your opinion on fight, fight, fight? Fight, 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 fight. Ethan, while you're driving this match, what are your fight, 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 fight?
My weapon is broken.
Fight, 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 fight.
My weapon is broken.
Fight, 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 fight. Spin. Spin, 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 spin. Fight, 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 spin, spin. Spin, fight, fight, spin. Fight, fight. Spin, fight. Spin, fight. Beyblade. Fight, fight. Fight, 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 fight. Fight, fight. Fight, 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 fight. Fight.
I think I've lost all my drive at this point.
Fight, fight. Ah! No more fight, fight. Stop fighting.
Stop that. Peace. Time for peace.
All is fair in love and war. Ryan got his trophy. He's so happy. Look how happy he is.
Bro, I brought it to the door to take it out.
Turn off your robot, Ryan.
Bro, I brought it to the door to take it out.
Isaac.
Here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You know, it was a really
Opportunity.
long road.
I
I lost all my play-in fights.
I'd like to thank my family
but
and friends.
We got there.
I'd like to thank all the people who made this arena possible, all the volunteers who helped assemble the arena. I'd like to thank all of them. You know, the unsung heroes.
You know, I'd really like to thank the team captain, Acro. You know, great job making the trophies. Great job hitting things. Great things with the weapon. You know, it was awesome.
Anything you want to say? Come on, stop giggling. Say something. All right, that's it from all of us.
Great job.
All right, thank you.
Alan, you have to come back and now you have to present second place.
All right, and to everyone who got second place, can we get all the people for second place over here? Mamba, surface charge, and
Do we have a third? I don't think we have a third.
Yeah, we did.
ankle grinder.
You guys did have a third.
All right, good job, everyone. I present to you guys second place. Good work to all of you. Yes. Sorry. My bad. Here you go. And where is surface charge? Surface charge, get over here. Well, you won because the rules exist, so there you go. Yeah, it happens in FRC, so yeah. Would you like to say anything? Team captain.
I got carried, and that's okay. You know, Ankle Grinder will be back and better than ever in like a week.
I look forward to seeing it.
I'm blaming you.
Ankle Grinder was a good teammate. I'm happy about it.
All right, wonderful, wonderful.
I think we did pretty well. You know?
All right. Good work. Well deserved. All right.
Good stuff, everyone.
All right, you guys can get out of here. Take your trophies. All right, and to first place, I would like to bring everyone who got first place. So we got Electroluminescence and Super Scuff and Banana Miser. All of you, get up here. All right, take your trophies. They're behind you. But yeah, congratulations to these 3 individuals. They made it to the top. All right, would you like to say anything?
I want to thank both my teammates. Without both of them, I could not have made it here. It's been a real struggle the entire day, taking lots of damage, but I'm glad I made it through.
I'd like to thank Ryan for all the help with all the weapon redesigns and getting this whole thing working.
Good.
I'd like to steal with what Ryan said. I would not be here without both my teammates, so I appreciate their effort.
Oh my God. All right, thank you so much, everyone. That's a wrap up. Is there anything else? All right.
One more garage.
No, I think we're done with it. You sure?
Yeah, let's wrap it up.
All right. That's DPD Teams 2025. I'll see you guys next time.